Canterbury, day 2 of Kent against Warwickshire, about to get underway. The umpires have made their way out to the middle. Turn the effects mic down, that was a bit loud. Had it on for the test prior to the start of play, which is going to get underway very shortly. Myself, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, Mike Taylor from BBC WM, BBC Coventry, and Warwickshire alongside me. And just as the Kent players come out in the field, it'll be Warwickshire looking to try and build on their advantage from yesterday. Well, not literally, but they will be ahead very soon, you would assume, and in a great position to go big.
Ollie Hannon-Dorby said to me last night, he said, look, I'm a grumpy fast bowler. I don't want to be coming out there today.
He wants the day off.
Yeah, I want to put my feet up for as long as possible, so I'm quite happy for our lads to go and bat all day. And maybe there's at least one in the Warwickshire team who's as fidgety as I am, looking at weather forecasts. Do you find if you look at it every half an hour, it's different every time? On a day like today. Even when I came to the ground a bit earlier on, I looked one way, parked the car, walked across one way, and thought, well, it looks alright over there, and then turned round and it looked dark. But every over that Warwickshire get in, for so long as they're still batting, obviously, which means they don't trip over as Kent did yesterday, then they'll make their position a bit stronger, because they've got very considerable power to add. And in particular, Rob Yates batted last night with an eye on today, thinking, look, it doesn't really matter how many runs I score last night, but I'm going to make sure I'm back in the morning, and so he is. I suspect Hamid Kadri, who already has the ball in hand, probably woke up this morning thinking, I'm going to be doing quite a lot of work today.
Yes. could be bowling some overs.
Yes.
Yeah, it was interesting, those quotes that Ollie Hannon-Dorby gave you last night, saying about how he and Chris Rushworth, after that opening half an hour, sort of looked at one another and thought, oh, this is a bit slow.
Yes.
We might have to work hard for our wickets, and then it turned out that they fell in their lap somewhat.
Yeah, I think Kent were culpable on a few occasions. Well, the bowling wasn't... I mean, it was disciplined. That was what, they didn't bowl any rubbish to ease the pressure, and Kent found a variety of ways to fall over.
So Kadri to get the play underway from the pavilion end. Turned away into the onside. Yeah, Matt Walker was not happy. The Kent head coach, who we spoke to, Grant Stewart, was having a massage, so the coach came out and gave it both barrels, to be honest. Said we gifted them the majority of our wickets on what was a really docile pitch. I said, was it a bad toss to win? And he said, no, it was a good one. We should have batted and gone big. This is tickled away nicely by Hayne around the corner, and the first run of the morning as Stewart does the fielding. And I said about Grant Stewart coming in and doing well. Yeah, well, if it hadn't been for Grant, it would have been an awful day, and it was a pretty dreadful one anyway. So yeah, Matt Walker saying it how he saw it last night, and often, I don't know, he's sort of sometimes loath to criticise batters, because, you know, it's a confidence game, isn't it? And you don't want to. This one pushed away off the back foot by Yates, his first ball of the day. But yeah, he was, you know, saying we've been batting pretty well recently, and that wasn't good enough, basically. So
yeah, I mean, I think there's a fine line for all sports coaches between defending your guys and not insulting the audience.
Yeah, for sure. Kadri bowls. Yates goes back and drives. Little scamper for Denley and a shy at the bowler's end, but Yates through for his first run, and a partnership of 50 comes up between these two with those couple of singles to start us off for the day. Right, just going to go and update listeners in the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire. Listening to BBC Sport Online from Canterbury. Cloudier today, cooler, quite windy as well. As Hayne turns Kadri into the onside for a single. This ball 53 overs old, the Kookaburra. Kent's only hoping away in terms of this ball helping them is for some reverse swing. There was a little bit of slow turn there for Kadri, and cut away by Yates out towards point. No run. So Warwickshire 100 58 for 2 they move on to. KentCricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us this morning. At BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watt Sport on Twitter as well. So it's going to be Arshdeep Singh from the Nackington Road end, and Kent will be hoping that maybe this ball will reverse a little bit. They got one slip and a third slip almost, as well as a backup point and a point and a short cover. Mid wicket's actually in a more orthodox position. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Good morning, and Warwickshire have just added a couple of runs to their overnight score, 158 for 2, and closing the gap on Kent, who are 171 all out yesterday, a deficit of 13 runs now. 50-run partnership between Yates, who's got a 50, and Sam Hain, who's on 31. Matt Walker, the Kent coach, last night saying that Kent gifted them the majority of their wickets on what was a flat pitch, a slow pitch. They should have got a lot more runs. He was very critical of the batters, said it would have been an awful day if it wasn't for Grant Stewart, and it was a pretty dreadful one at that. So pretty honest assessment from the Kent head coach. They'll be hoping for better with the ball on day 2 here, as they look for some early wickets and trying to limit the position that Warwickshire have got themselves in after the first day. Commentary on the BBC Sport app and website. The visitors 158 for 2. So Arshdeep with a couple of dot balls to begin proceedings from the Nackington Road end. Mike's back with us.
Yeah, he's a trier, isn't he, Arshdeep? Yeah, hurrying in yesterday, but doesn't look as though he got much encouragement. He's coming to no avail here because Sam Hain has backed away.
Gust of wind.
Yeah, I think so. It is breezy. It's more overcast than it was for most of yesterday at the moment, but there are patches of blue sky about. Those of you listening back in the West Midlands, I gather it's rather less nice all round. But the forecast here is now not too bad, certainly better than it is at home. So those of you hoping to hear Warwickshire bat long today, you might have the chance. There's no point going out if it's raining, is it? Arshdeep's on his way from the Nackington Road end, bowls left arm over the wicket and slants the ball across. Hain, without any suggestion it's going to do anything unpredictable, so Hain lets it go past. And it's 158 for 2. Not quite as many people in the ground at this point this morning as there were yesterday, when I heard lots of people saying it was quite a good crowd for here in Canterbury for the first day of a championship game, and a Monday as well.
Yeah, I think it might be slightly less populated today.
A lady with parasol's not in yet. It's not quite parasol weather today.
No.
Might have to hang on to it a bit like a sail. Forward comes Hain and defends out to Denley at short mid-off almost, rather than short extra cover.
Yeah, I think there is a danger that that parasol would be on the pitch by 11:30. Very windy today.
Well, that hopefully will keep any showery clouds that are around moving. Is there a prevailing wind direction here? It's coming from our right at the moment.
Yeah, it tends to come from the hospital side of the ground. Yeah. Sweeping across.
And comes Arshdeep running towards us, and Haney's shuffling out of his crease to always to defend that, but just to try and disrupt Arshdeep's length a little bit. And he'd made 2 little skips towards the bowler before playing the same defensive stroke anyway. There are 2 slips. We're in the I'm looking for the number. Look at the old scoreboard. 55th over, so the ball might be getting a bit soft. Sun comes out, Arshdeep bowls. Haney's defending from the crease this time, away on the offside. A maiden to start Arshdeep's day, 158 for 2. There's a piece on the BBC Sounds that I put up last night on the Radio WM Sport site. I asked Ollie Hannandor, we made a quick reference to, you know, what we're bowling with the Kookaburra. So everybody else has had their say about the difference. So what's your view of it, given that you've just bowled the team out in 40 overs? And he said, well, we were pretty glad to do that because after 30 overs it was starting to go soft. He said it's a bit, there's less seems a bit flatter. It doesn't feel as though it's going to swing as much. He said when it goes soft.
Kadri from the pavilion end. Back goes Yates, driving into the covers.
So when it's soft, he said, I think you will see there's not much point in having a slip. And you'll start to see more of the unusual fields that we saw quite a bit yesterday from Kent.
Kadri again. Tosses this one up, nicely driven out towards cover, where Mieye is that bit deeper than Finch in the shorter catching position.
With catchers in front of the bat. So maybe in the first hour this morning, if we're going to see a bit of that.
And Kadri once more. Yeah, he's going back and defending. I guess the reason for starting with Arshdeep would be Kent hope that there might be some reverse there around this sort of period. Feel like against Northants at Wantage Road, this was kind of the time when they brought Agar back and it reversed. So this one is played out towards backward point, where Grant Stewart's doing the fielding. If not, you might as well go to the spin at both ends.
Yeah, I mean, he's your strike bowler, as your overseas bowler, and you know there'll be a new ball available probably around about lunchtime, before lunch maybe. So you don't want to wear him out. But
here he comes again, Kadri, and considered stroke from Yates, just turning the ball away leg side for a single.
But I think it's fair enough if he's your strike bowler. You say, come on, chap, even if it is a bundle of rags at the moment. Need to give us 2 or 3 first up.
Yeah.
And then put him away until the new ball comes.
See if we can force an early mistake from 2 batters that are just having to reset a little bit after a night's rest, as the off-spinner bowls to Sam Hain, turns it away out towards Mieye at mid-wicket. So just the 1 run from the over. Warwickshire 12 behind on 159 for 2. Let us know where you're listening in this morning. All the same ways to get in touch.
Particularly like to talk up more of the cricket clubs. We had a better 1 or 2 league clubs yesterday. But whether it's in the Kent League or the West Midland Leagues, the Warwickshire Leagues or whatever, if there's something happening at your cricket club, if you've had a good game recently, if somebody's played well, it'd be nice to talk about it. So many of you will be involved with clubs, either playing or supporting. Somehow it'd be nice to talk about. Is Arshdeep running in from the Nackington Road end. A bowl for the first time today to the left-handed Yates, who meets him once again with a defensive bat and pushes up to mid-on. So the email address, the primary one that we're using for this game, is
kentcricket@gmail.com.
There you are. You can find me on Twitter if you can keep your heckle short. Do that at Mike Taylor Sport if you want. But yeah, if your club's a good club, then it'd be nice to tell everybody about it. Whether it's down here in the southeast or back in the Midlands. Arshdeep pitches this up, but it's well wide of off stump, and Yates leaves it rather disdainfully. He doesn't even bother lifting his bat out of the way. He just sort of walks off. There's no run. The only issue with Warwickshire taking the time like this, and it's not much of an issue really, is that they have used up now more than half of the overs to pick up batting points. They're only at 159, so they would like to get 1 or 2, but the primary aim is to make sure they're in a position from which they can win the game. There's far more points for that. Arshdeep bowls and Yates turns the ball away into the leg side, and again there's no run. You don't want to give wickets away doing it, and it probably isn't a particularly fast scoring situation. That's another aspect, I suppose, of the ball going soft. it's not necessarily easy to whack it around for runs. But they won't want to get stuck. 12 behind at the moment. Arshdeep hurries in. There's not much of a leap as he gets to the crease, just almost runs through the crease, and Yates stands his ground and defends back on the onside firmly, pushing the ball up to Evison at mid-on, who's working hard on the ball. It looks as if he's trying to unscrew the top off a particularly stubborn jar, trying to get some shine on it. But I'm not sure it's responding. Judging by the way Arshdeep just looked at it when he threw it to him, made no difference whatsoever. 2 slips wait. Yates cuts for 4 runs away towards the shorter side, but it was well struck. And all he really had to do was guide it wide of backward point and steer it past Finch, who was particularly impressive in the field yesterday, but he couldn't do anything with that one. And Yates' first boundary, only his 4th of this long innings, takes Warwickshire to 163 for 2 and Yates to 59. He stands very still in the crease once again, bat raised, waiting for Arshdeep, and pushes firmly to mid-off. End of the over, just the 1 scoring stroke. And in 57 overs of their first innings, Warwickshire 163 for 2, with Yates 59 and Hayne 31, and the Bears now only 8 runs behind Kent's. Well, I think we can now say his inadequate first innings of 171.
Yeah, I think we can certainly agree with that one. Yeah, I was just scrolling back through our BBC Ready Kent Twitter, because one of our presenters, Phil Harrison, was at Penshurst Place recently, because that's where Penshurst Park Cricket Club play. And he managed to pick the one, in a sort of 3-week spell where we had virtually no rain, he managed to pick the one day where we had absolute downpours on the Monday morning to go down and visit the club. But this one clipped away into the onside for a single. So as you can see from some of the photos, the the ground was somewhat waterlogged, but you can see the big house in the background, which is basically the sight screen, which is quite useful. So this one's defended away by Kadri, but they had some memorabilia in their pavilion and some long-standing links to the Ashes and the Australian team, and they were on talking about that.
Well, most clubs have got artefacts hidden away somewhere, haven't they? All things to look at.
This one driven away into the covers and fielded by Harry Finch. I always like it when clubs have shirts of players that have gone on to play county or international cricket in their clubhouse. There's Kadri bowls. This one cut away behind, square on the offside, and Stewart chasing it down towards the 3rd man boundary, but won't get there. So a couple now for Yates this morning to move on to 59 now, and 167 for 2, and the deficit down to just 4 runs. In fact, it was Hayne, of course, who got the boundary in the previous over, wasn't it? Who's on 35, Yates on 59.
No, I think that one's just gone a tangle.
Oh no, you're right, it is. The scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard is...
It's tripped over. No, it's either the 2 boundaries both hit by Yates. So
yeah, it's given Sam Hayne some extra runs, and Rob Yates is missing that 4 that just got hit, so... The 2 scoreboards currently showing different scores. Kadri bowls. Yates with a little edge, actually. Past slip. Gets 1, and they will stick with that. So yes, Yates is on to 63. Having hit those boundaries in consecutive overs.
I mean, 64 now. It's 169 at the end of the over, I think. Go on, tick over.
Looks like that 8 has got stuck on the manual scoreboard.
They're having a bit of a yeah, both scoreboards have, because they've just run 1 at the end there. Oh, it's all gone astray.
Yeah, I think the electronic scoreboard gave Hayne the boundary in the previous over.
So now negotiations are going on, and then the batters are... So that always happens when the scorers are disagreeing about something, you're checking something out, and then they run a single when nobody's looking.
Yeah.
And now, because Yates has kept the strike here, so that's confounded everybody. So I'm going to very boldly go on my sheet here and say it's 169 because Yates is on strike, and Arshdeep's going to have another go. Think about cricket, one run doesn't seem to matter all that much at the moment.
I think the electronic scoreboard's got there.
It's got there right now. Arshdeep bowls and Yates is defending out into the offside.
The manual one looks like the 8 has got stuck. They need to give it another tug.
So Yates is taking no notice anyway. He's quite all right. He's batting time. He's not. I suspect. Too fussed at the moment. Sun's gone in. Arshdeep is heading in again. Passes umpire Blackwell and bowls left arm over the wicket to Yates, who meets him with a heartbreakingly solid defensive bat. Pushes it back down the pitch. Still looking for his first wicket, Arshdeep. But one rather pricey spell with the new ball yesterday when he seemed to be flagging quite early. But his second spell was rather livelier, if anything.
Yeah, like you say, he went for kind of sort of 4-5 and over, wasn't he, in that opening spell, and has reined it back in.
Here he is again, and Yates cuts, and he picks up his third boundary in 3 overs. Guiding it again, the other side of Finch this time, who'd gone a little bit squarer, and Yates hit it where he was. And away to the boundary for 4. 3 fours, 2 of them off Arshdeep and 1 off the spinner Kadri, but all more or less in the same area through backward point. And Yates, who hit only 3 boundaries yesterday afternoon and evening, has hit 3 more in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, he seems to have settled pretty quickly this morning.
Well, this is... He earned this. This is what yesterday was all for. He'd be thinking, oh, come out and make it that good start count. Here's Arshdeep again, and he pushes firmly back down the onside of straight, and across comes Evison to field. You don't get too many opportunities like this where time really isn't of the essence at the moment. There's an opening bat, and apart from the century he made against Kent back in April, he hasn't yet made another substantial score in the championship this season. The 40-odd against Chelmsford, against Essex at Chelmsford in the last game, was his highest other innings, apart from this one. So he's got every reason to want to make the most of it. Arshdeep's with him again, and he beats Yates this time. That's a rare one in this innings. He just got that one to move away. Yates was pushing at it a little bit away from his body, and it went past the outside edge, and Yates is just taking a moment to reset, adjusts his gloves. Because not only did Kent not get wickets yesterday, but they very rarely looked as though they were threatening to. But that's the first one this morning.
Maybe just went down the slope slightly. Didn't look like there was any major movement.
It's a slight slope away from the left-hander from this end, and this time Yates places his pad forward, but he's confident that he won't have to play at that one. He goes through to Cox. Arshdeep takes his cap and his sunglasses. He doesn't just cap, his sunglasses he gets from the umpire. He had some sort of white-framed sunglasses yesterday, but I don't think he's got them on today. He's got some different ones. Anyway, he's marching off to the outfield, chuntering about life.
A couple of you getting in touch on the emails. KentCricket@gmail.com. Morning, Mike. He says hello to another Mike. Mike, you wanted a short heckle, so he said heck.
Thank you, Mike. I'm glad you've set the tone.
Yes, exactly.
Good. Okay, I think you've set the bar for the day there, Mike.
Set the bar nice and low.
Not all that high.
For everybody else.
But thank you.
To get in touch with slightly more constructive emails.
Glad we've woken you up.
Kevin's also got in touch, listening in from Oakhampton in Devon. As Kadri bowls, defended away into the onside. He's a Bears fan after the disappointment of the quarter-final. Although it was a terrific fight back, albeit in vain, it's nice to see the side playing well in the championship, especially after the previous poor result in this competition. overall this season has shown far more encouragement with a bunch of youngsters coming through. I feel more optimistic for future success as Hayne drives, and this one is well stopped by Joe Denley, moving quickly away to his left. Having a little shy at the stumps, the bowler's end, as Yates had to just take a few steps back into his crease. Around the wicket comes Kadri, turned away into the onside, where Finch is currently in position. We've all agreed on the score now. Both scoreboards have concluded 173 is correct. This one's defended away by Hayne. He's on 32 and 68 for Rob Yates. A little bit of sunshine trying to poke through the cloud cover as Kadri is defended away into the onside.
He's set up very defensively here, Kadri, not surprisingly. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander as well as the left-hander. And there's a bit of a leg side bias to the field. Remember, on that side of the ground to the right-hander, Kadri bowling from this end, it's a very big space.
Here he comes again, turned away out towards mid-wicket square leg area by Hayne. Dot ball and a maiden over from Kadri. 15 overs, 1 for 30. He's held up an end very well so far, the off-spinner.
You might remember us saying yesterday it's rather a lopsided playing area this week here at the St Lawrence ground, with the pitch well over to, as we see it from the pavilion, the left-hand side of the square. That's towards where the new flats are, if you know this this ground. And it means that on the hospital side, even though the rope is in probably 25 metres from the white seats, it still looks, and I don't think it's just the optical illusion of the angle we're sat at, it still looks like a really big playing area. Arshdeep bowls to Yates, who pushes to backward point, but on the bounce this time, and Finch fields. So, and Kadri has defended that onside when he's been bowling so far this morning, with plenty of fielders, a leg slip, and plenty of others reasonably close to the bat, leaving a huge space behind and suggesting to Hayne you have to hit over that field if he wants to score some runs. He's declined that so far. Here's Arshdeep coming in again to Yates, who reads the line of that quite well, although the reaction of the keeper and slip suggests not as well as maybe he thought he did, and that it carried on rather than going away down the slope, and wasn't all that far from the top of the off stump. Just got to take care here, Yates, about which ones he's going to play at, which ones he doesn't. That near miss in the last over perhaps in mind. Two slips are hoping that he does make a misjudgment. Arshdeep goes wider on the crease, and Yates leans back and cuts in front of square this time, and he'll only get one because there's a fielder gone back to protect that boundary. He'll have a job if Yates really collars a square cut, because he's not all that far from the bat down there, Kadri, but he does get to this one, and it's only one run. So Yates goes to 69, the quicker scorer this morning of the two. 174 for 2 Warwickshire. They're into the lead. Try and make the most of it. 2 slips move across. Short extra cover in for the right-hander on strike. Hayne flexes his knees and waits for the next ball from Arshdeep, which he allows to pass outside the off stump. It forms a gentle curve around the batter, coming from left arm over the wicket. But it's well wide enough, and Hayne goes for a walk to inspect some invisible speck on the pitch. Yates has found one as well at his end. There's no better proof of a batter's 20/20 vision than things that they can spot on a pitch to tap down with a bat. Off goes Arshdeep. Runs in again, close to the stumps, and Haney's well caught by Cox. He just fenced at that. It was angled across him, and Cox going right over in front of first slip. It might have been Muyeye's catch, but Cox had decided it was going to be his, and he held on. Hayne, the first wicket today, caught Cox, bowled Arshdeep for 32, and Warwickshire 174 for 3.
It's a good catch by Jordan Cox. There is a gap between the keeper and first slip, so he might have felt he had to go for it. As you say, Muyeye might have got there anyway, but Hayne will be disappointed at himself, just rehearsing the shot as he walked off. Feeling at that delivery that was well wide of the off stump. Definitely didn't need to play at it. Probably felt he should in order to try and score some runs, but Arshdeep gets his breakthrough then. And yeah, let's be honest, that's a pretty wide delivery that Hayne will be slightly wondering how he hasn't hit it for 4, but nonetheless he's on his way for 32, and Kent have got a sort of start that they really did need if they're going to stand a chance of getting anything from this game. And it's Arshdeep Singh who's got them on the board with the wicket, and the first bonus point comes up as Bethel comes out to the crease.
He's having a long net again this morning, as he did yesterday morning. Makes his way out to the centre. Hayne will be a bit cross, I think. You would be if you'd done all the work last night and you've gone in the first half out this morning, and especially to a sort of bit of a nothing stroke, really, just pushing away from his body without really trying to hit it. You know, I think if you're going to lean back and cut, and okay, if you get an edge, well, these things happen, but he's just sort of trying to fiddle it down to third man. And the third batter to really get a start and not go on to something big, Davis 42, Rhodes 25, Hayne 32. Although it's rather better than Kent's top order managed. I suspect all of them will be thinking that they've left a few runs out there. All the more reason why Yates wants to make the most of his position. He's at the non-striker's end, as Bethel, a left-hander, so again there's 2 left-handers out there, as there were last night for a while. And he defends his first delivery from Arshdeep out on the offside. At last, some success for the Indian quick bowler. His first wicket coming in his 16th over of the innings. He's 1 for 52 now. And Warwickshire 3 runs ahead at 174 for 3.
A few wickets elsewhere over the last few minutes in some of the matches also taking place today in the county championship. So Middlesex 43 for 1, Northants 219 all out, and it looks like they sent a night watchman in to open actually last night, Middlesex, because it's Ethan Bamber who's the man out. So yeah, they sent Mark Stoneman in and also Bamber as well. So regular opener Sam Robson didn't go out and bat late last night for what turned out to be a sort of 9-10 over, well, maybe not quite that much, a few overs that they had to bat, because this one is driven by Yates, but a thick edge wide of second slip down towards third man, and they come back for 3. But Kent had just moved Finch into a second slip position rather than short cover where he had been fielding, and he's gone after that delivery from Kadri with a big attempted drive, and it's flashed past second slip.
Seen with the naked eyes, if it almost came off almost that's the toe end of the bat, or quite low down on the bat.
Seeing the replay, it did flash through pretty low. It would have been a ridiculous catch if to try and hold on to that with the force they ended up hitting it with. He's a defensive stroke from Bethel in response.
These are the first moments possibly in the entire game where it feels like Kent are on the attack. Just a little bit in the last 5 minutes. I suppose they've got to a bit.
Here comes Kadri, played off the back foot. Gloucestershire all out for 316 against Durham. 5-wicket haul for George Scrimshaw of Derbyshire. Sussex 402 for 9.
I like him, Scrimshaw. Have you seen him? He's quite nippy.
Essex losing the wicket of Alistair Cook at Blackpool. Only had limited, this one's left alone outside the off stump, limited cricket yesterday, didn't they, because of the weather. So an early breakthrough for Lancashire. Surrey 355 all out, having got a third batting bonus point.
Leg slip coming there for Bethel. Oh no, he's changed his mind.
Going in at short leg perhaps. So yeah, a few matches sort of busily moving on this morning in the opening half an hour as Kadri bowls, played away defensively. Should have an update for BBC Radio Kent shortly. Here comes Kadri once more. 177 for 3, but cut away. Stewart out at point. The one man he was likely to pick out there, Bethel. And in comes the throw. Kadri 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. So just 3 runs off the over from that opening delivery. So Bethel remains without score. Yates has faced 200 deliveries now in his innings and has got 72 on the board and 177 for 3. Warwickshire leading by 6 runs.
You mentioned Blackpool. I think I said that game was at Old Trafford yesterday. This course at Blackpool, which is lovely. You covered a game there?
I haven't, but I will be this year.
It's good. When I went a few years ago, and they had you in a marquee with dear old Scott, who does the Lancashire commentary. In comes Arshdeep, running in from the Nackington Road end, bowls full and straight to Yates, who defends. It springs back up the pitch, but it's fielded by mid-off running round. Oh, I'll shush for a moment.
No worries. Yeah, we're going there in the One Day Cup this year. So yeah, looking forward to that. Off to the Isle of Wight as well, Scarborough.
Ooh. Oh, Scarborough's great.
So got a few games on the road. Yeah, well, a little bit of good news from a Kent point of view, because they've managed to get their first breakthrough of the morning. Arshdeep Singh, the India fast bowler, just hooked away there by Yates, who's raced on to 76 for Warwickshire, but it was the other batter that was not out overnight, Sam Hain, that Arshdeep managed to remove. It was a slightly wide-ish delivery that Haynes tried to cut away for 4, but instead he's edged it towards the slip cordon, and Jordan Cox, the wicketkeeper, diving away to his right and making a really good catch. So an important one for Kent, because they are on the board. They've got their first bonus point of the game, and also in terms of the match situation, Warwickshire now leading by 10 runs, so Kent really desperately need to get some quick wickets if they're to play their way back into this game. Cloudier overhead, Arshdeep trying to get a little bit of reverse swing with this older Kookaburra ball, but commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website with the visitors 181 for 3.
While you were talking there, it was a short ball from Arshdeep, and Yates went to pull, but he just kissed the top edge, and it flew well wide of Jordan Cox and down to fine leg for 4. But they're going to put Finch in now for, well, he's not going anywhere near as fine as it went. He's going at about sort of 30-35 degrees back towards the practice pitches, but Yates might get another one of those.
Defended away this next delivery though, fuller one from Arshdeep.
Have you done one at Scarborough before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Scarborough's lots of fun. You'll enjoy that. The members love it. And if Kent, if you can go to Scarborough, if you haven't been to cricket at Scarborough, I'd suggest there are very few places on the county circuit like Scarborough. There's nowhere with more enthusiasm for county cricket than Scarborough. They literally are queuing out the door before the play, so it's terrific. It's really, really good. It's a super place to go, so do go if you can.
Arshdeep bowling, cut away by Yates. There's 2 men on the boundary on the offside. Oh no, it's gone for 4. That was a mistake from Compton, who's got the shin pads on, having been fielding at short leg at the other end. He tried to repeat the Moeen Ali slide tackle from the test match and managed to knock it past Kadri, who was coming in from the other direction, and the ball just rolled over the rope for 4, so that was a little bit clumsy all round. And another boundary for Yates. Takes him to 80.
Yes, he scored a few in that area. That was a little bit unlucky there, because Kent's ground fielding, I think, on this innings on the whole has been pretty sharp, but that one got away.
Arch deep. 5th ball of the over. Defended away by Yates into the offside.
But no, Scarborough's terrific. So if you've got a chance as when is he? It's in August.
Early August, Scarborough. Yeah.
Oh, it's good.
It's
well, there you
week.
are. You'd be in the holiday season, obviously, but no, it's good fun there. We had a semi-final there once on a Saturday because there was something happening at Headingley, and because there's only sort of one little commentary box, or there was then, which dear old Dave Callaghan, a much missed friend, was in. So me and Phil Britt for Warwickshire, we did it out in the crowd.
Oh, nice.
And Warwickshire won in the last over. we had lots of fun that day. It was heaving.
Here comes Arch deep down the leg side. Cox throws the ball up. A few from the crowd were foxed into thinking that he'd nicked it, but I think Yates thumped the ground. End of the over, 185 for 3 Warwickshire, leading by 14.
Yeah, I think that was the noise. There was a noise, but I think, as you say, the bat hit the ground. So yeah, Phil and I made some friends that day.
Oh, excellent.
Darren Maddy hit loads off the last 2 or 3 overs to win. But Scarborough's good. Blackpool I went to, and I drove up on one of those days. It was the first day of a Champion. I thought, you're not going to play today. It's going to rain. So I was there quite early. Maybe it wasn't Scott Reed who was doing for Lancashire then. It might have been chap before him. Anyway, Cadry's going to bowl now, with 2 slips and a short leg for him to bowl to the left-handed Bethel. He goes back and cuts through a gap at extra cover, and he's going to get runs here. It might go all the way for 4. It's got a long way to travel up to the rope. Oh, it's going to annoy Joe Denley because it's going to make him run all the way. A 50 or 60 yard chase and then beat him by 1 yard. Those are the worst, aren't they? But a good shot for Bethel to get off the mark.
Yeah, it was nice. Timed it well. Off the back foot, punching it through the gap.
Only the 2nd boundary Cadry's conceded in now in his 17th over. So a good start for Bethel. And it's 189 for 3. Warwickshire look to build up a lead. 18 runs ahead. Cadry's round the wicket. Oh, a full toss. Whack. And Bethel's hit that. Look out in the seats. Eyes down. But no, I think he's missed everybody. There's a chap in a pink shirt and a white flat cap who I thought it was heading straight towards him, and he didn't move. So nerves of steel, that chap.
Cadry's bowled 15 overs for 30, and then in 2 balls he's gone for 10. Yeah,
well, that was the first one that's just come out wrong. That was a full toss, and Bethel, who in his chances in white ball cricket has shown that he's not afraid of a big hit. Oh, it's gone through the railings. Oh, that one's gone. Look, can we have our ball back? First one today. So out comes the.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's many people on the balconies.
Yes. Out comes the Bond villain case of balls. Here it is.
I do sometimes wonder why you would buy or you would move into an apartment that overlooks a cricket ground, and then when there's cricket on, not watch the cricket. But there's actually fairly minimal people out on the balconies this morning. It may well be because it's a bit chilly and a bit windy, and they're behind the glass.
These are my retirement fantasies you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
I haven't told Mrs. Taylor yet. Well, I have told her, but she wasn't listening.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I mean, I'm surprised there's not more people out on the balconies watching the cricket. But yeah, seemingly there's not many people on the bottom floor who are currently paying attention. They've probably moved up to the communal sort of balcony area.
A couple of fielders have gone to look for it. There's a chap now in a...
I think we've got a new ball, haven't we?
Yes, I think so.
Instead for now.
Chap's gone in a mauve-coloured shirt. He said, "No, it's over there. Look, he's directing traffic."
Might be in the car park.
Another chap in a green shirt. He reckons he knows where he is. Might come back with a different one. Here's Cadry bowls and Bethel's defending back up the pitch, and there's no run. I drove up to Blackpool this day thinking not going to see any cricket today. Got there. I was first one there in the press tent, and they bring all the sort of connections in. It's only once a year, so they bring it in for the day. Cadry runs in and bowls, and he sweeps here Bethel, the ball that was well down the leg side, and he hits that for 4 as well.
He's bowled 3. Yeah. Well, the back foot punch was a nice shot. He's bowled 2 absolute boundary balls.
Yeah.
Having barely bowled 1 for 16 overs.
Well, he's given Bethel a flying start here. Might have given his captain a problem as well, because the point of keeping him bowling was to not concede any runs, which he's been doing very well up to now, and suddenly 14 in this over. Bethel has a look round just to make sure they haven't sneaked a fielder into the position where he's just hit it. But they haven't. Arshdeep bowls, Kadri bowls again round the wicket, and Bethel goes back and defends. Back up the pitch.
Yeah, that was more like it.
Yeah. You know, when we the sort of box of stuff that we plug into when we're doing this job.
Yes.
They bring one in for the temporary grounds. So they've got this long wire and this little white box with all well, we plug the socket in, like a phone socket you have in your house. Kadri bowls, and it's turned away into the leg side by Bethel. It's the end of the over, 199 for 3. So I come in the press tent and I'm looking for this white box. And when they install one of these temporary ones, the BT man puts it in a plastic bag. And I found it, and it's obviously rained cats and dogs overnight. And it was sitting in the bag, which was half full of water. It was like when you have I don't think you do it anymore, when you win a goldfish at the fair.
I know what you mean.
And it was set in this plastic bag, the white box of gizmo. And it's not an electric socket, but it looks like one. Sure. I thought, well, I don't know whether I want to be the first person to plug into this. So I sort of, do I tip the water out or what? So, and it worked a treat. Never said anything. Worked great. So I just never said a word. So it's more ridiculous. But I thought, oh well, I've come all this way for nothing.
Just on, I'm just looking at the BBC live text, the live blog from Alex Hode, Ben Feasy, Paul Grunhill today, and well, they're talking about a couple of drop catches from James Vince of all people. But Dan Lawrence has just got out. Essex 21 for 3 at Blackpool. And he drove the ball back to the bowler. Tom Bailey tried to grab the ball, but instead kind of palmed it off and deflected it to Josh Bohannon at mid-off, and then he caught it instead.
Oh.
So Lawrence is out for 1.
Well, that's a bit it's like bar billiards. Well, Kent fans have got some good places to go. So you got Blackpool and Scarborough.
Got Blackpool, Scarborough, and the Isle of Wight.
It's like a tour. It's like a seaside tour.
It really is.
It's good fun being a Kent fan. If you're a Kent fan going to all of those, then let us know, because that sounds terrific.
I mean, I must admit, I really have quite enjoyed the One Day Cup the last couple of years. I was a bit apprehensive at first, thinking, oh, this is going to be sort of glorified second 11 competition, but actually, it's been really watchable. And I'm not just saying that because Kent won it last year. Here comes Grant Stewart replacing Arshdeep from the Nackington Road end. That was a short ball that Yates has pulled away for 1. And they're 200 up for Warwickshire. 200 for 3, and they lead by 29 runs.
So Arshdeep had 5 overs this morning. Give him a rest for pending the new ball, perhaps. Stewart bowled 8 overs yesterday without success. Warwickshire have got one at Neath. I'm going to Neath, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Whereabouts? Is it north?
I think it's south-ish. It's in the valley somewhere.
Okay.
So, no, I'm looking forward to that.
Round the wicket comes Stewart. Defended away by Bethel into mid-wicket.
Because time was, well, like a lot of counties, but Glamorgan used to play at all sorts of places.
Yeah.
I've been to a few. Went on a school trip to Abergavenny, which is lovely. A tiny ground, Abergavenny. The day we went on the school trip, that match broke the record for the most runs ever in a 3-day fixture. It was something like 1,500 runs scored in a 3-day game. It's that kind of place.
Yeah. Stewart around the wicket. Defended away by Bethel.
Mind you, Ian Botham, Graham Hick and Viv Richards all played in that game, but nevertheless.
Nice.
And Colwyn Bay I've been to, which is nice. Colwyn Bay, which is lovely.
Yeah, I've not been there,
and Swansea, obviously, they still do. They
Swansea
used to play
I have been to, yes.
Ebbw Vale was one I wanted to go to. Never been there, but Neath I am looking forward to.
Round the wicket comes Stewart, ball into Jacob Bethel. Again clips it out towards mid-wicket. The day I went to Swansea, it was like being in the Caribbean. It was gloriously hot and sunny, and the ground was just sort of quite parched and straw-coloured. And you were looking across to the sea, and the sun was just sort of glinting off the ocean, and you just thought, cool, this is the best place in the world right now. And Darren Stevens boshed 160, and it was just a great day out, apart from Kent lost somehow, but it was a great day.
Gower Riviera.
Here comes Stewart, off an outside edge from Bethel, and a scamper for Finch to try and stop this from going to the short boundary, which he just manages to do so. And Bethel will only collect 2 actually, because the boundary is so short.
Good chase, that.
It was a good chase.
It's a sort of a controlled edge from Bethel, if you can have such a thing.
Yeah, soft hands. So 202 for 3.
Seagulls are out early. Do they do a lunchtime run, the Seagulls? Sounds like it.
Stuart Bowles clipped away forcefully this time by Bethel into the leg side, but has somehow picked out the one fielder that's in an orthodox position in that kind of area into under Mayeye. So end of the over. And Yates 81. Bethel 16. Not far off a runner ball, but of course he did it back-to-back 4 and 6 in the previous Cadre over. So he is going to continue. No further sign of Denley or Leaning, who finished up last night. Matt Quinn yet to bowl this morning. Seamers just will seemingly rotate from the Nackington Road end as Cadre continues.
He's going to bowl to the left-handed Yates, who has not been caused too many problems so far this morning. Just the one that he pushed at. Probably had no business getting after from Arshdeep, but otherwise he's moved along a bit more briskly. And here comes Cadre round the wicket to him, and Yates goes back and guides this away into the offside.
Looks like it's raining in Cardiff again.
Two slips and quite a well-packed offside field for Yates, who gets a ball that's angling in towards his feet and leg stump, but he just shuffles back and defends.
They
slightly ungainly
didn't play at all yesterday, but they've had 5 balls this morning, none for none, and they're off again for rain, so that's pretty disappointing.
Round the wicket comes Cadre, and this is turned off his pads, and Yates wants a short single. It is a short one as well, and Bethel had to really get moving. He was probably just safe even from a direct hit, but something of an indication of the way Yates is thinking at the moment. He goes to 82, and Bethel's ready again. 2 left-handers out there now, and he offers only the pad here to the next one from Cadre. I've got an email from Lawrence, who sends a message. Thank you, Lawrence, for this. It's kind of you. To tell me about Wheely Hill Cricket Club in the Warwickshire League. Round the wicket comes Cadre, and this is swept and miscued by Bethel, and he gets away with it. It loops off the back of the bat and goes over one of the slips running back, who can't quite get there in time despite a dive. And he's got away with that, Bethel. It was hit the back of the bat. He was, whether he was just through it too quick, but it came right up and over the slips and fell safely. And he gets one.
Did balloon agonisingly over the heads of Finch and Leaning.
Stroke of luck for him there. Yates comes back on strike, and Cadre bowls, and Yates defends very carefully into the offside, and it's the end of the over. 204 for 3 at the end of it, with Bethel now at 17 and Yates 82. Lawrence says Wheely Hill Cricket Club in the Warwickshire League are 4 Saturday sides and have recently launched crowdfunding to improve the facilities at both of the club's grounds. That's over, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, Lawrence, but I think that's on the sort of Northfield side of Birmingham, I think. Well, toward Wheely Castle, Wheely Hill, as it would suggest. But people in that area will know. And you can find them. You can find them on all the social media platforms. If you Google them, you'll find them. And it's easy to find the link, says Lawrence. So do look them up. If you're in that area of sort of southwest Birmingham, then go and look them up. Say hello to Lawrence. Tell him where you heard it. Lawrence, thank you. And get in touch in a future game. Let me know how it's going. Be good to hear from you. And if there's something happening at your club, whether it's back in the West Midlands or it's down here in Kent and you're listening in, then send us an email through, either to me or to Ben at kentcricket@gmail.com, and it'd be nice to hear about some of the clubs. Lively scene.
Got a couple of emails as Stuart Bowles pulled away but straight out to Mayeye by Bethel. Phil says, bear with this email.
Go on.
You'll get the tone of it after I've gone through a couple of sentences.
That usually means it's a complaint.
Phil
Are we
says,
in trouble?
No.
Oh.
Phil says, hi chaps, great comms as ever, thank you. I'm very disappointed with the negative tactics of Warwickshire. I was reading this thinking, oh, really?
Okay.
But you'll get why he's kind of joking. Here comes Stewart, driven away out towards extra cover. He says, in this Bazball era, with the healthy lead of 3, which is now 33, surely they should declare and put Kent in for a tricky 81 over period at the end of the day. Despite the Hayne wicket, I fear this could be a long day for Kent. Of their own making, sadly, says Phil. Thank you very much for getting in touch.
Thank you, Phil. Have a biscuit.
Here comes...
It's all right, Phil. Nothing can go wrong now. Look, they're already, what, 33 runs in front. They're fine. Good man, Phil. Thank you.
I enjoyed that. I thought he was being serious at first.
You were ready for a complaint, weren't you? Yes, I know the feeling.
Here comes Grant Stewart around the wicket. Bethel angles down into the gully area. Chris says Scarborough is brilliant, and if they still have a particular type of pork pie, then we're in for an extra special treat.
Oh, I can't vouch for that, but it's jolly good. Scarbados.
As Jonathan Doige will certainly refer to it as, I'm sure.
He'd be a student at pork pies, I reckon.
Driven away, back to the bowler. Picked up one bounce by Grant Stewart.
I went there with my dad once and we saw Chris Cairns, the old New Zealand opener, knock tiles off the pavilion roof with a 6. He was playing for Notts. I got the members moving.
There's a few Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games today, 50 over. Currently at Beckenham. South East Stars are 111 for 1 against the Sunrisers. It's Grant Stewart bowls. Oh, that's a slower ball. There's an appeal for an LBW, which is presumably going over the top. And the lack of pace there somewhat foxed Bethel. Unfortunately, from Kent fans' point of view, Alexa Stonehouse, who's from this part of the world, Canterbury, East Kent, she's just got out, but she did make 51 with 7 boundaries. So a few clips on a certain website that you can follow the score with some of the video highlights from that knocks in some very pleasant boundaries. 204 for 3 here as Bethel defends this next one from Grant Stewart to end a maiden over. So Warwickshire's lead remains 33, and that's the amount of runs that Grant Stewart's actually gone for from his 10 overs so far in the match.
That was quite a clever, slower delivery, and it was, I'm pretty sure he was going over, but it was well bowled. Kent are sticking at it this morning. They had only the 1 wicket, and there's every suggestion that they're going to be in for quite a lot more work yet, but they're hanging in there. Cadry's going to bowl again with 2 slips, hoping for a bit more joy than they had in the last over. Yates this time defends very carefully into the offside. Seagulls are very excited.
They really are, aren't they?
2 slips and a short extra covers come in now, and this is floated up, and Bethel just gropes a little bit, pushes it out into the offside, and finds Muyeye in the covers. There's quite a bit of protection there. There's a backward point now. Muyeye is at sort of normal extra cover. Then Compton's a bit closer in on the drive, but Yates is not trying anything ambitious. He just opens up his stance and then defends. Pushes it out on the offside. Denley's at mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket reasonably close in, and there's a man at deep backward square leg. In case Yates tries to sweep. Kadri makes this fuller of length, and Yates drives, it slides off the face a bit and goes to backward point where Stewart fields, throws it in. Kadri's quickly back to the start of his approach. It's 4 or 5 just gentle jog trot paces. Back goes Yates this time. There's just a slight difference in length, not much, but it gives Yates the room to go back and find an angle between Muyeye and Stewart that's going to allow him time to get through for a single. and he goes to 83. It's 205 for 3. Warwickshire ticking their lead up. Bethel defends. It's the end of a brisk over from Kadri, just the 1 run scored in it. And Yates is 83. Bethel is 17. The man out this morning, Hayne for 32, but Warwickshire continue to prosper at 205 for 3.
So England's men have named an unchanged squad for the 4th test, so there won't be any change of wicketkeeper. Ollie Robinson, who had that back issue and didn't bowl for much of the game, is still in the squad, as is Dan Lawrence, who's obviously just got out for Essex, but it almost suggests that, I don't know, England might even persist with Moeen at number 3, because I'm sure Harry Brook doesn't really want to bat there. And then possibility of more bowler rotation with Tongue and Anderson possibles to play at Old Trafford. This one defended away by Yates. 83 has Stewart bowling to him. And then, speaking of, well, England wicketkeeper batters, James Rew has gone to his 5th century of the season, the Somerset man.
He's still only a nipper, isn't he?
Age. The description on the live blog says he will play for England. It's a matter of when.
You'd think there's every chance, wouldn't you?
Well, he's playing at the moment. England could do worse right now, seemingly. So there's a slight delay here because Grant Stewart's doing his shoelaces up. He's got men out a deep square leg and long leg and deep point. So he's now back on his feet, having done those laces up. In and bowling around the wicket. Defended away.
He's a pretty energetic performer, isn't he, Stewart, with bat and ball?
Yep, certainly runs in hard to the crease.
He's a strongly built man.
Yeah,
It looks like if you'd got a particularly difficult jar to open and you've got the Kent cricket team there to help you, you might go to him first.
Yeah, be decent in an arm wrestle. Tug of war. Short ball pulled away. Those 2 fielders are out there in the deep, so Matt Quinn will collect and it will just be 1. But yeah, but bowls a number of good slower balls as we've sort of witnessed briefly this morning. And the one that somewhat foxed Bethel. He's on 17 and on strike now. Yates moving on to 84 with that pull stroke. As we've just gone beyond an hour of play. Stewart, oh, pulled away in the air, but in front of square, no fielders out there, and that's 4 runs to Jacob Bethel. Moves to 21 with that very nicely timed stroke. 210 for 3.
Starting to add a little bit of momentum. Not that Warwickshire were particularly without it, because Yates has been a bit busier this morning, but well, we've just passed an hour and they've moved the score on by 55, so not far off a run a minute. I'll settle for that.
He's come in and settled seemingly pretty quickly, actually. Has Jacob Bethel. And he's facing up to this next one from Stewart, this time playing defensively into the onside. And no run scored. So Warwickshire's lead is... It felt like Warwickshire took forever to obtain the lead. Obviously last night they weren't scoring particularly quickly in the latter stages, and then after a slowish watchful start this morning they've gone into the lead, and then all of a sudden it's almost 40. 39 runs they lead by. In fact, as this one's defended away into the onside, that's the end of another over. So 69 now have been bowled in this innings. And Warwickshire are 210 for 3, so new ball probably 45 minutes away. So Kent could in theory get the new ball prior to lunch and almost have a couple of bites of the cherry with the new ball either side of the interval, which could be useful. Freddie Young is with me. Bang on time. I'm going to do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. Mike Taylor's updating BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. We'll be back in a jiffy. But for now, it's Kadri around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and he's cutting this one past second slip down towards third man. And they are going to come back for a third. Good running by Bethel. It was he who was running to the danger end, and it was very much his enthusiasm to come back for the third run that made it happen. So good stuff from him. And now the lead is into the 40s, 42 for Warwickshire. So that update on the way as Kadri is clipped away into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. Cloudy overhead here at Canterbury. Slightly darker cloud actually, just rolling in, but as we mentioned earlier on, it's very windy, so any cloud that is coming to join us is disappearing quite quickly afterwards. This one has driven away out towards mid-off. Well, we've ticked past an hour of play so far on day 2, and Warwickshire, the visitors, still the ones in control of the game as a sweep shot flies away to the boundary rope. I don't think Arshdeep Singh down at fine leg saw it, and it's gone for 4. So Jacob Bethel has come in and motored his way to 25, the number 5 batter for the visitors. Rob Yates, the opener, still going along strong. In fact, he's ticked his scoring rate up this morning, moving on to 87. The lead is now 46 runs, 1 wicket falling so far today. Arshdeep Singh, a cut shot from Sam Hain, edged to wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, who took a really good catch, but aside from that, Kent have not been able to take any further wickets. Kadri has bowled almost 20 overs, 1 for 57. The new ball available in 10 overs as well, so Kent might be hoping for a bit of joy from that before and after lunch, but at the moment they're trying to see if they can get any bonus wickets prior to the new ball arriving. So Warwickshire in control, leading by 46 runs. Commentary continues on this game against Kent on the BBC Sport app and website. So all done and dusted with the update, and likewise with the over. 10 to go until the new ball, as I say. And yes, Freddie Young from Kent Cricket is alongside me. How are you, Freddie?
I'm good, thank you, Ben. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. What we made of the day's play so far?
A bit frustrating, but good that we got Hain out. Warwickshire in control, obviously, nearly 50 ahead, but there's always a way back into these kind of matches.
Spin from the pavilion end has been the order of the day so far, and it's going to be a continuation of seam from the Nackington Road end, but it's going to be Matt Quinn for the first time today who's going to get involved.
Yeah, Quinn bowled well yesterday, had some tidy figures, only going at 2 and over, didn't get any wickets, but was perhaps unlucky. 11 overs, none for 22.
Yeah, I was looking at the averages yesterday, and he's by far and away Kent's most economical bowler this season, really. Doesn't go at much more than 2 and over, really, so has done an excellent job for Kent in that regard.
Has spent more than enough time in county cricket. He knows exactly what he's doing. Perhaps has been a bit unlucky not to get more wickets this season.
So it is Quinn. Bowls around the wicket. Oh, that's a short ball. First up to Yates, and it was almost like it happened in slow motion, to be honest. It was tennis ball type bounce, which was dug in and then ballooned over the head of Yates. So short ball to loosen up the back from Matt Quinn. He's got 2 fielders out in the deep, one of whom doesn't have a number on. It must be the sub fielder, so this one's turned away off the pad.
That is Jaden Denley without the squad number on.
There you go. The other Denley, the younger Denley, the nephew of Joe. Had a good game for the twos last week, didn't he?
He did. He's had quite a good season for the twos, actually. Got a few 50s and some wickets.
Yeah, got a half century. Left arm, slow left arm bowler. Yeah, it's always one of those where you get supporters that, oh, just look at the twos card. Oh, there's a Denley playing for the twos. Oh no, not that one. Although I think they have played 1 or 2 games together in the second 11 T20 competition prior to the blast. So Quinn comes back over the wicket to bowl to Yates, and he's tickled this away really nicely off the hip. And here comes a scampering and enthusiastic Jaden Denley, who's lost his sunglasses in the process, doing that fielding. It was a swift left-handed throw in towards the keeper, so 2 more added to the score. 220 for 3, 49 runs the lead. Grey, gloomy cloud overhead is passing us by quite quickly, thankfully, as Matt Quinn bowls, and it's turned away out towards Ben Compton at mid-wicket. That's Simon Cook out on the boundary on the flat side of the ground, chatting to Hamid Kadri.
Yes, it definitely is. Cookie quite likes to walk around the boundary to chat to the bowlers when we're fielding, which is good to see, I think.
Clearly just making sure Kadri is clear in his thinking. He's got through 20 overs so far in this innings. Managed to do a good job for the team so far. Quinn trying to repeat the trick really and keep the runs down from the Nackington Road end. Patience game at the moment for Kent. After the wicket for Arshdeep of Sam Hain, I'm sure they would love, you know, 1 or 2 sort of bonus wickets, if you will, with the old ball before the new one is available. I think most people expecting it to be a little bit of a grind today. Could be hard work for the bowlers. Then again, we said that yesterday, as this one's defended away by Bethel. Back up the pitch, end of the over. 220 for 3. Mike Taylor's been inviting a number of our listeners to sort of talk about their cricket clubs, etc. And you, of course, play for the Vine, Freddie.
I do. I play for the Seven Oaks Vine on Saturdays, which is good fun.
Well, the thing I like about the Vine is the fact that it's bang in the middle of town.
Yep.
So you just get people wandering past all the time. Loads of people come and spectate. Must be quite nice to sort of have that.
Yeah, it's very nice. The bar's always open when a match is on, so sometimes you get quite a good crowd in, and sometimes they can get quite rowdy, which, you know, it makes a nice change when you're playing in the second or third team and you've got a loud crowd as opposed to 2 parents.
Yeah, it's nice. See, because the little village team I play for, we're sort of off this track off the main road in the middle of nowhere, so nobody's kind of wandering off the street to come and watch. But in Seven Oaks, you get that. As Jack Leaning is coming into the attack, so Kadri, having had a conversation with Simon Cook, has been brought out of the attack by the captain. He bowled only 1 over yesterday, Jack Leaning, but he has replaced Kadri at the pavilion end. Also an off-spinner, coming wide on the crease here, and wide delivery which Yates had to reach for to cut away out towards a sub-fielder for a single. Yeah, of course, we had the sub-fielder come on yesterday for Warwickshire, who was brother of Henry Brooks, and then took the catch, so it was caught Brooks, bowled Brooks. So maybe we need to get Denley on for a caught sub brackets Denley, bowled Denley.
Give Joe a few overs. He did bowl yesterday as Leaning runs in.
It was good
Bethel
to see.
On strike, forward defence. Sorry, Ben.
That's all right. It was good to see Joe Denley back in the attack yesterday, because I was slightly worried that that back injury that he had that kept him out of the couple of T20s was going to prevent him from bowling in the game.
Leaning, another forward defence from Bethel. Yeah, it's always good to see Joe playing for Kent, batting or bowling, and it's good that there's now another Denley on the field. So yeah, hopefully we can get caught Denley, bowled Denley.
The 49 overs was a treat at Northants.
That was a real treat, as Bethel crunches it through the covers. A bit too full from Leading. Is that going to run away for 4? Miyeye's chasing it. Yes, 4 runs. That's a 50 partnership for Yates and Bethel. 44 minutes, 66 balls.
Yes, come nice and quickly. Bethel has been the aggressor in the partnership. And yeah, just a bit full and wide that from Leaning. Inviting Bethel to play a nice extravagant drive, but he timed it perfectly well.
Yeah, I don't think Compton stood much of a chance at cover as Leaning runs in again. And it's pushed out to Compton at cover. Dot ball. So 5 from the over. 225 for 3.
Compton in pretty tight as well, isn't he, at that short cover position, so as you say, it flashed past him. So yeah, 54 runs now the lead. McQueen enthusiastically jogging in to come and help out. Decent season so far down at the Vine?
Mixed.
Yeah.
Mixed all over the board, really. More losses than victories, but I think all teams are good enough to stay in the leagues that they're in.
Because at the moment, the Kent League actually has had a sort of reorganisation this season, hasn't it?
Yeah, so previously there was a first team Premier Championship, etc., and a second team played against other second years, but now it's all mixed in.
So Quinn around the wicket from the Nackington Road end, defended away into the offside. Yeah, so like you say, it was previously very much. I seem to remember. So I used to play over at Tunbridge Wells, and our fourth team were in that second 11 channel, and then the third team were in the first 11 channel, and then yeah, like you say, now it's all been kind of mixed in together. So, for example, you've got Vine 2s playing against a number of teams 1s, etc.
Yeah. Yep, so we played against Sid Cup 1s a couple of weeks ago, which is a nice new fixture as Crane runs in.
Around the wicket, and this one pushed away off the back foot by Yates, 12 away from a century. He's been out there for 226 balls. Watchful last night, has kicked on this morning with some good boundaries. McQuinn stomping back to his mark. Cox behind the stumps, leaning the one slip, short ball, which Yates goes for the pull shot, and the ball ends up just dropping back down the pitch and just rolling back towards the bowler. Didn't really make the contact he was looking for on that one.
No, nowhere near at all. Denley and Mieye down on the boundary were looking in business for a second, but I think it just thumped into his shoulder and dropped down, trickled back to Quinn.
Yeah, just in the replay, yeah, did seemingly do so. So yeah, 3 dot balls so far in the over. McQueen around the wicket once more. Here he comes. Pushed away into the covers. Well, we've got a Kent cricket press chat, don't we? And the key word over the last few weeks has been Birmingham, but unfortunately that hasn't, of course, materialised. Could have been a quarter-final. Could have been the finals day. That was the dream.
That was the dream. We were so close, yet so far. Frustrating to lose those last 2 matches, but alas, it is what it is.
Yeah, those late injuries in the competition slightly scuppering Kent in the end, as Quinn bowls and defended away by Yates, and as a result, fans of both Kent and Warwickshire can both agree that Essex are somewhat spoil sports in all kinds of regards, but particularly in the T20 Blast this year, having pipped Kent for 4th place and then Warwickshire knocked out at Edgbaston.
Yes, frustrating for us, but it was a monumental effort by everyone who played in the Blast and all the coaches and lads who didn't play to win those 6 or 7 games on the trot to even give us a chance of a quarter-final.
Actually, Kent would, for Warwickshire fans that, or other listeners who don't know, won the first game, but then lost 5 in a row and basically had to win every game to stand a chance from that point onwards, as this one's defended away. Won 6 games in a row, only to lose out in the final couple and miss out on 4th place. Maiden over from Matt Quinn. Of course, the Bears had a fantastic time at the top of the table in the North group, but they knocked out in the quarter-final, and all the other North teams likewise. So, there was a bit of a joke, wasn't it, when in 2021 when Kent won, that Kent were the most northern county on finals day. So I guess Essex are going to take that tag this time. Is Chelmsford more northern than the Oval? It must be.
Yeah, I think so, Ben.
So yeah. So fans of the North supporting Essex at finals day. But of course Somerset have arrested some players this week, interestingly.
Yep, they have. as Leaning returns. Oh, it's gone straight up. Is Arshdeep Singh under it? Yes, he is. And it's taken. Bethel is out. 31 off 42. Tries to go big over cow corner. Hits it straight up, and Arshdeep Singh catches it at mid-on, running backwards. So 2-2-5 for 4 Warwickshire now. Leaning gets his first wicket in his 3rd over. Exactly what Kent needed. A wicket before the new ball, and perhaps a chance to get another one before the new ball.
And there's the bonus wicket, as you say.
Perhaps stump Warwickshire's progress a bit.
31 from 43. It was a positive innings from Bethel, 5 fours and a 6. And as you say, it was just sort of eyeing up a nice slog sweep to that shorter boundary, and has just hit it straight up in the air. Decent catch from Arshdeep over his shoulder at mid-on. I think both batters today, Hayne and Bethel, will be slightly disappointed in the manner in which they've gone out. Both have got out trying to play attacking strokes, which, I mean, of course you want to play positive cricket, but Rob Yates has probably showed the way to bat on this wicket. If you take minimal risks and you're patient about scoring your runs, you can go big, but of course it does allow players to come in at the other end and try and be that bit more forceful. A lead of 54, plenty of wickets in hand, but Bethel back in the hutch. So Ed Barnard coming out at number 6 for Warwickshire.
That also importantly edges Kent closer to another bonus point. So 2 wickets needed now. Obviously 3, 6 and 9 wickets gets you a bonus point each. As it's quite tight at the bottom end of the table, every point counts.
Yeah, just in terms of that, latest score from... Oh yes, latest score from Merchant Taylor School, Middlesex 94 for 1, so just the Night Watchman out so far today. Stoneman and Robson going along well, so Middlesex potentially on top in that game against Northants. 2-2-5 for 4 here.
So Barnard, right-handed batter. Pretty similar field for Leaning. Arafat Bhuyan, the subfielders on. I think I saw Joe Denley run off as Leaning runs in. And it's... Ooh, he tries to cut away, doesn't quite get it, and is very close to a nick. And there was a small appeal from Leaning and Cox, but not out, no bat on it. So good start to the over by Leaning.
Oh, that was interesting, wasn't it? Just gave himself a bit of room, trying to play that shot first ball into the offside.
Leaning in again. It's a good ball forward defence from Barnard. Warwickshire lead by 54. So wicket ... from Leaning. He's in again. It's full this time. It's very full. It's very straight. Is it out? No, not out. Barnard's gone for it to sweep. Basically a Yorker misses it. Leaning's convinced it's out, but who's that at this end? Mick Newell, the umpire, says not out.
Oh, it hit him on the full, I thought. So from that point onwards, you've got to assume the ball's going straight on. Maybe it was just sliding past the off stump. Yeah, I think just the angle that he bowled it, that was possibly his thought process.
He's pulled out of the next delivery. Maybe he's still mulling over it. From around the wicket, I think you're right, Ben. The angle would probably take it just past off stump. But we're a few strips away from the match wicket, so we don't have the best view as Leaning's in again. It's a bit wider, and he's nicked it this time. Barnard is gone. Caught behind by Coxey, trying to push it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. That is 2 wickets this over for Leaning. Barnard gone for no score off 4 balls.
What an over it's been from Jack.
Very good over from Leaning.
Not only has he got 2 wickets, but he's had an LBW that was pretty tight turned down, and he almost got the wicket in exactly the same fashion Barnard's first ball. That's slightly bizarre. 4 balls at the crease for Ed Barnard, who from the off was looking to try and back away and go offside. Missed the first one. Tried to play a big slog sweep that he's almost got out LBW to, and then gone back to trying to back away and cut, and he's nicked it behind to Jordan Cox.
So 2-2-5 for 5 now. Warwickshire lead by 54 with 5 wickets remaining. This over's made the session probably sway in Kent's favour.
Well, I was speaking to, I think it was when Fred Atkins was on with us yesterday from the ECB Reporters Network, and we were talking about how certain individuals just make stuff happen. And Joey Everson's sort of got this growing reputation as a bit of a partnership breaker. And then Jack Leaning's another one. He got that wicket at Northants where he came on because Arshdeep couldn't bowl and it was too dark, and he got a wicket, and he just seems to have a bit of a golden arm sometimes. He's come on when seemingly nothing was happening, and he's just got 2 wickets in the same over.
And still one ball to go, maybe make it 3. Glenn Maxwell, the new batter in. Obviously quite a destructive and aggressive batter. Hasn't played much first-class cricket recently, but the ability is there, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays the next 40 minutes.
In at number 7. Can't imagine he's batted down at number 7 all too often in his recent cricket. But if we saw Barnard try and play a few shots, can't imagine Maxwell's going to sit there and block it. He's just fiddling around with his kit at the moment.
He's leaning, runs in, last ball of the over, and Maxwell blocks it. That's a 2-wicket maiden from Jack Leaning, as you can hear the ripple of applause from around the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. I think Leaning is still questioning the LBW decision, politely of course. As Quinn trundles up to the top of his mark at the Nackerton Road end.
I mean, it matters not in the end, but
I think Finch is asking now as well. But as you say, it doesn't matter now. Barnard is gone.
You carry on for a moment, Freddie. I just need to ask Mike what he's having for lunch.
Thanks for that, Ben. Quinn's going to continue from the Nackington Road end with Yates on strike. He's on 88. Quinn runs in. It's foolish, and it's pushed out to the sweeper on the offside. Picked up by Kadri. Yates gets a single, moves to 89. Which brings Maxwell back on strike for his second ball. So Quinn's economy rate has dropped below 2 at the moment, which is a very good effort.
It must get very confusing in the written press box. I know admittedly you're not up there very often, are you? But having Freddie and Freddie knocking about it's almost like you have to be called Fred to work at the Spitfire Grounds, Lawrence.
Free entry if you're called Fred. Quinn's in again. Maxwell on strike. He's left it.
Fred Clarson in the mix as well if he's doing a post-match interview. It's
so
the at BBC Radio Kent you have to be called Matt. So in our Sports Up team we have a Matt C, D, E and G.
That's a lot of Matts.
That is a lot. So yeah, just surnames are the order of the day.
So Ben, what is Mike having for lunch?
A chicken and bacon sandwich.
That sounds lovely.
So Quinn bowling from the Nackington Road end, Maxwell on the front foot. Slight misfield from Compton. Out towards wide, long off. Of course we haven't got any food stalls here for the county championship fixture, but we've had a number of food stalls here for the T20s over recent times. I think I potentially tried all of them. I think I might have sampled pretty much every food van that's been in the ground so far this season. So it's been a culinary experience for me.
What was the best, Ben?
Oh, that is a good question. Here comes Quinn. Oh, there's those 2 fielders in short mid-wicket on the leg side getting involved. It was a 1 bounce to Harry Finch at, well, the squarer of the 2. I mean, I must admit, I'm a fan of the pad thai. The taste of Thailand is always good. It's always a favourite. As Quinn back at the top of his mark, then he's got a wide slip. Those 2 catches at mid-wicket for Maxwell. He's yet to score, and he's hit this in the air through cover, but past Ben Compton. It's flashed away out towards the boundary rope and gone for 4. So Maxwell getting on the front foot and playing a forceful stroke, but slightly fortunate really that it didn't go to hand. So Maxwell hurried out to the crease after 2 quick wickets in the previous over from Jack Leaning. As Quinn bowls, and this time he plays off the back foot defensively, Maxwell, and he's played a slightly hurried stroke through the covers, but off the mark. So 230 for 5 now, Warwickshire. Yates still there on 89. Maxwell has 4, 59 runs the lead. So Jack Leaning will continue, having taken those 2 wickets in the same over, getting Bethel caught at mid-on, top edging a sweep. And then Barnard out for naught. Nicked a cut behind. This one, Yates on strike. Back he goes to Jack Leaning. It was 2 for 5 from his 3 overs. That one's back cut out towards Grant Stewart, who is in position at backward point. Pushed away into the covers. Mike Taylor will be back in a few minutes' time. I just got an update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, and then we'll get Mike in to bring you through to lunch alongside Freddie. Pushed away by Yates. This one cut away nicely out towards the sweeper on the offside, so sweetly timed by Yates. He will move into the 90s as a result of that stroke. Brings Maxwell back onto strike. Like something's going to happen when Maxwell's on strike. He's not just going to sit there and block Jack Leaning, although he did his first delivery.
They've pushed mid-on and mid-off back a bit, anticipating maybe for him to go over the top. Leaning's in, Maxwell on strike. Pushes it out to Compton at mid-wicket. It's been a good nearly 2 overs from Jack Leaning. 1 run, 2 wickets.
You say those fielders just taking a couple of steps back in anticipation.
Leaning again. Pushed again past mid-wicket this time for a single. Mieye runs in off the boundary to collect it for Jordan Cox. So Yates now will not be on strike because that was the last ball of the over, but Yates is on 90 off 234 balls. Warwickshire 232 for 5. The lead is 61. 12:30. Quinn is going to continue from the Nackington Road end.
And the new ball is now 4 overs away. With Leaning taking a couple of wickets, it's that sort of awkward position as a captain where you've just taken a wicket, or your spinner's just taken a wicket, and you think, oh, maybe do we keep the old ball for a little bit? Do we go to the new ball? Because sometimes the new ball can come off the bat as, you know, that bit quicker and fly away to the boundary that bit faster, and sometimes it brings about an increase in the run rate as much as you're trying to look for wickets. Quinn bowls to Maxwell, who's covering up, and behind this one there's almost that sort of funky umbrella field in front of square now, so there's 2 catching mid-wickets and 2 catching covers. Compton and Leaning offside. Denley, Joe, Jaden's off the field now, the subfielder, and Harry Finch on the leg side. Arshdeep at mid-on, Everson at mid-off. Miye's at a backward point, and then Stewart down at long leg. So Quinn bowls to Maxwell, flicks it away leg side. That'll be 4. No, he won't. Kadri is, oh, it will be 4. Kadri is the man out there. There is a fielder out there that I'd missed, but it was well timed, and Kadri had to scamper across to his left, short boundary.
Not completely discouraging for Kent, because that was a bit uppish. And who is that? Who's the left of those mid wickets? Is that Harry Finch?
Yeah, Finch.
So Finch is just moving to his side now, where that ball was directed to. Yeah, so a bit of encouragement for Leaning the captain and Quinn the bowler.
A couple of little pushes from Maxwell in that kind of direction. One went wide of cover in the previous over. Now he's gone onside, so a couple of boundaries for him. He's on 9 from 10 balls. The Australian tries to play a little dabble into the offside. Mieye doing the fielding. It's a late cut that he hasn't quite hit where he wanted to.
Looked like that one just died off the pitch a bit. Didn't quite get up as much as Maxwell thought it would.
He ended up almost sort of playing it very low to the ground, didn't he? Seeing replay now. Very much a sort of one-day shot. Sending 3 men out on the leg side then for Yates. Leaning's going the forward square leg, then there's kind of a long leg and a fine leg. So Kadri still loitering on the offside boundary. Quinn will bowl short at Yates. He angles this to backward point gully area where Finch is in position. 2-3-7 for 5. Quinn is back around the wicket. I think he might have briefly lost us online. Hopefully he can hear us again. Short ball hooked away.
Hooked away well though by Yates. Hit straight down. Scamper through for a single. Brings Maxwell back on strike. And Yates on to 91. What's the plan going to be for the right-handed and a tad more aggressive Maxwell? Where's Grant Stewart going? Grant Stewart is going to deep backward square leg. We've got Hamidullah Kadri at deep mid wicket. Ben Compton is coming over to what looks like another catching mid wicket. So we've got Compton and Denley catching with Finch about 15 yards behind them in between, which could arguably be another catching position. Just got the one cover now, which is Captain Leaning. Last ball of the over. Quinn to Maxwell. Full and it is, yeah. Forward defence by Maxwell.
Should have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. Yeah, and a good news from a Kent point of view, because Jack Leaning, the Kent skipper, managing to take a couple of wickets in a single maiden wicket over, and Warwickshire have been reduced to 238 for 5 now. So the first wicket, that of Jacob Bethel, going for a slog sweep towards the shorter boundary, but top edged it straight up in the air and was caught well by Arshdeep Singh running backwards. And then Leaning, having had a big LBW appeal against Barnard, turned down. The next ball tried to play a cut shot and a little edge through to the wicketkeeper Jordan Cox. So 2 in the over for Leaning. His figure's looking pretty good at the moment, 2 for 7. This older ball is up for renewal in a couple of overs' time, but Leaning, having got those 2 wickets, the skipper might be thinking about whether or not he carries on with that before they look to go back to the new ball. Certainly a couple of real bonus wickets for him to remove Bethel and Barnard. Maxwell, the man, in at number 7, the Australian international, certainly more known for his white ball prowess, but he's out there with Rob Yates, who's into the 90s. The opener still going on 93 now for Warwickshire as they move on to 239 for 5. Commentary continues online. We've got 25 minutes until lunch. Oh, this one's smashed down the ground. Oh, we just think might have even seen. Oh, actually, one bounce and then the 4 there. Sorry, Jules, carry on with your question. Yes. That is correct, yeah. Double wicket maiden, two wickets in the over, and the rest were dot balls. So yeah, that was the previous a couple of overs ago from Jack Leaning. That one has gone away for 4, so Maxwell on to 14 and the score to 244 for 5. But yes, cricket terminology in the jargon is quite something, isn't it? But full marks to you on that occasion, Jules. Back with you online as Leaning continues, and this one's driven into the covers. That's the end of the over. So 78 bowled now with this ball. It is up for renewal, as I say, in 2 overs' time. Freddie Young from Kent is going to continue with the commentary, and Mike Taylor is going to be back with him.
Yes, thank you, Ben. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end. We've got Joe Denley coming into the attack, so Quinn has been rested. Perhaps give the seamers another bit of a rest before the new ball is taken. Leaning and Denley discussing the field. Denley pointing to the boundary on the square leg side. Welcome, Mike.
Hello, Freddie. I don't know Jack Leaning, but is he the sort of captain who's going to go in at lunch and say, "Now, look, I don't know what you blokes have been doing all day"?
Probably.
But you know, I mean, you know, so, look, I've come here. Do I have to do everything myself around here? I'm sure
he'll pick and choose who he says it to.
He doesn't say that. I wonder if Maxwell's going to have a dip. He was the first one he's really had a go at in the last over from that it hit down the ground for 4 off Leaning, and he leans back to the first delivery he gets from Joe Denley and pushes it out through the covers for 1. 245 for 5. Kent trying to trim the likely Warwickshire lead, but already it is 74. Denley with an easy swing of the arms, now comes into bowl to Yates. It goes back and cuts, finds Kadri out there on the rope, protecting the cover boundary, and so they only have 1. Sun's coming out. I was looking at the weather forecast last night and this morning. It was different every time I looked at it.
It's been a bit of a confusing forecast today.
Back goes Denley, and in goes Denley, back goes Maxwell. And it's this hard off the back foot. Yates is coming back for a second run. It's well judged. Out to mid-wicket. Maxwell's reputation goes before him because he's got a man out on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, he's always been an aggressive batter, has Maxwell.
Denley bowls to him now, and Maxwell is hitting that. Oh, heads up in the flats. Oh, that might. I think it's gone into the top deck of the flats. Wonder if anybody's in. That's a big, easy swing, and this pitch is over that side of the ground, over that side of the square. But I think even if it had been in the middle, that would have still been 6.
Especially down the hill, and that's a 250 up for Warwickshire, so that's another bonus point for the visitors. Denley in again.
Maxwell defends the next one. That ball, this presumably, did the same ball come back? Perhaps it bounced off and dropped down. Oh no, this the search party's gone looking for it. They might have 1 or 2 out there spares at the moment. Denley bowls and Maxwell drives through the covers. He's going to get 1 out to Miaye coming in from that boundary, so he's kept the strike, and 11 runs picked up from that over from Denley. 255 for 5. And Maxwell's quickly on to 25. He was signed obviously for the blast, but didn't make a half century in 14 games. He made quite a few quick 20s and 30s, 40 odd at Leicester. He didn't get a big score, and that might have been it. But Hassan Ali, who's the very enthusiastic and very quickly made himself popular Pakistan international, had a call up from Pakistan a bit earlier than was envisaged, so that's why he's not here. And seeing as Glenn Maxwell was around, this, well, do you fancy 4 days in Canterbury? And who could refuse that?
Try and find someone who can, Mike.
No. Well.
Leaning is going to continue from the pavilion end. Bit of a delay as Compton's been taking his pads off. His fielding pads, of course, as much as Compton loves to bat. We've got Maxwell on strike, Leaning coming in. Maxwell is forward and flashes at it, misses it, and it's a dot ball. I think he was trying to go over Joey Everson at cover there. It's quite a big gap with Kadri at backward point sweeping on the boundary. That's a dot ball. Maxwell perhaps missed out there. Leaning in again. It's darted in a bit quicker, and it's pushed straight back to Leaning by Maxwell for another dot ball.
They're on standby over there, aren't they? Kadri's. It's going to be difficult. If Maxwell hits it hard, he's not going to be able to cover a very big angle over there.
It'll be difficult for Kadri, but Maxwell's gone back and he's tried to slice it towards Kadri, but he's sliced it too much and hit it to Quinn, who's a backward point. We've got Denley and Arshdeep Singh at not a regulation mid on and mid off, but they've taken 10 or 15 steps back, perhaps anticipating another shot over the top as Leaning's in. And Maxwell pushes it to square leg for a single, picked up by Grant Stewart.
This is just giving Warwickshire a little bit more momentum to build their lead. They were going along happily enough, but they might have got stuck after those 2 wickets.
I think Yates is the glue. If Yates stays in and gets 130, 140 not out, then Warwickshire are in business and Kent are in trouble. But if Yates goes, then all the other batters are going to have to really dig in or go for it. As Leaning's in again. It's full this time, and it's pushed out for a single for Yates. Mieye picks it up on the boundary on the offside.
I think there are a few batters in this game on both sides who are going to think they've left some runs out there in the first innings. Even those for Warwickshire so far: Davies 42, Rhodes 25, Hayne 32, Bethel 31. None of them going on to a really big score.
Leaning into Maxwell. Maxwell goes back and he gets it past Everson at cover, but Kadri's done well to get round, picks it up cleanly, and it's just a single. Yes, Bethel especially. I was on comms for that one and he spooned it straight up. The thinking was right, it's just the execution was a bit off and it was comfortably taken by Singh. So yeah, the runs left out there, which it could be encouraging for Kent, because we obviously have to bat again. But every run that Warwickshire get, they will be in a more and more comfortable position. So the new ball is available. Are Kent going to take it? Leaning and Denley in consultation. Arshdeep Singh, I think, has been summoned to the Nackington Road end to bowl, but we're not clear they've taken the new ball yet.
Well, this could be fun. Arshdeep and Maxwell. How long is he with the county all summer, Arshdeep?
No, end of July he goes.
July,
we've got an away championship match at Nottinghamshire and Essex. So he's here for them and then he's off. He's been named in the Indian T20 international squad. I think they're touring the Caribbean in August. So India have got some tests, then some ODIs, and then some T20 internationals.
Well, he seems like quite a lively campaigner. I mean, the days when you always had an overseas player who stayed for the whole season, that's quite rare now. Warwickshire had it longer than most, with Jeetan Patel being around a lot.
Yeah, it's very rare. It's very difficult to lock down an overseas player for an entire summer now because of all the franchise leagues, so much international cricket.
Yeah.
Obviously, overseas players are expensive, you know.
Yeah.
They only qualify for certain visas. Some can only qualify for a month-long visa, whereas others can get one for an entire summer.
Yeah, it's a very entirely different landscape, but it's about making the most of them. I mean, although Maxwell didn't make a huge volume of runs in the Blast, there were a lot of people around the Warwickshire camp keen to say, look, it's not just about that you measure his value in. He's added, you know, expertise, and the players have learned stuff from him, and that's all part of it. Here's Arshdeep coming into bowl left arm over the wicket, hits Maxwell on the pad, and there's an appeal that felt like we were going to be obliged to have an appeal for that. We've hit him on the pad, we might as well have a shout, but it's almost certainly pitched outside the line of leg stump, so
yeah, definitely.
Everybody knows.
And Kent have taken the new ball, by the way.
So it's a leg by anyway, and it's 2:59 for 5, so straight in with the new ball. I think they've got to do that. Try and, if they can make something happen with the new ball and limit the lead to, you know, 120 or something like that, if things went really well, then that's not so bad. Arshdeep has just the 1 wicket so far, coming into bowl to Yates. We bowled the new ball with yesterday, and Yates does exactly what he did for most of the time yesterday. He allows a ball that's wide of off stump to pass through to Jordan Cox, who's taken 3 catches. 2:59 for 5. There are, where are we, 1:15, so a few more overs to go before lunch. So they'll have 2 bursts with the new ball. Bowlers can have a little bit of a rest. It's a heavy cloud almost entirely overhead. Now the last bit of blue sky is about to disappear behind us. Arshdeep bowls fuller, and Yates offers the front pad, but that's all. It's swinging away through to Jordan Cox.
It's been a disciplined innings from Yates yesterday and today. Probably just what Warwickshire need.
Well, he hasn't found the consistency that he had a couple of years ago. There were whispers a couple of years ago that he might even get himself into contention for a tour. That was his real breakthrough season. Last season, not so much. This year, he made a century against Kent, but that's his only other score. His only score above 50, apart from this one. The one he got between these two teams met at Edgbaston in April. He runs this off the outside half of the bat, down along the ground to Finch at third man, and takes one to go to 95. So if you've been on a little bit of a lean patch like that, no wonder he doesn't want to give it away. He did make runs in the blast. He didn't start the blast in the team. Came into it, perhaps a little surprisingly, and then made 4 successive half-centuries towards the end.
So he was in a bit of nick then?
Well, yes, he missed out in the quarter-final, but in the last 4 group games he got 50s and batted rather more aggressively than some people think he could. Now Arshdeep hits, he likes that one a bit more. He hits Maxwell there on the pad.
That was an enthusiastic appeal. I think that was going over another set of stumps.
I think it probably was. Maxwell was coming forward, he didn't look too much bothered. He looks a fairly languid sort of chap, Glenn Maxwell. Been around. Played for a list of franchise teams longer than your arm. As well as 7 test matches for Australia. People assume he's only played white ball cricket, but has made a test century in India. But more famous now around the world. Well, he has this nickname, the Big Show, doesn't he, in Australia? We've signed the Big Show. Doesn't seem like a terribly showy chap, except when he's got a bat in his hand. Open stance, waiting for Arshdeep to come left arm over the wicket. Passes umpire Blaxwell, and Maxwell drives an inside edge into his pad. Arshdeep can't believe it. Hands on head. Nearly got through there. 1-for-61 for the hard-working Arshdeep. And after the first over with the new ball, Warwickshire at 265 are 89 runs ahead. Yates 95 and Maxwell 27.
Now we're going to find out who's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Leaning is currently in discussions with Grant Stewart. But no, Leaning is going to carry on bowling himself. By the looks of it, giving his cap to Mick Newell.
Well, there's a plot twist with the new ball. I really do have to do everything myself round here, he'll be saying.
We will see if it pays off.
Right.
What field are we looking at here? Yates is on strike, so Leaning trying to turn it away from him. Left-handed batter leaning around the wicket. We've got 2 covers, point, backward point, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Leaning is in. First ball of the over. He's full and wide, but he's left by Yates. Collected by Cox, underarmed back to Leaning. Leaning again, top of his mark. Yates tapping away. Oh, it's full and wide again. Yates went for this one, but didn't get anywhere near it. Caught by Cox.
There'd be a bit of you thinking now, if you were a batter, you'd be thinking, what's he up to?
Yeah.
Why is he still on with it? What's he up to?
What's he trying to coax me into? Leaning in again to Yates. There's a clear plan by Leaning here. He's trying to get Yates to hit it out to the offside, perhaps bringing in Cox and the slip into play. We've got Denley and Compton prowling in the covers. 3 dots so far. Yates 95 not out. Leaning again. It's a bit straighter this time, but Yates pushes it out to backward point for another dot ball.
Yates is his weapon, is his concentration. Sometimes, if you just give the batter something he wasn't expecting to think about. Why is he bowling with a new ball? Just something like as daft as that disturbs the concentration.
Absolutely, it does. Leaning in again. It's a bit too wide this time, and Yates hits out to Miaye for a single. Takes him to 96. The lead is now 90. So 1 ball to come from this over, 1 from it. Leaning currently has figures of 6.5 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, and 2 wickets.
How old do you think Jack Leaning was when he last bowled with a new ball in a match?
That's a good question. Do you want me to ask him?
Yeah,
Do you want me to ask him at lunch?
You can, if you want. I bet he did at school. Because county cricketers, they did everything at school.
Leaning in again. Maxwell pushes it out to square leg. maybe could have taken a single, but they did not. So dot ball. That's the over from Leaning. We've got 8 minutes until lunch. Arshdeep is limbering up again. Cox takes his helmet off, puts his cap on. Leaning is strolling into the cordon.
I'm all for interesting tactics like that, though. So do something different. That's good. I'm slightly wondering. There's not a more serious point we're missing. That he's missing. He went on a seamer down. Stewart bowled only 3 overs earlier on, but he's still out there, isn't he? And Evison could have bowled with it, so, and Quinn could have bowled with it. Neither of them, they haven't exactly been overworked. So.
No, not that I'm aware of.
No,
Quinn was bowling just before the new ball, so he maybe needs a rest.
Maybe it's just do something different.
Could be tactical.
It's not a bad policy. When it's not going your way, 261 for 5. He's Arshdeep. And he bowls to Yates, who cuts, needing 4 for 100, and oh, he will get it because Finch, rather unluckily, has not stopped it. He dived, he took some of the way off the ball, but he didn't stop it, and the ball rolls into the rope to give Rob Yates his second 100 against Kent this season, 100 not out, and it's taken him 82 overs to chisel it out. But he's rarely looked in trouble, and he has been the mainstay for Warwickshire to help them build what is a healthy and growing lead. Well played, 100 not out and 265 for 5.
Yeah, the lead now 94. So Warwickshire in a very strong position now. 4 off the first ball of Singh's over. Arshdeep is running in again.
Here he is, 2 slips waiting, and Yates, he's immediately got to drop back into concentration. He watches carefully to let a ball go past. It's another thing, isn't it, when you just let your concentration break to mark the landmark. Batters so often get out at that point, but Yates will be determined that he's not going to do that. 5 minutes before lunch. We want to make sure he's back after lunch. A distinctly cloudy and breezy day here in Canterbury. In comes Arshdeep, wind blowing across him as he comes in, and Yates pushes away into the offside, waits to see if it's going to get past Denley. Not much has. Denley's led the way in the field. He's done very well.
Not much has and not much does.
No, he's been very, very good. I do think, I mean, there was a bit unlucky there, Finch. He made a lot of ground to that. Dived and the ball just squirmed underneath him. But the ground fielder from Kent's been pretty keen right from the start yesterday, as if to try and make up for 1 or 2 of the runs they didn't get when they were batting. 265 for 5. Arshdeep bowls and Yates is forward. A little bit of a late adjustment, but he defends out on the offside, and Denley picks up. Denley's form will be a puzzle for such a good player to be in a rotten trot at the moment. It's not nice to see a player in a situation like that.
No, but he's good enough to get out of it.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
He's far too good a player to be in that sort of situation, but I did feel for him a bit yesterday. Never nice to see a cricketer in that sort of a run. Trying to stare down Yates from short extra cover, but Yates has not been disturbed by much. And he pushes the next ball, the 3rd one in a row that he's pushed straight out to Denley. And he's been there at one end while most of the other batters have chipped in with something. So that's not a bad positive. They said yesterday, look, if one of us can go big and everybody else can put up a few around them, then Warwick should be in a healthy position. And so it is. Davies 42, Rhodes 25, Hayne 32, Bethel 31, only Barnard getting ducked, missing out. Arshdeep bowls, and Yates starts his 2nd century, he'd love to think, by guiding this one away to backward point, where Finch is quickly around to field. They take 1, it's the end of the over. 83, bowled 3 with the new ball, and it's 266 for 5. Warwickshire 95 runs in front, with maybe time for 2 more before lunch if Leaning's going to carry on, although I don't think he is.
I don't think he's going to. We've got Grant Stewart taking his cap off, giving it to Mick Newell, marking out his run-up. So Grant bowled 3 overs earlier, 11 overs in the match, going at 3.5 and over. Picked up no wickets so far. We've got Yates on strike. 101 off 257 balls. As Grant is currently warming up, bowling it to Everson at mid-on.
He cleared the bars a bit yesterday, didn't he, with his batting, 5 sixes?
Did, batted very well. He's got very quick hands that can hit the ball an absolute mile.
Well, he's a big chap, isn't he? Big, strong fella.
We've got 2 catching with wickets again for Yates. Regulation on the offside. Fine leg. Mid-on. 1 slip. So Stewart is into Yates, and Yates pulls out for a dead ball.
Yeah, one of the mid-wickets, I think he said, was fidgeting. So that might just about be enough to make sure this is the last over before lunch as well. Probably would have been anyway.
Less than 3 minutes for 6 balls. Stewart trudges up to the top of his mark. And he starts his run up now. Yates shaping up. It's leg side-ish and it's clipped to fine leg for a single. Now the right-handed Maxwell comes on strike. Quinn is enthusiastically running around from fine leg to fine leg, from left hand to right hand. I'm sure he's absolutely loving that. We've got Compton at mid-wicket, Everson mid-on, Singh mid-off, Denley cover, Finch points, Cadbury's coming into the ring at cover, and we've got 2 slips. Stewart's with Maxwell on strike. He's running and reaches the popping crease. It's a good line in length. His left, just outside off stump, left by Maxwell, taken cleanly by Cox.
Should say at the time Yates' 100 was off 252 balls. So second 50 was a little bit quicker than the first. With 9 boundaries, he had a little bit of a spring in his step this morning. He started the day 53. And if he stays at the non-strikers end, he'll go to lunch 102.
He will, as Stewart is in. Maxwell on strike. And it's a forward defence, pushed out to Denley at cover. Of course, Grant Stewart has played 2020 international cricket, as has Glenn Maxwell. So it's Italy v Australia at the moment. Kent v Warwickshire.
I bet that battle hasn't been joined here at this ground all that often through the years.
No, I can't imagine it has much. Stewart in again, 1 ... What's the 4th ball going to bring? Maxwell still on strike. It's outside of off, and it is a back foot punch through the covers for 4 runs. Very elegant shot from Maxwell. That takes him into the 30s. 31 off 31. Lead now 100 exactly. 1 minute to go till lunch. 2 balls to go.
Really determinedly strong. What's the Italy connection?
Grant's mother is Italian. And from Adelaide, but has an Italian passport, so is eligible to play for Italy. Stewart in, Maxwell on strike, and it's a pushed cover drive to Denley for another dot ball. Yeah, so I think Grant's got a couple of 50s for the Italian national team, maybe played just under 10 matches. Tell you what, I'll check right now.
That sounds like a nice sideline, that.
He's played exactly 10 matches. He's got 3 50s. High score of 76, 5 wickets at 22.
Super.
Stewart into Maxwell, last ball before lunch, and it is left by Maxwell. So that is lunch. Warwickshire 271 for 5, a lead of 100. Yates 102 not out of 258 balls. A very good session from Yates, but Kent will be very happy picking up the 3 wickets of Hayne, Bethel and Barnard. 2 for Leaning coming in 1 over.
Yeah, so some joy for Kent, but Warwickshire with a 3-figure lead and still a fair bit of power to add. I think we're going to sort of pull things to a close at this point. Men and I can nip off and do our sort of local radio updates, and we shall obviously pick up the commentary in 22. Thank you, Fred.
Canterbury. Ben Watts and Mike Taylor with you as Warwickshire set to resume on 271 for 5.
New ball is only 4 overs old, so Arshdeep has it. Rob Yates has batted all the way through this inning so far, 84 overs for 102. Glenn Maxwell is now there keeping him company and may entertain us a bit this afternoon. Arshdeep's first ball this afternoon is allowed to pass by Yates. But we might be in for a bit of a contest here between the two overseas, because Arshdeep doesn't look as though he's the sort of chap who backs away from a challenge. And Maxwell's reputation goes before him. So this could be fun. If you weren't with us this morning, Warwickshire added 116 in 31 overs and lead by 100. Arshdeep bowls full to Yates, who's pushing away into the offside. Denley fumbles for once, short extra cover, but there isn't the chance to get a run because there's a fielder coming in behind him. So Rob Yates continued to bat a slightly higher cadence to his batting than yesterday, reaching his century 7 minutes before the break, his second 100 of the season, both against Kent. Hayne 32, Bethel for a brisk 31, and Ed Barnard for naught. The men to go this morning. Yates scores the first run this afternoon, guiding this as he's taken so many of his runs in this innings. Square on the offside, this time slightly in front of square, towards the shorter boundary that side. And he takes 1. And now Maxwell, the right-hander, on strike, the Australian, who was with the Bears for the blast, but he's deputising effectively for Hassan Ali in the overseas player role. Rather different sort of player, of course, than the Pakistan fast bowler. And famed for his aggressive batting, he hit a 6 before lunch that went pretty high towards the flats, which are on the leg side as Arshdeep bowls from the Nackington Road end, and Maxwell drives up to mid-off. But the picture here, for those who haven't been following this game so far, the pitch is well to one side of the square, towards where there are some new flats over towards the left-hand side. They're very smart, and some people are sat on the balconies watching us. The green recliner chairs, they were out yesterday, they're out again today. There's a good crew on that balcony there. But Maxwell hit a ball from Denley, which I reckon hit the top deck. It looks as though it was flying that way. Arshdeep bowls and Maxwell goes to pull, and he's late on that. It's past him. And it goes through to Jordan Cox. And there's no run. 272 for 5. So whether Maxwell is going to bat in that vein, he doesn't have to. He can just keep accumulating for Warwickshire. There's lots of time in the game. The weather forecast here, although there is a possibility of some showers later, it's rather better than it is back in the Midlands today. But nevertheless, Warwickshire won't mind pushing the accelerator a little bit if they can, and he flicks a run here down to deep backward square leg, smartly fielded by Stewart, and it's the end of the over. So 2 singles taken in that first over. 273 for 5. Warwickshire lead by 102. But I know it's been rather wetter in the West Midlands because, unfortunately, the Central Sparks game today, which was going to be in, well, it's listed on Cricinfo as Solihull, but it's at Moseley Cricket Club, which is confusingly, of course, he's not in Moseley. It's on the Streetsbrook Road on the way to Solihull, but it's been washed out, I'm sorry to say, which is really rough for the Sparks, obviously, but it's particularly rough for Moseley Cricket Club because that was a big day for them. But they've had some very heavy showers, and there's some particularly nasty storms forecast for later in that area, so it's a rain off, and that's rather sad.
Selfie Stars made 290 for 9 in their 50 overs at Beckenham, thanks to overseas Tasmin Brits, the South Africans, 112, 71 from Kira Chatley, the keeper, 51 from Alexa Stonehouse. There was a number of run-outs in the end of that innings, 3 in fact. Grant Stewart is going to continue then with the new ball from the pavilion end, and that is driven away out into the covers forcefully by Maxwell. He's got 32 from 37 balls so far, but it's straight to Kadri.
Made a good clunk off the bat though, isn't it?
Certainly did. Bit of width and through his hands through the ball. 2 slips behind him. Oh, and he has another big hack at this one. This time an ugly finish as the ball flies off an inside edge down towards the boundary where there's a fielder at fine leg. 2 runs taken, 50 partnership up. Yates has contributed 15 of them, Maxwell 34. But those 2 runs there, the ugliest of the bunch they scored so far. That was just a wild hack. It was actually again outside the off stump.
I'm beginning to get hints as to where he's going to play.
Yeah, for those people that are just wandering aimlessly around the boundary, you might want to look at the cricket, because it could be coming your way as Maxwell goes for a swing again outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge, through it goes to Jordan Cox.
I suppose it's fair enough. I mean, they're really not in a hurry. The forecast for the rest of the game is not too bad. It doesn't look as though we're going to lose that much time, so they could just keep batting. But a quick 50 from Maxwell would really hurt.
That was very wide of the off stump actually from Stewart, swinging it away from the right-hander anyway. Maxwell plays a more solid shot, more defensive shot, to knock it out towards the boundary rope for a single. Yeah, absolutely. A quick fire innings from Maxwell certainly would really put Warwickshire ahead of the game.
I mean, they've still got batting to come. I mean, Michael Burgess, although he's been a bit in and out this season, was loaned out during the blast, rather surprising in a way, although obviously they had Alex Davies to keep wicket, but Burgess could have played in the blast as a batter. It's not unimaginable he could have done that.
Stewart bowls, clipped away into the onside by Yates. There's 2 men in at mid-wicket. Yeah, well, absolutely. Burgess could bat 6, couldn't he?
Oh yeah.
It's the fact that he's down at 8. Brooks is not bad at 9 either.
No. Stand and deliver.
And Dalby and Rushworth 10 and 11.
Holly tends to just stand rather than stand and deliver.
Defended away by Yates, back to the bowler. End of the over. 3 runs off it in the end. 1 off the inside edge, and then 1 more watchful stroke from Maxwell.
Though he's developed
big swings.
Yeah, he's developed a nice line in being an adhesive number 11, Ollie Hannon Dolby. That he can make himself quite difficult to get out, which has come in handy on more than one occasion. Passed 300 first-class wickets yesterday, which was a nice milestone for him. Become a very valuable part of Warwickshire's red ball team. When he first came to the county, he seemed to play more in white ball. Now he's very much early on the team sheet for the red ball games. Now Maxwell plays a strange shot here as the first ball of Arshdeep's next over, which may have been a slower ball, but he sort of pushed forward and then looked to sort of hang the bat there as if he was waiting for the ball to arrive and hit it, and ended up just knocking it into the ground. It's rather an odd shot. But it does feel like battle's about to be joined here between the Indian international. Well, I think must be wearing some sort of like protective sleeve on his right arm, because it gives the impression he's got 1 long sleeve and 1 short, which I'm sure isn't quite the case. He bowls now to Maxwell, who pushes out into the covers and takes 1 run. Compton picks up. I don't know whether it's one of those sort of undergarments, but it's not on his bowling arm, it's on the other arm. But it has the rather, from this distance, it has the strange illusion of making him look like he's wearing a long sleeve shirt one side and he's just cut the sleeve off the other side.
A bit more popular in basketball, I think, those kind of big sleeves.
Yeah. I mean,
sort of LeBron James-esque.
He might have done that. He could have just given him a long sleeve shirt. It was the only one with his number on it. Well,
I think it is a specific sort of elbow sleeve thing.
Here he comes to bowl to Yates, who defends Arshdeep follows right through here.
Because Grant Stewart's got a similar sort of look going on, but his is the sort of tubey grip stuff.
Yes.
His elbow. Whereas Arshdeep's looks more like a piece of fabric. Like you said, the sort of Arshdeep Maxwell duel that could potentially ensue is interesting in that both are playing a sort of slightly a format that is less common to them, being renowned as T20 players.
Arshdeep bowls a Yorker and Yates plays it well. He pushes it away in front of square through the covers. Kadri's running round to field and they'll have time for 2 runs. Yates to 105. Yeah, Arshdeep's played all his international cricket so far has been 2020 and one-day internationals, hasn't it? He isn't. I don't know whether he's got ambitions as a test player. Might well have. But that's how he's come to prominence. He's done well in the IPL, I think, hasn't he, as well?
Absolutely.
That's where he's become a bit of a star. Here he is, Arshdeep, and Yates runs that.
Oh.
That was a nick, but it went low on the bounce.
Good take on the bounce.
It was.
By Jack Leaning. Just get a replay of it in a moment.
Went low, but it was never close enough. It was always going to land about a yard in front of Leaning, who has stayed on the ground for a bit, sitting there, watching the world go by.
Yeah, can't quite believe that it hasn't carried to him, I think. Bearing in mind this is Kent's quick bowler with the new ball.
It makes, yes.
The fact it hasn't carried.
Here he bowls again, and Yates is defending a straight ball back on the onside, and it's the end of another over. 3 scored in that one. Warwickshire have added 8 in the 3 overs since lunch to be 279 for 5. Yates 105, and Maxwell 36, and they're 108 runs ahead. By the way, talking about India and international cricket, something's just come into my mind. I don't want you to think that during these away trips covering cricket that I don't, you know, make the most of it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
when the cat's away,
Okay.
the cat enjoys a decent night's sleep for a change. But I've found not an answer, not the answer, but an answer to a question you posed quite early yesterday.
Oh, okay.
It's not that exciting.
Here comes Grant Stewart in and bowling. Angled down towards third man by Glenn Maxwell. That is a one-day cricket shot. Through gully, vacant area for 4 runs. So this kind of goes back to what we were saying about old ball versus new ball. The way that the run rate has gone up, tends to just fly off the bat that bit quicker.
Clever stroke, there's no third man in, so he's helped himself to 4 without really taking a risk. You mentioned yesterday about players who open the batting and the bowling. For no apparent reason, Sunil Gavaskar's name came to mind, not because he was very well known as a bowler, but I had an idea that early-ish in his career he was used just occasionally.
Okay.
At the time when India mostly bowled spinners.
Stewart bowls. Turned away. Leg side, down towards third man. No, in fact, fine leg rather. And there is a fielder down there. It will be 1 to Maxwell. 2, 8, 4 for 5.
So, mooching around on the internet last night, I noticed on Cricket Info it said list of birthdays. So it was Sunil Gavaskar's birthday.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
I'd seen that, and that's why. So I looked him up because, you know. And it's true, he did. On 4 occasions, there were 4 test matches in which he opened the batting and the bowling, but usually only bowled 1 over.
Just to see if it was turning at all. Pushed away by the opener Yates into the offside.
I think they would basically be 1 seamer, and so presumably just to keep up appearances. I don't know why they didn't open with the spinner at the other end. They picked a battery of spinners, mostly in the 70s.
Yeah.
But he would sort of bowl 1 over, so that it was a token effort.
Yeah.
And then get out of the way, and then the other seamer would maybe bowl 2 or 3, and then they'd get out of the way and let the spinners get on with it. So on 4 occasions he opened the batting and the bowl.
Oh, excellent stuff. Turned away on side here by Yates out towards deep square leg. How did the Speedway play out last night?
Oh, it was good. Wolverhampton won. They beat Bellevue 47-43. It was rather a good meeting by the sound of it.
Certainly a close run.
Yeah, it's good. They were behind for most of it, so they remain unbeaten at home this season, Wolverhampton. Birmingham riding tomorrow night if it's not raining. If you're in that part of the world.
Rain and Speedway don't mix, don't
Not
they?
so good.
Full delivery here from Stewart. Oh, that's beautifully played. Down the ground by Maxwell. Just a little push drive in the end. That's going to go back past the bowler for 4 runs through mid-on. But really straight as well. And it was almost a half kind of blocking out the full delivery on the stumps, as well as the push drive. Really nicely played.
Well, people following just the score ticking up from afar will be saying, whoa, Maxwell's going for it now. But actually, he scored 2 boundaries in this over, both all on the ground and both without really hitting it.
Yeah.
Just guided one to third man and just pushed that, but really timed it.
Just playing proper shots.
Yeah. And he's already 45.
Stewart had a good time with the bat, struggling a bit more with the ball. Run for 56.
Off the top of my head, that's his high score for the Bears this summer, having played 14 T20 games. Well, he got a 40-something at Leicester.
Maybe he's playing the wrong format after all. Maybe this is his new calling. He's turning this one away and timing this as well into the onside. Compton chasing after it. You tell he was just trying to really push it for 1, but he's ended up getting 2. Timed it so well. Not a bad man to be bringing to the crease when you're 230 for 5, and that's become 289 for 5, and now 291 for 5 with the 2 at the end of the over to take Maxwell to 47. Yates is there on 106.
Yeah, it's a handy position from which to unleash him, but as I say, so far he's not really played in that manner since lunch. And already Warwickshire's lead is now 120. And Kent might have had hopes when they took the new ball of, you know, new ball can sometimes burst through and you get a couple of wickets. Maybe we could bowl them out for under, you know, for 300. There was 258 for 5 then. Wasn't totally unrealistic to think that. But here we are with 291 for 5, and the sun coming out as Arshdeep starts a new over, and Yates once again pushes him firmly into the covers for no run.
Yeah, I guess if the Yates edge carries to leaning, or one of the Maxwell inside edges falls onto the stumps.
It could have happened, but it hasn't so far for Kent, and they're looking at a really big deficit now potentially as Arshdeep bowls and Yates drives. That's a good shot, just to the onside of straight, and Evison won't stop it, and it's going to roll over the rope now for 4 runs. A boundary to Yates, and he also, it was all about timing.
Moves to 110 with that stroke. Arshdeep just striving for something with the full straight delivery. But Yates cashing in nicely.
Don't get too many chances like this. Rob Yates already passed 100. No great time pressure in the game. Wickets in hand and an international player at the other end. You want to make the most of it. And he follows up the boundary in exactly that fashion by playing a very careful defensive stroke, as if to tell Arshdeep, look, I'm far from done yet. But chances to bat like this don't come along all that often. There's usually, you know, wickets falling or time pressure or something. He's 110 as he waits for Arshdeep, who's at the end of his run. Here he is. Hurries in chest on approach till the last stride, then he gets really side on and bowls outside the off stump. Yates allows that to go through to Jordan Cox, who has taken 3 catches this morning. I know you had Rhodes last night, didn't you? Took a really quite a good one earlier on that when Hayne pushed away from his body and Cox went tumbling in front of first slip, and then one standing up to the stumps when Jack, leaning somewhat against the run of play, took 2 wickets and an over, and then indulged himself by bowling an over with the new ball, which was worth a try. He's one of there's a slip and a gully now. Leaning's at slip and then a bit of a gap to the gully fielder as Yates pats the next one to mid wicket. just the one slip, and then there's a gap that's just aching for something to happen through it. When it's not your day, and there's a man at sort of between about third or fourth slip would be. There's a man in front of square at cover point, so not very far from extra cover. Mid-off, set back a bit, mid-on, mid-wicket, and there's a man back at long leg. Arshdeep bowls, pitches it up to Yates, who drives without timing it, and Denley fields at extra cover. That's the end of the over. The boundary, the only scoring shot in that one, 295 for 5, and Yates is 110 and Maxwell 47.
Thanks, Mike. He's going to be off to update BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network will be back with us this afternoon, in around about half an hour or so. Some scores elsewhere. Matt Quinn replacing Grant Stewart at the pavilion end. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex are 104 for 4 at Blackpool. Tom Wesley 49 not out. 2 wickets each for Bailey and Williams. Middlesex have slightly collapsed to 148 for 5, having been 103 for 1. Stoneman out for 51. Robson for 28, and then Peter Milan and Simpson following. So Holden and Higgins at the crease. A little mini fight back from Northants. Somerset 3-3-1 for 6. Aldridge out for 88. But Best going along well with James Root. So those are the games in Division 1. In 2, rain delay at Cardiff. None for none, Glamorgan. Bad for 5 balls. Derbyshire is 61 for 2 in reply to Sussex 402 all out. Hudson Prentice 63 not out in that one. Yorkshire 222 for 2. Finley Bean, a Centurion, in that one. And then Durham 109 for 4. This one's thick-edged by Maxwell, and this will be 4 as well. Down towards the lime tree. That is his half century from just 47 balls. Takes Warwickshire to 299 for 5, Glenn Maxwell. There you go, 7 fours and a 6 for Maxwell. Just threatening to open up. That one a little bit in to out to that delivery from Quinn. Down towards third man for the boundary. That one played nicely in front of square, wide of mid-off. Slight fumble by Arshdeep, and they will be able to come back for 2. So 300 comes up for Warwickshire with the boundary and then the couple. Quinn very economical so far in the game, but Maxwell on a mission at the moment. Flicks this away leg side now through square leg. Deep square, Miznier running in, and they come back for 2. So 4-2-2 so far taken off the over. A couple of emails we'll get to in a moment. That came in before lunch. Phil commenting that when he was joking about the Warwickshire run rate, they've been smashing the ball around ever since. Three for 5 as Quinn. Past the umpire, bowls to Maxwell, tickles this around the corner. It's going down towards fine leg. This could be 2 more. Joey Everson down there doing the fielding. Maxwell running back hard to make his ground. .305 for 5. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. visitors leading by 134 runs and in control of this game. 305 for 5 in their first innings. Yates not out the opener, 110, and Glenn Maxwell, the Australian overseas, just gone to his 50 from under a run a ball as well, with 7 fours and 1 6, and he's pulled this one away out towards the boundary, and he's taken a liking to Matt Quinn in this particular over. Brilliant fielding by Mayeye actually to prevent another boundary, and 3 2s he's also got in this over so far since Quinn's returned to the attack. So since lunch it's been a Warwickshire run fest, so to speak, and Maxwell looking to press the accelerator after leaning. Took 2 wickets in the same over. Bethel for 31 and Barnard out for naught. Arshdeep got rid of Sam Hain earlier on in the morning session, but Kent desperate for wickets. The lead 135 for Warwickshire, who are 306 for 5 as commentary continues online. Desperate Pat Marsh emphasising there as Quinn is in and bowling to Yates, lets this one go outside the off stump, and the end of the over. So a lively one from Glenn Maxwell in terms of the run rate. Getting a towel brought out to him and a drink. Yossi. Yeah, a couple of emails before, just before lunch actually. Sean was getting in touch and talking us through some of the teams he played for in village level. It's a little bit of a sort of a tour of
in this part of the world.
Some of the villages in this part of the world. Yeah,
lovely.
East Kent League. Played for Whitstable in the 80s with Joe Denley's dad Nick, amongst others, he says.
I bet that's a nice place to play cricket.
Yeah,
Whitstable.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Said he also guested for Harbledown when they were short in more recent years, and then the sort of teams they would play against: Charing, Challock, Seldwich.
Charing's quite close to here. I've seen that on the road sign.
Yeah, Staplehurst.
That reminds me of something else actually. Driving in yesterday, I came through what I think is a village called Thannington Without.
Yes.
And I sense this is a story that's often been told, but I drove in thinking, well, what Without what? And where is Thannington Within?
I feel like I too have driven through that village before, and we discussed what it was without.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's well known. Eyebrows being raised all over Kent, as I mentioned that, I dare say. Joey Evison comes on. It may not be the most propitious time to come on, but he bowls to Maxwell, who takes a single by turning this off its hip.
And then the other email we had was Richard getting in touch from Horsham in West Sussex, but he said, way back in the day, in the 50s and 60s, when I was a young lad, I scored for Town Morlings Wednesdays several times at the Vine in the manual score box.
Who was that? Town Morlings Wednesdays?
Town Morlings Wednesday team. So they played at the Vine, so he was in the scoring in the book, but also keeping the manual score box up to date.
Tremendous. There are few better... few more activities and possibly more fun than that. Everson bowls right arm over the wicket, and Yates gets a rare but big stroke of luck in that he under edges right past the stumps and past Cox as well, and straight away for 4 runs. He hasn't had too many of those, but that was a lucky break for the Warwickshire opener, who's now 114.
He said his sister taught him how to score. He was 7 or 8 when he started. Team list, which was displayed on the pub wall in the High Street, listed me as Master West. Eventually I was big enough to play, which was the highlight of my school summer holidays.
Thank you, Richard. I'm very much here for wave the flag for the scorers. Up the scorers. Here's Everson bowls, and Yates guides this away through point, fielded by Kadri on the boundary. He seems to have made that job his own.
I guess the modern day equivalent of scoring and doing the pulleys and the manual box is doing the scoring and doing some sort of electronic scoreboard or online version.
Did one of those this season. I was scoring a game quite happily at Coleshill earlier in the season, and a chap walked over and says, "Are we going to turn the score box on now? Can you do this?" I've never done that before, so it was a voyage of discovery.
Yeah,
worked it out.
So we had a Tuesday game this season where somebody scored the entire thing on a tablet or his phone.
Yes.
There's various apps that you can use these days.
Yeah, the ECB's Play Cricket app. Well, this is something I've discovered since taking up scoring. My boys have started playing. and you can score it live online, so it's like Cricinfo, and it's Everson bowls and Maxwell. Oh, he's beaten here outside the off stump. The keeper standing up to the stumps to Everson, and Maxwell fiddles at that and misses. A bit like the way that Rushworth got a wicket yesterday.
Yeah, that would finish.
Yeah. And yes, so you can score on this app, and it goes directly to the internet, so that people can follow it from far. And it is brilliant if it works. And I did 3 successive games last year. I was on the book for King's Heath, and somebody would come with this app from the other team, Everson bowls, and this is pulled by Maxwell, and Kadri turned around, looks for that, which was the clue. I'd lost flight of it completely, but it's landed in the flowers in front of the railings.
I think it hit the flats about.
Oh, did it hit the flats?
I think it hit the wall 2 floors up.
Crikey. Okay, I lost the flight of that, but I saw Kadri immediately turn and start looking the other way.
It went a lot higher and further than I thought it was going, actually.
Okay. So he's second 6, Maxwell. He's now 65, which is by far the higher score than he made in any of the Blast games.
He's having a great time.
He is. Sun's come out. 318 for 5. Lead already 147, leaving Kent snookered. And forward comes Maxwell, driving off a thickish edge to mid-off, and it's the end of the over. Yeah, so they come with the app, and 2 of them, the phone battery died before the end of the first innings, and the other one, they were going along all right, and then 4 wickets fell in an over, and it was chaos. So, but the app itself is brilliant, but you have to have a device that's either charging, or you did anyway at that point, might have improved by now. But it's very good. Obviously, the plus point of it is. But I was involved in a little discussion about this online last night, because there are 1 or 2 Twitter accounts now where people are sort of sometimes official scorers and sometimes those of us, and I say us because I am one of them, who will take the scorebook anywhere and just sit in the crowd and use it.
So Quinn from the pavilion end continues to Yates.
And people taking back and putting up their score sheet. I think it's terrific. Or the scorer's view. It's there's some rather good accounts. One called Cricket Notchers, which is very good. I enjoy looking at that. So insofar as that's a little bit of a community, then very much for the scorers. So Richard, I think you very much consider yourself a person like that. And Horsham as well. A lovely ground to go and watch cricket that is as well. Horsham, super.
Bright sunshine, as Mike describes. Big shout for LBW, but Quinn's bowling over the wicket to a left-hander, so that appeal quickly dies down when they realise the umpire's view on the situation.
Yeah, just the way Yates was shaping to play that was already sort of turning away to the leg side, implied it probably pitched outside leg stump. But I think they are looking to get him pushing it there, because they've got the 2 mid-wickets in again.
I think it might have actually pitched in line, but then was just doing too much.
Doing away, yeah.
Going down the slope. Having another look at it. So Quinn continues from the pavilion end. Yates plays back towards point.
I do think Kent have stuck at it really well yesterday and today, but they are starting to look, and who can blame them, a little bit like, this isn't going our way, is it? Because there's been a couple of near misses since lunch. Yates has had the under edge, and he's made so few mistakes.
Yeah, the edge that dropped short of leaning at second.
And obviously Maxwell playing like this, there are going to be some risky moments, and there's a little bit of an air of, this isn't going to be our day.
They've kind of got the run rate down towards 3 and over. It's now 3.5 with Maxwell's 65 or 55 balls. Yates lets this one go outside the off stump. I like what you're doing here, Quinny, is the shout from behind the stumps.
And it's tough, isn't it, when you know that you really could be on the wrong end of something sticky in this session if Maxwell bats very long. And the lead already suddenly has shot up to 147. And there's still 5 wickets to get. And no time pressure, that's the thing. And it's raining cats and dogs various other parts of the country, but it doesn't look as though it's getting better here now.
Quinn bowls. Again, Yates happy to let this one go outside the off stump.
So who can blame Kent for feeling a little bit sorry for themselves at the moment? But You can't, can you? You got to. There's nothing for it but to keep bashing on and hoping something turns up.
Thanks to Phil for your reminder. The without bit in Thannington is that the village fell outside of the sort of traditional cathedral or city walls.
Oh, okay.
So, therefore, not being within that boundary.
Okay.
Here comes Quinn, guided away out towards point off the front foot by Yates. Actually, a maiden over from Matt Quinn. 17 overs, none for 46.
I wonder, was there ever a bit of it that was within? So as if to sort of to be a sort of demarcation between, you know, you can imagine you walking around the village. Are you without or are you within?
Yeah, quite possibly.
A bit personal for you asked. Thank you. Was that Phil?
It was.
Phil,
yeah.
thank you. I'm sure I'm about the 438th visiting cricket commentator who's ever asked that. But
Well, you have to drive through the village, in fairness.
yes. Well, I thought I'd come out of it. I may have been slightly confused at that point.
So I think there is there is a sort of parish of Thannington.
Yes. It looked rather lovely anyway.
And then the little village, the without bit.
Here's Evison. He's bowling to Maxwell, and he's a bit cross here because he's taken on the pad and looks a bit cross with himself. Makes an invisible sort of little rabbit punch, as if to say, you missed out there, Glenn. Not quite sure why, because there's a fielder protecting the boundary around where it would have been. I noticed the Lichfield Bears have moved their flag around to some mid-wicket today, which they're in pole position here if Maxwell opens up. Evison bowls, and Maxwell guides this away down through third man. There's a chase down to the boundary. It's scudding across one of the net pitches. Oh, and it's a really good effort to stop it by Compton. It's going to be in vain. That's a bit bad luck. And it's Compton's turn to feel a bit cheesed off there, because he was chasing it hard and it rolled directly down one of the net pitches. Yeah. So it probably sped up a bit, and Compton slid in. He stopped the ball and it just rolled sideways and bumped the rope before he could pick it up.
One of those where you're diving on practically a wicket.
Yes.
Which is going to graze something.
Quite sore, actually. Yeah.
So he's made the effort to do it, and in the end he's probably just got a graze for his troubles.
I imagine he's livened up tomorrow's net practice a bit as well. It's Evison bowls to Maxwell, who defends.
Yeah, so
those are the pitches they've been practicing in the mornings when I've been getting here. Kent have been in one net, and the Warwickshire lads have been. It's usually been Jacob Bethel batting in the other net for most of the morning. So there's a big mark now down the middle of one of them where Compton was sliding. So spinners will be aiming at that 9:30 in the morning. In comes Evison, bowls to Maxwell, who defends. He sort of walks around his defensive stroke. He sort of holds the bat there and walks around 180 degrees, and sort of as if he's a left-hander. He's 69 now, Maxwell. An unexpected appearance in the county championship, and his highest score for Warwickshire. Stroke Birmingham Bears. Don't write in. Here comes Evison, bowling now to Maxwell, who plays a loose stroke outside the off stump, but a ball that was wide-ish and maybe going wider. And Maxwell looks down accusingly at his bat, grabs the bat by the middle, glares at it as if to say.
It's funny how the club don't even call themselves the Birmingham Bears on social media throughout the blast. It's just Bears.
Just become Bears now. I think it's become a sort of a. It's quite handy, because I kept saying in the first few years that they did it. Evison bowls and Maxwell pulls, and for 4 runs. There's not a huge gap between the two fielders on the boundary, and I thought for a moment Quinn was going to get round, but the ball was travelling too quickly, and it scuds away to the boundary just behind square, raising a century partnership between Maxwell and Yates in 19 overs that have of which Maxwell share is 73 and Warwickshire are 326 for 5 at the end of the over, which means they already lead Kent now by 155. Yes, to begin with, the first season I kept saying Warwick, Birmingham, or Birmingham and get myself in a feel for tangle. So in the end, I sort of found myself just say Bears, because everybody knows what you mean. And then the people who get cross about it, I understand why. you didn't keep saying it.
Yeah.
But you were still going sort of with the branding. Anyway, it was a long story, and it settled on that.
So I've just found a tweet by the London Review of Books.
Oh yes.
Which is a cultural and ideas magazine.
That's a bit above my station there.
But it's about
a cultured chap like you would know.
Well, not quite. But it says Thannington's full name is Thannington without, since it lies outside of Canterbury's medieval walls.
Okay.
But the residents sarcastically suggested that the name reflected the fact that it is without a prayer, money, or hope.
Oh, okay.
Which I guess if you're going back many a year, and a sort of, I don't know, sort of, would it be beneficial to live within the city walls for?
It's not my place to say, but I would say, having briefly driven through it yesterday, I thought it was rather nice. I would suggest that at least 2 of those claims are wrong.
Well, there you go.
But I'll leave the rest to the residents of.
Historically, this may well have been the case, that it was harder to live outside of the city walls. I don't know.
Anyway, they've had a bit of a think here while we've been discussing within and without, and they've decided that Jack Leaning should bowl with the ball that's still only 13 overs old.
Well, he bowled with it when it was 1 over old as well, didn't he? So he's decided
he's pulled rank.
Going to come back on, and somebody's walking behind the bowler's arm or something.
We're now in the nicest weather of the day, by the way. So much for when I was leaving yesterday, one of the ground staff saying very confident it was definitely going to rain in the afternoon. Well, it isn't.
It's not at the moment. This one's played away out towards backward point. Yeye chasing after it. Yates is coming back for 2. Warwickshire moving on to 328 for 5. Leaning into his 8th over. That's fiddled around the corner by Yates. For 2 more runs, went back and played a rather more unorthodox shot around the corner. So yeah, quite comfortably the most profitable partnership of the innings then, this one. Just flashed up on the live stream a moment ago. A few 50 partnerships, but this the first worth a century. Of course, those 2 quick wickets in the over for Leaning. The last breakthroughs for Kent. So Leaning trying to get another one. Yates cuts to Mieye. Maxwell has to get a shuffle on to get to the striker's end. Field changes around for the right-handed Maxwell then. 124 Yates, 73 from 61 for Maxwell. It feels like he's been playing within himself even for that.
That's a slightly concerning thing for Kent. Doesn't really feel like he started yet.
Yeah, you feel like if he really decided to motor, as he tries to here, and actually gets a bottom edge down towards 3rd man. Quinn chasing after it. They come back for a jogged couple.
In fact, it's when he really decided to throw the bat that it hasn't looked right. Because there was one just after lunch where it flagged, it could have gone anywhere. And an inside edge down to long leg for 2 runs. The 6s that he's hit have been just proper, solid. You know, it's not been something wild.
No, sort of hits to the leg side. This one's been absolutely thrashed through the covers. And that perhaps is the first time that he's really gone after the ball with some welly that it's gone exactly where he wanted it to for 4. So Maxwell on to 79.
Yes, it was. I mean, it was a great scything stroke, but he was always in control of it. And yeah, he's 79 already. So it didn't quite happen in the blast, although, as we were discussing yesterday, he brought rather more to the club than just runs, as Warwickshire discussed quite a bit in his time with them. Evison, I think, has retreated after 2 overs in which he conceded 20 runs. And Matt Quinn, who bowled 2 overs from the Pavilion end, he's going to have a go at the Nackington Road end. So maybe Leaning has just bowled one there to let them change round. But it still went for 11 runs. And Quinn's going to have a go running towards us. So
yeah, I think Leaning's just trying all kinds of different combinations to see if he can get a bit of joy at the moment.
What else is that? You've got to pull all the levers and see if one of them will make something happen. Kent will get their chance to bat again on a pitch that still is fairly friendly for batting, it would appear, but they'll be facing a pretty steep deficit. Might get steeper yet. Round the wicket comes Quinn, and he hits Yates on the pad. There's a shout of enthusiasm or frustration, one or the other, from Leaning, but it's a solo he's doing there from his lone position, at sort of standing up, about where third slip would be.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the live stream, you can't actually, you can only just see Jack Leaning.
Seen, but
he's that wide.
Yes, heard but not seen. But and then he turned in a great kick at an invisible football or something. And now he looks down the pitch to see Quinn running into bowl round the wicket to Yates. He turns this away into the leg side, and there's no run.
So yeah, funnily enough, Jack Leaning doesn't have the best view of that LBW show. Bowler and keeper. We're not interested. Quinn came quite wide on the crease.
You can't knock him for the captain trying to make things happen. He's taken a couple of wickets himself. He's tried to do one or two unusual things. He's working the different angles in the field, but whatever he's tried, with the exception of the 1 over of his own, which brought 2 wickets, it's not working out. Quinn bowls, Yates defends up to extra cover. Flynn picks up. Kent had first dibs on this pitch, but it feels like Warwickshire scores more representative of the conditions, especially with the short boundary one side, than Kent's was. Yates' 120 has been instrumental in achieving that. And he waits for Quinn, drives him up to mid-off. Just looking back, I think it was about 10 to 3 yesterday afternoon when he came out to bat, Rob Yates. So if he's still there in about 25 minutes time, then he'll have completed a full day. And there's the rest of the afternoon, I reckon, available to him if he wants it. Round the wicket comes Quinn, and Yates is quite happy just to push that in the same direction again up to mid-off. Wind's picking up again. Quite breezy this morning. The sun has come out. But I know, back for those of you listening back in the Midlands, and by the look of 1 or 2 of the showers we've had in my garden, it'll be no play till August again. We had one on Saturday night. And everybody was saying the cricket club the following day that it was a very, very good effort to get the game on the following, because there were pictures flying around the sort of WhatsApp groups of the ground about 8 o'clock Saturday night with great pools of water on it. Forward comes Yates, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. It's maiden from Quinn. He's second in a row actually from different ends. 337 for 5, and Yates 120, but there's no pressure on him to score quickly at the moment, because Maxwell is threatening to break into a gallop and he's 79. But no, we had you get some heavier storms these days, don't you, than for various reasons, but we had one on Saturday night that rattled the timbers. He really did. Water poured down, and I think there's some more knocking around this afternoon, which is what's done for the game at Moseley, the Sparks game, which is very, very bad luck for that club today. But here, it's nice. So if you're listening in a squelchy part of Birmingham or Warwickshire as a home fan, then you can wish you were here. We'll send you a postcard. Anyway, I think Fred's coming in, isn't he?
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network back with us this afternoon. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. Matt Cole due to be here tomorrow and day 4. So Maxwell on 79 and Kadri is being brought back into the Kent attack. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 57. But this could be his biggest test yet, up against Glenn Maxwell, who appears, Fred, to be purring somewhat.
He does, yes. Apparently he hasn't played a first-class game for 4 years. But already in the press box we've been looking at the stats of his last first-class 100, and apparently got 278 not that long ago in the Sheffield Shield.
Kadri to Maxwell, drives out towards cover, and Denley in the deep does the fielding. I would suggest that perhaps maybe he should be playing a few more of these games the way he's gone about it.
Well, yeah, certainly from a Warwickshire point of view you would. I think from a Kent point of view it's been a suboptimal day, to put it mildly. There was that sort of spasm of hope when those early wickets fell, but since then this duo have really, they're basically batting Kent out of the game, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, the lead up to 166 runs. Contrasting styles with Yates, 120 from 294 balls, although that is a full toss which has been clipped away for 4. Bad delivery by Kadri.
And he knows it as well. He's berating himself for bowling it. He just sort of offers a mild shrug of apology as well, putting his hand up there.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowled 20 overs, and I can think of maybe sort of only 2 or 3 genuine boundary balls that he's bowled that have been treated as such, but he'll be disappointed there to have done so. Let Yates have 4 more runs. That's again leg side. 124 for the opener, 342 for 5 up on the board.
He was a little bit unlucky just after the first wicket fell, and I think it was Yates who flashed just past the slip cordon.
Yeah, bowls to him again, and it's another full toss on leg stump that's been swept away for 4 more runs. So when Kadri bowls 1 bad ball, another has followed so far in his almost 21 overs, because was it, I think it was Maxwell, or I can't remember who it was earlier on, that hit him for almost consecutive boundaries, or certainly off a single over. Yeah, he went for 10. Yeah, he went for 10, didn't he, off 2 balls? As back goes Yates, because he bowled 15 overs for 30, and then in the 16th or 17th over he bowled went for a 6 and a 4 in the space of 2 balls. So it's gone for 9 off this over so far since being brought back into the attack, and that's a full toss as well, but this time fortunately for him it's been hit back in his direction. So dot ball. Yeah, and Warwickshire 346 for 5, and unfortunately from a Kent point of view the lead is up to 175 for the visitors. Glenn Maxwell, the Australian all-rounder overseas, more of a white ball player than a red ball cricketer, but he at the moment is stretching this lead and doing so at a very quick pace. 125 is strike rate. He's got 80 on from 64 balls. This partnership's worth 121 with Yates. The opener is on 128, not out for a more watchful 299 balls he's been out there. But Maxwell's pace of scoring at the moment is really threatening to take this game away from Kent. The second new ball hasn't brought about the wickets that Kent would have been hoping for, and the lead up to 175. The 2 wickets from Leaning and 1 for Arshdeep, the only ones to fall so far today, but none in this session in the 50 minutes that we've had so far. So Warwickshire 346 for 5 as commentary continues online. So Quinn to continue. Kent fielders are running all over the place, trying to work out where they're meant to be fielding for Maxwell. Got long leg and a 3rd man and a deep point, and Leaning's basically fielding at gully rather than any sort of slip position.
It's a very, very wide 5th slip if he is fielding in the slips.
Kadri being moved a bit squarer as well.
They are taking a while to set this one.
So Quinn, bowls up in the air it goes, and it's going to land safe from the outside edge of Maxwell's bat. It was a sort of flashing drive attempted, and it ballooned up a good 10 yards short of where Kadri was fielding.
Yes, I mean, they are in a position where they can play a shot like that now. Maxwell, there's not really any pressure on them. Lead of 176. It wasn't a great stroke by Maxwell, but not really anybody near it for Kent.
He moves to 81. It's the sort of shot that most batters might start playing when they get through the 3 figures. So maybe Maxwell will knuckle down in the next 15 minutes or something. Pulled away here, out towards Mieye by Yates for a single. Or will Maxwell just continue about the same way,
well,
to be aggressive?
I wonder if they, the plan is just to, you know, while they're making hay here, pile on the runs. And at this rate, they could have a lead well in excess of 300 before the end of play. And we've still got 2 full days to go. The rain that we anticipated hasn't come and doesn't look like it's going to come this afternoon.
No, it doesn't. It's very sort of white cloud overhead. Not particularly grey or threatening. Oh, Maxwell shapes to go for some sort of scoop shot, reverse pull. Because Quinn saw it coming and banged the ball in short, and it's been given as a wide.
Yes, it was like he tried to change direction at the very last minute, and he couldn't quite control where he wanted to put that Quinn. It didn't look great, actually, when it came through. It bounced very high, and as you say, it was given as a wide.
So Maxwell waiting for Quinn. Top of his mark. 3-4-9 for 5. Maxwell 81. Oh, just moves to his right 1 step, tries to guide the ball in between the keeper and Leaning, who, as we say, is kind of at 5th slip gully. He's out of the picture if you're watching online. But actually, I think did he end up getting it on the hand? Or
I don't know.
certainly didn't get much bad on it.
Might have been off the bottom of the glove. It was a very strange looking shot. You could see what he was trying to do, but he just sort of dribbled to Jack Leaning.
Can't decide if he was in a bit of pain afterwards or whether he's...
It may have been embarrassment.
Can't believe he didn't hit the ball for 4. So Quinn again to him. Another short ball, goes for a hook shot. Oh, and he's nicked it as well. He's walking off Glenn Maxwell. Matt Quinn has bowled a wide short ball to him, and he's just got a thin tickle of an edge playing the hook stroke through to Jordan Cox, and there was almost no celebration at all from the Kent fielders.
Yeah, I mean, initially I didn't actually think he'd hit it because there was so little reaction from both the players and the crowd that I wondered if he just had a sort of waft at it and had got away with it. It wasn't the most elegant bit of cricket from either a bowling or a batting point of view. But Kent will be delighted that Maxwell at least can't inflict any further damage after that innings. 81 he's made there. His first class appearance for 4 years, or first county championship appearance for 4 years. Understood he was very keen to participate. He was given his cap in a ceremony yesterday morning here at Canterbury before the start of play. That partnership really has knocked the stuffing out of Kent. Any kind of realistic hopes they had of getting a result here, or certainly getting a win, it was always looking a long shot. But you just had the feeling when 3 wickets went down earlier today that if Kent could restrict them to a lead of, say, 150, then bat, say, get 400, there might have been a bit of a target, you know, 250 target wouldn't have been out of the question. So as it is, Warwickshire's lead is now 178. They're 349 for 6, and Burgess is the new man in.
There's a part of me that, from a just sort of general cricketing aesthetics point of view, it's slightly sad to see Maxwell on his way, because as Mike and I were describing, it felt like he scored 80 off 60-70 balls without really going in top gear. You just felt like he actually had another level that he could go to, and you know, that sort of Grant Stewart-esque kind of peppering of the boundaries never actually came, but you felt he probably had it in the locker. from a Kent point of view, they'll be very happy that that didn't happen, as Burgess is forward and defending this next one from Quinn, who finally has a breakthrough and a reward for his toils and his efforts to keep the run rate down.
And just an update from elsewhere, South East Stars are playing at Beckenham. They made 290 against Sunrisers, who are 18 for no loss in reply. And Kent's Grace Scrivens is playing for Sunrisers.
Of course she is.
And she is 12 not out at the moment.
Yeah, Alexa Stonehouse got 50 earlier on, didn't she? So, yeah, Grace Scrivens against some of her former colleagues, as this one's cut away by Burgess. It was a slower ball and wide of the off stump from Quinn. Maybe trying to bring that short cover fielder into play. Stewart chases after it. 350 comes up for Warwickshire, another batting bonus point for them.
I think they're present colleagues actually, because I mean she was initially in the squad for the Battle of the Bridge game, which took place last week. Kent beating Essex by 3 wickets there. She didn't actually play though, and I guess it must be frustrating. You think of all the great cricketers Kent have got, Tammy Beaumont, etc. It's so rare that you actually get the chance to see them all in the same side.
Yeah, as you say, a Kent team with their best 11 would be quite something.
It would be a formidable team to watch, and it's just a shame that we so rarely get the opportunity. But
back in the day when you'd have Beaumont, Edwards, Greenway, Marsh, etc. As Kadri is on again, and pleased that Maxwell, he doesn't have to bowl to him anymore. From the pavilion end, 3-5-1 for 6. But yeah, if you had Beaumont and Scrivens and Stonehouse, basically Tammy and all the young players that are coming through, Alex Davis and Richards of course as well, Tash Farron, it would be a very useful team. Turned away into the onside for a single.
And I mean, if you are in the area, you can watch that game for free. There's no charge to watch the Stars at Beckenham, and you can see a very good game of cricket there, absolutely free of charge. There's a couple more fixtures there before the end of the season.
You've seen the Stars play a couple of good T20s, one at the Oval, which went down to the final ball, which they ended up on the losing side, and then good T20 here at Canterbury before the Essex game actually that they were victorious in. Phoebe Franklin played very well for a half century in that one. This one's driven away by Burgess out towards mid-off. No run on this occasion. 2 for him, 130 for Yates up the other end.
Yeah, just thinking back to that missed opportunity, well, it wasn't really an opportunity, but when he did flash at Kadri earlier.
Kadri's bowling here to Burgess, defended away. Yeah, it really did flash sort of fast and wide of slip.
Yeah, he was on about 60 at the time, I think.
I mean, it would have taken a ridiculous catch from Finch to grab it, admittedly. As Burgess again plays this one straight back to the spinner. Kent with that wicket have picked up another bonus point.
Well, that is some consolation.
Well, that's mainly because at the moment that's all it looks like it'll be in the match situation. Kent certainly well behind. So
yes, I mean that stand that Maxwell put on with Yates was worth 124. And
quick time too.
Yeah, a very rapid 124. The lead at the moment is 181, so you can see how when he came in, really, I wouldn't say Kent were by any stretch of the imagination favourites, but they at least had a chance. And now, I suppose you've got 6 wickets down. Be looking at, if you did mop them up quickly, which is possible, say you could mop them up for another 20-30, the lead would only be about 200. Kent theoretically could make 400, 450, and stranger things have happened.
That's the only chance they've got, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
For that kind of scenario to take place. Realistically, they'd sort of minimum like to bowl Warwickshire out before the 110 over cut-off for the bonus points, to at least make sure they get another point in this game. In terms of, as Quinn is bowling around the wicket to Yates, and it's been well, it was an attempted drive, but he hasn't really got it quite right until the into the offside. We're just going to look at that scorecard from elsewhere. The game at Merchant Taylor's School, Middlesex are 191 for 5. So Holden and Higgins still going along in that partnership after a mini Northants fight back. Somerset 3-8-4 for 8 against Hampshire. This one's defended away by Yates. Notts are 127 for 1, replying to Surrey's 3-5-5 all out. Essex 165 for 4 at Blackpool. Having lost a bunch of time due to rain. Just got a couple of emails. Mike Watkinson. Getting in touch just to clarify what we were saying about the without the medieval walls of Canterbury in terms of Thannington. This one's pulled away by Yates down towards the long leg boundary. Apparently the name goes back to Old English. It's the estate of the people of Than, whoever he was.
Well, that is interesting. That's something that I'll reflect on the next time I'm stuck there. Because my experience of Thannington without is pretty much exclusively limited to traffic jams.
without a road that enables cars to travel in and out quickly. Perhaps. As the right-handed Burgess comes on to strike. Quinn bowls. Pushed away nicely, timed well by Burgess through point. Kadri setting off after it. They come back for 2. Good running by Yates, a man who's been out there for practically a day, as Mike Taylor was describing in terms of his batting, and he's still coming back for the 3rd with enthusiasm to help his teammate score an extra run. I'll put this question to Mike when he's back on in a moment, but just asking about how long Maxwell is staying for. Is it until the end of July, or is this his early championship game? The question from Nigel. And then Phil Phil, who's been in touch with us a few times, getting in touch again as a short ball from Quinn. Backing away there, Yates, trying to fiddle it down towards 3rd man. Arshdeep's got his hands out as if to sort of imagine he's taking the catch for the ball that never quite came in his direction. Phil's suggesting we could change the name of the ground to the Spitfire St Lawrence without, which yesterday would have been true because Kent were without any points yesterday, but they do now actually have a couple on the board. As Quinn bowls a short ball, Yates pulling it away, a couple of bounces out towards Mayeye in the deep, and a single run taken. This innings is 99 overs old. The ball is 19 overs old. Warwickshire are 357 for 6.
Yeah, it looks like Kadri's going to continue.
Any other sort of little villages in and around Canterbury that you've driven through that have stood out in a particular way? It took me years to work out that Nackington was actually a village. It wasn't just the random name of the
Well,
end.
I'm told it's a hamlet rather than a village.
Okay.
But there is a church. If you drive here from the Hythe direction, you go through the hamlet of Nackington. There is a church there. I mean, there are all sorts of bizarre Kentish place names that I think we kind of take for granted because we live here, and so they don't seem unusual to us.
Here comes Kadri around the wicket. That's been driven just past the outstretched left hand of Compton at short cover, but it was hit really crisply by Yates and away for the boundary out to deep extra cover. And he moves to 136 now. Nice timing, 361 for 6. The main one I can think of is the little village near Maidstone, which is spelt Trots Cliff, but you pronounce it Trosley.
Yes, I mean,
which makes no sense to me.
I think it's just something where the locals like to catch you out. Teeson as well.
Yes.
It's
spelt Teston. Here comes Kadri around the wicket. Cut away out towards backward point, where Stewart does the fielding.
I mean, I've been in situations like that. I can remember going to a place called westerning once for some sort of charity game, and there was a village. I still don't know how to pronounce it, but the next town was. We just watched Cadbury bowl it.
He's in here to Yates. Flatter delivery, turned away into the onside, straight to mid wicket.
You know, I think it was called Ampthil or something like that, and somebody I was with tried to pronounce it and got it wrong, and it caused great hysterics among the locals.
Here comes Kadri. This one's up in the air from Yates, over the head of Arshdeep though. One bounce, two bounce, and into the hands. In fact, no, he's fumbled it. So trying to go long down the ground, it went up rather than long, but it was long enough, if you will.
Yeah, he never really looked like he was going to get there. Well, he wasn't dissimilar to the one that he took this morning, where for a second it didn't look like he was going to get to that one either, and in the end he comfortably made his ground, but that one was always just slightly getting away from him there. So
here comes Kadri around the wicket, bowling again to Yates, cuts it away out towards Stewart. It's just been that bit more aggressive in this over so far, Yates, almost as if he's decided that now Maxwell's no longer with him, that he has to get on with things a little bit. Having so far done his best Ben Compton or Dom Sibley impression, if you will. It's been a nuggety, patient innings, but perfect building block for his team, and he drives here out towards wide mid-off. Finch does the fielding, he comes through for a single. End of the over. 193 runs the Warwickshire lead as they move to 364 for 6. Jaden Denley's coming out to field for somebody. Don't know who's going off the field. It looks like Matt Quinn might be wandering off.
we're going back a bit on the subject of place names. There was a feature on BBC Radio 1 going back a while. Mark Radcliffe used to do the afternoon show, and it was called On the Map, and then I can't really repeat what the rest of it was, but it was basically you tested people. So you came up with a place name and you had to work out whether it was genuine or not. And one of the names was Snodland, which is of course a town about sort of 5 miles northwest of Maidstone.
Yeah.
And that was one that caused hysterics when it was read out, because no one quite believed it was genuine.
Is Pratt's Bottom part of Kent?
It's one of those discussions, isn't it? It is. Depends on who you talk to.
Yeah, it's on the way to South London, sort of short of Bromley. This one's driven down the ground very nicely by Yates. Stewart back into the attack from the Nackington Road end, but at the moment Yates is hitting the first ball of the last, well, 2 overs now for boundaries and moving up towards 150. Yeah, somebody very excited by that.
I was going to say, I thought for a second that he must have reached a landmark, because he's made 143. I wonder if he has. I wonder if it's some of his past 2,000, 3,000 or something.
Or even a highest first class score.
Yeah.
There you go, highest first class score, previous best 141.
Yeah, so that would explain the exuberance coming from the Warwickshire balcony.
Clips this one away behind square on the onside. Rob Yates out towards Mayeye. Another single, so 144.
Was a very good shot to reach that landmark as well. Yeah, very powerful drive straight past the bowler.
Against Essex, I think, in 2021. Rob Yates 141, I believe. As down the pitch comes Burgess and slams a drive into the covers, but Harry Finch,
that's a
with an almost goalkeeper-like save.
Say it's sort of like a one-handed sprawling penalty save from Finch there to prevent what could well have been a boundary.
I'll change my previous suggestion about the Rob Yates 141 as Stewart bowls, and it's glided away by Burgess out towards point, where Kadri produces a good bit of fielding. He scored his maiden championship ton, aged just 19, a superb 141 in over 6 hours, the title chasing Somerset back in 2019. So there you go.
Yeah, still a very young player.
Maybe he's got 241s.
He has looked like he's barely offered a chance. in his 144.
But yes, regardless, this is his now new best in first-class cricket. As tumbling stop by Everson at mid-on.
The lead is approaching 200, 198 ahead at the moment, or Warwickshire.
Yeah, looking very much the team on top in the game. Kent need to break through this partnership and then skittle off the tail if they're to have any hope, really. As Burgess softly watching, or playing this watchfully into the onside to end the Grant Stewart over.
And there was a school of thought when we were last here for the championship with when Surrey played. There was an argument that Kent batted too quickly. That Kadri in particular, when he made his 71, I think it was not batting time, and had the tail batted for time, then maybe it would have been different. And I've got to say, I understood the argument, but I think that it was such a...
Generally it would be accepted that if you had a lead of 500 runs, that no matter how much time you've got, generally most teams aren't going to chase that.
I thought that they were living so dangerously. Just watch Kadri bowl here.
Attempted cut stroke. Oh, it beats Compton as well, and it'll beat Arshdeep. Chasing it to the rope, but might not get there. In fact, he does. Oh, he got a foot on it, but couldn't haul the ball back. So more frustration for Kadri. Yet another over where Burgess and Yates are coming together after the first ball of the over, where the ball has flown to the boundary for 4 off Yates' bat, and he moves to within 2 of 150.
Yeah, he just sort of backheeled it, but the momentum of the ball took it onto the rope.
So yeah, not the best bit of fielding from Arshdeep. Kadri to Yates, 202 the lead. Back he goes, drives off the back foot, out towards the sweeper, or get one. Rob Yates to 149.
Yes, I mean, just going back to the strategy for the Surrey game, I thought if they tried to block, they were going to get out, and then the lead would only have been, say, 350, 400, which still would have been reasonable.
Yeah.
And you still would have said in most circumstances you'd have a good chance.
Kadri was getting some short stuff, wasn't he? So his method of trying to deal with it was to score off it and counter-attack, which he did pretty well. So Burgess on 5, facing up to Kadri here, twiddling the bat. Now tapping it on the floor. Oh, goes for a reverse sweep, which has gone straight to the fielder. Burgess showing a few signs in the last 2 overs that he wants to get on with things.
Yeah, well, the lead is over 200 now after that first ball boundary, and Kadri comes in.
Short mid-on fielder in position. It's clipped past Jack Leaning in that roll out towards the sub-fielder at long on for a single. 375 for 6. Warwickshire here on BBC Sport Online.
And Yates is within a single of his next landmark. He's on 149. He faces this delivery from Kadri.
Never got one in professional cricket. Leaning is just slightly tweaking his field. For Yates. Had that minor scare previous Kadri over when he hit it straight up in the air, but over the head of Arshdeep. He's forward and playing this one on off the front foot, back up the pitch.
I mean, I suppose it's Kadri who's been closest to getting him, and both those occasions he's not been that close to the fielder.
Kadri bowls, Yates goes back and plays it out towards deep point for a single to bring up 150 for Rob Yates. 319 balls, 16 fours, and a new personal best for him in Championship cricket. He's played the perfect opening batter role for his team in this game. When your bowlers have skittled out an opposition and you find yourself batting on the first day in the afternoon, he's started off his innings watchfully. Hit a few boundaries this morning. He's played the understudy role to Maxwell in that 100-run stand as well, and now he's kicking on once more.
And it really has been a very impressive innings from a very impressive young player.
Field spreads once again as Grant Stewart starts up again from the Nackington Road end. Defended into the covers. Out to Leaning. 3-7-6 for 6.
Just in a sort of strange phase of the game, aren't we, where everybody knows that Kent are under the pump, just waiting to see how this stand will end.
Stewart around the wicket. Short ball. Oh, Harry Finch again, sprightly in the field to deny Yates some runs there. Moving away to his left, and he took that cleanly in his hands also.
Yeah, brilliant two-handed grab that from Harry Finch, getting a deserved round of applause from a crowd that hasn't had a vast amount to cheer about so far today.
Yeah, they're leaning over a side, and Cox's catch off Arshdeep. A few moments of joy for Kent supporters. Slower ball from Stewart, which has been manoeuvred into the offside for an easy single.
Yeah, there are some Warwickshire fans here. As we mentioned yesterday, there's a flag with the Lichfield Bears, which today is in a different place. It's over by the old Dover Road flat side of the ground. Yesterday they were up with the Nackington Road Grumblers, and it might be that they were put off by the grumbling and they've decided to move.
Is that a sort of well-known colloquial term for the spectators that sit at that
I
end?
believe it's a self-identifying term.
Okay. Driven away by Burgess out towards the sweeper on the offside. I think it's quite a good view from up that particular
it's normally
set of white seats.
Normally one of the best views in the ground, actually, but the position of the wicket for this match means that you probably get a slightly better view of the action from the old Dover Road side.
Yeah.
So yeah, Nackington Road Grumblers is I believe it's an institution. It's like the band of brothers who are here today.
Oh, I like it. Stewart around the wicket. Full delivery, which has been punched into the covers. Tumbling stop by the sub fielder. Be an update in a minute for BBC Radio Kent. Mike is updating BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, and then we'll replace me in a moment. Sun trying to poke its way through the cloud once again here at Canterbury.
There's a lot of glare out there today as well.
Yeah,
walking around the boundary, you need sunglasses.
Even when wearing mine.
Yeah.
Even when, as you say, the cloud is overhead and there is no sunshine. Pulled away by Yates. Down towards long leg. Sorry, I just listening to the news on BBC Radio Kent, and I just heard the word hairy caterpillars, or the phrase hairy caterpillars.
Yes,
don't touch them.
Public service broadcasting. If you do see any on the boundary, avoid them.
Love a good and finally story in the news.
Well, yeah, say a slightly sadder note. I have to say that one of the sixes that scored earlier this morning seemed to bring about the demise of a pigeon.
Oh yes,
it was.
I saw your photo on Twitter.
I was walking around the boundary, and huge six pulled off Hamid Kadri, went over the fence towards the old Dover Road side, and you couldn't find the ball, but you did see a huge amount of pigeon feathers.
Sorry to hear that for the pigeon involved. This one's cut away out towards third man, deep back of point. Arshdeep fielding, 2 more runs to Rob Yates' total. At least he hasn't hit that for 4, like the previous 3 overs or so. From Kent's point of view, 3-8-1 for 6, the lead 2-10. Kadri's 25th over is starting here. Quick single to Compton at point. A slight fumble from him, so they get through for it quite easily enough. Well, Kent do have a wicket since we were last here, but still, in terms of the match situation, it's Warwickshire's game, because Rob Yates, their opener, has gone through to his new first-class best, 155 not out for him. The lead 211. Burgess there with him on 7. Matt Quinn getting the wicket. He's been economical this season, this game as well. And Glenn Maxwell, who was threatening to take the Warwickshire score to a whole new level with his fast scoring, going for a big hook shot that he somehow managed to get a little thin lower edge of the bat through to Jordan Cox, the wicketkeeper. So another catch for Cox behind the stumps. Maxwell gone for a brisk 81. But that the only wicket in this session thus far for Kent, who only scored 171, of course, in their first innings. So 212 the lead. Yates, the man that is gluing things together here beautifully for Warwickshire, who in the sunshine that's briefly joined us here at Canterbury as commentary continues online, are 383 for 6. I'll just take you through the remaining 2 balls in this Kadri over. Yates comes down the pitch, up and away and all the way for 6. Oh wow, that's taken...
Well, that landed in the Kent dressing room balcony, and I believe it hit something. It may have hit some
hit the glass.
Liquid, or...
No, it's hit the glass, so there's a sort of glass screen at the front of the balcony. It's not the window itself, so the players' balcony on the Kent changing room, there's a sort of bar across the top and there's glass panels, and it's landed on top of one of the panels, and splintered glass has flown in a few directions.
Yeah, I hope nobody was sitting near that. I don't think anybody was.
No.
It certainly caused a bit of a commotion in that area.
I think Matt Walker's sat the other side of the sort of analysis dugout within the Kent changing room, but that was quite a fantastic shot from Rob Yates, and then a rather dramatic landing as the ball smashed glass on the Kent players' balcony. So end of the over.
It's just a dot ball there for Kadri after
the previous one, which was somewhat more dramatic.
Yeah, I don't think that'll have improved Matt Walker's mood very much.
No. So the Warwickshire lead is on to 218, and the visitors are 389 for 6. And I'll leave you with Fred Atkins of the ECB Reporters Network, and Mike Taylor will join him.
Just another update from Beckenham, where the Stars have got 290. Sunrisers 52 for 0 in reply so far, with Grace Scrivens, who is from Kent of course, but is playing for Sunrisers, on 29 not out, and Cordelia Griffith on 17 not out. The score here 389 for 6, and a run rate 3.7. I've been given a bit of impetus by that huge hit that smashed the glass just now. So Stewart comes into bowl.
Just rubbing it in a bit, isn't it?
It is.
Ball's pushed away for a single on the offside by Burgess. So 161. There wasn't really any need for him to try and stamp on the accelerator. It's not as if...
No, he's not going to run out of time, is he?
Pressure for time, but...
We were barely... We've had just over half of the overs bowled today.
Round the wicket comes Stewart, and who has replaced Quinn now at the Nackington Road end, and the next one's turned into the leg side by Yates for no run.
Do you think Warwickshire will be looking to have a bowl tonight?
Well, the way that they're playing implies that they would. I mean, there's no need, is there? They could quite happily. If they were still batting tomorrow morning, with the weather forecast is okay, isn't it? It's much better than it is back in the Midlands, so there's no pressure to do that. Yates drives into the offside and there's no run. But the evidence of the way things have progressed since Maxwell's out, and I'm not sure Maxwell either really slipped himself, did he? He didn't go
He wasn't going mad.
No.
But I got the feeling that certainly by the time he did get out, he wasn't going to be hanging around for long.
But he did sort of generally play classical shots very hard, which is a slightly different thing. Round the wicket comes Stewart, and Yates, he's a bit late on a pull here.
See, that's not dissimilar to the ball that got Maxwell out. It was, as we said at the time, there was such a dearth of a reaction that we didn't actually realise he'd gone until he started walking.
Yes, it was a bit wide, he was sort of reaching for it a bit. But Yates has risen to the challenge. He's rather outscored Burgess, who you would think it would be the other way around. So Yates showing us another side to his game. He pushes away square on the offside and takes one. So 162. I think he did very quickly, because he did well in the championship when he first broke through, sort of as an opening bat and with good concentration. I think people assumed that's what his game was. So he wasn't in the Blast team when it started, but coming into it halfway through the competition really did well. 4 successive half-centuries in the last 4 group games. But hadn't really made a lot of runs in the championship this season, apart from his 100 against Kent at Edgbaston. This is guided to backward point by Burgess. There's no run. He's the silent partner in this partnership at the moment. He's 9, and Yates 162, and it's 391 for 6.
Could strike a very classical pose when he finished with that shot there, Burgess.
He's a good player.
Holding the bat aloft, like, didn't pass the fielder, but probably would have been approved of by people who write the textbooks, if there are such things as textbooks anymore.
Well, Kent are plugging away. I do think, though, I was saying earlier on, I think they've stuck at it, Kent. They haven't thrown the towel in completely, although you'd be forgiven for starting to think that way. Cantry comes round the wicket and bowls to Yates, who drives for a single out into the covers.
Yes, it's one thing you can say about this side, that when things do get tough, and they have on a few occasions this year, they've done well to keep a lid on their emotions.
Yeah. Leaning's kept trying to do things. He's coming now to a short mid-on for Burgess, who comes forward and defends and finds a gap. He just placed the bat there, but he pushed it firmly to mid-off, so he takes a run.
It was a hesitant bit of running, but it was fairly comfortable in the end.
Scattered the field now, haven't they? So there's singles all over the shop if they want them. Yates with an open stance to Kadri bowling round the wicket. He's off spin, and he's forward to push away on the offside. Kadri 1 for 93. Got a wicket right at the start of his effort yesterday, but he's into his 26th over now. And he comes round to Yates, just a fraction shorter, and Yates has scored a lot of runs there, but he doesn't this time because Compton tumbles over, running round to backward point, and makes a good stop. 393 for Warwickshire, the lead of 222, and again, this time more restily, Yates hits it to backward point.
When we spoke to Matt Walker last night, he was fairly miffed. I think it's an understatement. He would have much rather they were in a position like this. 3-9, 3 for 6.
Round the wicket comes Kadri, and there's a run here for Yates, pushing it away into deep extra cover. 3 from the over, 394 for 6. Yeah, I mean, you could replay this game in the same conditions and have both teams making roughly 400 in their first innings, and we start the third innings of the game sometime tomorrow afternoon. That's an alternative version of this match. And Kent will be thinking, you know, there'll be quite a few Kent batters thinking these should be my runs here.
Yeah, I think the only one he said that Compton was possibly a bit unlucky, or rather that Compton got a good ball.
Yeah.
Tawanda was unlucky with the decision that he got, but apart from that, I mean, in particular with the run out, the run out was, I mean, all run outs are questionable, aren't they? Unless you're chasing.
No, that was a big boo-boo. Stewart starts a new over, and Yates flicks this away off his pad for one to long leg, and at that point in the day, it just set a tone of Warwickshire being in charge, and for about an hour it felt like anything Warwickshire tried was coming off.
Yeah, and I think with Leaning as well, it was particularly frustrating because he looked all right. I mean, he'd only made 7, but he didn't seem to be in any particular trouble.
No, he was fine, but Kent's carelessness has come at a great cost. Forward comes Burgess, pushes away into the covers, but he's still trying. Leaning, he's tried various permutations, including an over with the new ball himself.
Yeah, he's stand-in captain at the moment, with Sam Billings dropping out of red ball cricket, and so he's not been afraid to try things.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to be said for that. Stewart right arm over the wicket, and this is a loose shot here from Burgess. Takes one hand off the bat, and it comes off a thick edge but low, running down to Kadri at third man, and they take one. Burgess to 11, providing support for Yates, who is leading the charge now. Was 53 overnight. He's now 165, his highest first-class score. Stewart finds that the batter isn't ready, so he wanders through a circle, and now he is, and gets a short ball, Yates, which he sets as if he's going to try and hook, and then pulls out, allows it to pass through to Cox.
Yeah, they've tried that a few times in this innings, Ken, and with the wicket of Maxwell being the conspicuous example of it being successful.
There was one fairly early on this morning that Yates got off on the edge. He went well wide of Cox, but I thought that you might get some more after that. Didn't really. Stewart tries him another bouncer, and Yates is on top of this. He doesn't really hit it hard. He hits it more or less straight into the ground, and he bounces up to Finch.
Yes, that one was more at the batter, wasn't it? That was more at his head, whereas some of the previous effort have been sort of unusual, I suppose, and they have been quite wide. Matt Quinn bowling one very wide just a few overs ago.
Yeah, I think the one that got Maxwell might have been a little bit wider, which might have caused one of the reason why he got an edge to it. Anyway, they disagree about a run here, and Burgess has been sent back, but he's back in time. Had the brakes on just in time after Yates had turned it to mid-wicket. He raises a hand of apology. 3-9-6 for 6 at the end of the over, so the lead is 225. There are still 42 overs in today's allocation, but Warwickshire's demeanour with the bat at the moment, when they could, I mean, they could just be grinding Kent. You know, it's not like it looks as though we're going to lose a whole day or something like that. So somewhere along the line, so they could just grind it, but that doesn't seem in their mind at the moment.
No, they've not gone full tilt. It's not been, they've not sort of clicked into blast mode yet, but they are taking the chances when they get them, as you would expect them to, I suppose. And as you say, it is just that sort of situation when you just see the scoreboard, you're 225 behind. It's a very frustrating situation to be in.
Yeah, it's pretty horrid. Kadri bowls. Oh, and a reverse sweep from Burgess, and he's going to get runs. It's chased back. A good stop by Denley, who's been splendid in the field, and keeps them down to 1 run. Burgess to 12. He's tried that a couple of times now. In comes Kadri. He gives us a bit of loop to Yates, who drives up to short extra cover. There was an under edge that went past the stumps. It was a loose drive at Kadri this morning, but not many mistakes really in this effort. Here he chips that a little bit in the air, but it went a few paces to the left of Jack Leaning and falls safely down towards long off.
Yeah, just for a second it looked like it might get to Leaning, but there was no cry of catch it, which is you normally hear. Whether that says something about the match situation.
Takes one more. Round the wicket comes Kadri to the right-hander, and that might have come off an edge as well, but it runs down fine and chased back by Compton for 2 runs to take Warwickshire to 400 now. I'm sure when they set out a little before this time yesterday, I thought, well, we'd like 400, that'd be great. And they've got them, and there might still be quite a few more available.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to declare.
There's no hurry. Kadri bowls, and Burgess turns it to mid-wicket.
I mean, there was a situation last year, Kent played Surrey at Beckenham, and Surrey batted far too long. got a score in excess of 700, and then ran out of time on the last day when the rain came in and Compton was at his limpet-like best.
Yes. Burgess defends to end the over. I mean, look, that could happen here. I mean, team batted a day and a half to score 500 to win in the very last championship game. But so you can bat a long time in the third innings in this match, but it's difficult to do it when you're under the pressure. That's the thing, isn't it? There's no reason you say, well, Kent could bat a day and a half on this. There's no reason to suggest they couldn't. They've got good players. But it's not so easy when you're going in again 300 behind, is it?
Yeah, and everyone's got to be absolutely focused. Everyone's got to have the same discipline. Looks like Joe Denley's going to come on from the Nackington Road end. He bowled an over before lunch, didn't he? It wasn't massively successful.
Just the one. No.
His figures are currently 3 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets.
He had a couple last night, but
he's been very successful in T20 cricket as a bowler. Ken actually used him as an opener when in the season they won it, 2021. So he is useful.
Here he comes, Denley, and bowls to Yates, who goes right back in the crease and takes a run. Straight bat, forcing it away on the offside. 167 to Yates.
I also think when you're a batter and you've made a low score, it's just a chance to get involved and make a contribution when you're bowling. It's you just feel like you're doing something. Otherwise, you're just stewing on the fact that you've not made any runs.
Well, he's led the way in the field. To be fair, Joe Denley, he's been splendid in the field, and he has Burgess going back here and forcing that through the covers. So man out at deep cover and they amble through for a single. The fielder ambles in from the boundary. Arshdeep, everybody knows that's only going to be one, so slow motion he's fine. Burgess to 15. And already this pair have added 53. Yates' 7th different partner in this long innings. And he's forward and slightly miscues that. Back to Denley. Yes, Maxwell bounced one of his deliveries off the walls of the flats before lunch, one of his more indulgent strokes in that innings of 81. Now Yates pats the ball in the same direction but all along the ground. Out to Compton.
Yes, it's quite common for sixes to land in the garden of those flats during blast fixtures. It's less common in the championship, which is why it took a very long time for the ball to be found.
Yes. Well, the red ball's probably harder to find in the middle of the begonias or whatever it is. There's a run here for Burgess, pushing it into a gap at extra cover. The gap's all over the place at the moment, so that they can pick up 4 runs and over without really playing any shots just now. Lead of 233. Denley trots in, and Yates goes back, and there's another one. Out a bit square this time. Out to deep cover. So it is like the sort of middle overs of a 50 over game in the minute. 405 for 6. Yates 169 and Burgess 16. Of course, the 50 over games will be on us soon.
They will, yeah.
One Day Cup.
Along with the blessed 100.
Yes. Well, Kent are going on quite the tour. We were talking about that earlier, about Kent. Those who follow Kent away from home are doing a sort of seaside lap of England. Scarborough and Blackpool.
Yes, I mean, you don't get too many trips to Scarborough these days if you're a Kent supporter. I can't remember the last time they played there. I'm sure it may have been fairly recently, actually. But,
well, I can't recommend it more highly if it's a Kent supporter, if you're looking for games to go to away from home. Blackpool's very good as well, but Scarborough is splendid.
Scarborough's one of the great outgrounds, I think.
There are look, if you're listening to this broadcast, it means that you must be a bit of an enthusiast about county cricket. You wouldn't come across it if you didn't. So I think we're talking with like minds. If we're talking to you, if you're listening to this, Cantry bowls and Yates defends. But there are very few places in this country, I would suggest, that have more enthusiasm for county cricket than Scarborough. Because they really do queue down the road waiting for the gates to open there. I've seen it. The charge for the front benches that day was quite something. Yates sweeps in the air, but always safe, and he gets 1. It was a cup semi-final Warwickshire played, but for some reason Headingley was out of commission, and they played it at Scarborough, and an hour and a half before the start, when I turned up, they were queuing down the road waiting for the gates to open. And you should have seen the cavalry charge when they opened. A drive here by Burgess through extra cover away for 4 runs. Splendid stroke. Burgess' first boundary goes to 20. You wouldn't have thought people could move so fast carrying a cooler box.
No, well, I could make a joke about. I could make a joke about Yorkshire here, but I'll leave that.
Yeah, but do go for Kent fans. If you're looking for one to go to, then Scarborough is very good. But you'd have fun in Blackpool as well, and the Isle of Wight apparently. That's very good.
Yeah, I think Kent are due to play at the Isle of Wight.
Well, there's lots of fun there. He's driven into the covers for no run.
Swansea is a ground I've always wanted to go to.
Went there once, yeah.
Very close to the sea.
It is. No, it is very close to the sea. On windy days, feels like the sea's getting closer to you. Cadry bowls, and forward comes Burgess, defends, up to mid-off. So that is quite the... so you can collect a fair few sticks of rock going around supporting Kent in August. Round the wicket comes Cadry, and back in the crease goes Burgess, and he wants a run here, and he'll get one, pushing it to mid-on. So another 6 runs picked up in that over. 4-11 for 6. Warwickshire have got one in Neath. I know that. I've been rotated to go to Neath. I'm looking forward to that.
Glamorgan must be one of the most progressive counties in terms of putting the show on the road. They must have so many outgrounds. I think they even used to play at Colwyn Bay. I don't know if they still do.
Colwyn Bay's lovely. I've been to Abergavenny, of course, has quite a following. I mean, if you pick up a sort of a wisdom from the 60s and 70s and look at the places Glamorgan would play 3-day games then, there were all sorts. Ebbw Vale and all over the place. Cumbraen, I think, had one.
And I suppose it's different in the case that Glamorgan, they really are representing a nation, aren't they?
The country, yeah. I think that the second 11 games quite often used to be at Usk. I don't know if they still are, which you sort of pass on the way, on the road in from Ross, near Abergavenny. He's leaning, coming to have a go. It's his turn. And from the Nackington Road end, his first ball is turned away into the leg side by Burgess for 1. So he is now 22, and it's 412 for 6, and there are runs more or less wherever Warwickshire want them at the moment.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any real pressure. It's just a very strange sort of phase in the game. It doesn't look like there's a great deal happening. It's a sort of slow accumulation.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, another 100 runs. It feels slow because it's not like they're trying to whack it everywhere, but actually the tins are rattling around quite fast. And another 100 runs could be trowelled onto the lead here if Kent aren't very careful before very much longer. The next one's defended back.
Yeah, the current run rate 3.7 and over, which isn't slow at all.
Round the wicket comes leaning, and Yates has to reach for this, but he guides it out square on the offside. But the wicket fell in the 97th over. This is the 111th, so in 14 overs since the wicket of Maxwell, when you would think the scoring would simmer down a bit, Warwickshire have added another 64. So what's that? 4.5 and over. Leaning round the wicket, and Burgess defends.
You know, I think 64 is probably more than any partnership can put together at any stage in their innings. I think their biggest partnership was about 40.
Yeah. And it's not as if they're trying to smash it either. Leaning bowls, and Burgess is back and hits this hard out to deep mid-wicket, and they take 1. There's nothing particularly wild going on, although anybody sitting near where that glass was might think otherwise.
Well,
I hope everybody's all right, actually.
Initially I thought it had knocked some liquid or something because of the way that you could see the sparks flying.
Yeah. Well, I'd hope it wasn't nasty over there. But we heard the sound of breaking glass. Now, that was a good one from Leaning. Yates was fidgeting to get out towards him a bit, and Leaning fired it in at his boots, and Yates dropped the bat on it. End of the over, just 3 runs scored in that one. 414 for 6, 171 Yates, and 22 to 23 to Michael Burgess. Are you due back in, Ben? I'll let Ben back in. Here he comes.
Just there's a brief pause here while batsmen take on the drinks. We're about 6 overs away from the tea interval. 3:29 here on the clock at Spitfire Ground, or the St Lawrence, whichever you prefer to call it. Warwickshire 414 for 6 in reply to Kent's 171. Burgess 23 not out, and Yates 171 not out. And at this point, you have to say that Yates looking like a very decent bet for a double hundred. Yeah, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. He's just continued on his merry way, having gone to 150. Getting the support he requires at the other end as well from Burgess, who's on 23, going back to this delivery from Kadri and turning it away into the onside.
It's one of the features of this ground, we're just talking about grounds by the coast. You do get seagulls here at Canterbury. You can probably hear them.
Kadri bowling, fires in a full delivery, which is driven back in his direction. Mid-on tidying up.
They have caused a few times when players have had to, batters have sort of pulled out shots because low-flying seagulls have flown by the sight screen.
Kadri around the wicket once more. Burgess goes for a quick single up towards mid-on, and he forces a fielding error from Matt Quinn, and they come through.
Yeah, not a costly error because it's only ever going to be a single there.
Yeah, Warwickshire very much in control of this game too. 244 runs the lead, 415 for 6 on the board. Robbie Ace is on 171 with Burgess there on 24. Maxwell the only man out in the session for 81. A short ball that was attempted hook stroke and he edged it behind Jordan Cox. I don't know about you, Pat, though. I'm getting sort of vibes of the Kent game against Northamptonshire, except it's all the other way around. Team bowled out cheaply in the first innings. Big score, one inning score possibly, with one batter dominating. And then a victory for the side that just batted once. Kent are certainly a long way away from getting any kind of result in this game, with it being the afternoon of day 2 at the moment. Warwickshire fully in control. Commentary continues online. We've got just a few overs left until the tea break. So into the over from Kadri. 415 for 6, and yeah, it is kind of the previous game that Kent had, but in reverse. They're the ones being dominated rather than Innings' victory against Northants.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's been in that situation, whichever team you follow. When certainly I can remember when I first started getting into cricket, watching the England team playing in the Ashes against Australia around about 1989, I think it was. And, always seemed to be under the pump.
Leaning bowling, turned away into the onside for no run. Middlesex just gone past Northamptonshire's first innings score. They're 2-2-1 for 7. Stevie Eskenazi has just gone in at number 9, which I don't quite know what has happened there, whether he got injured in the field or something, or but very bizarre to see him down the order in that sort of fashion.
Unless they had a couple of night watches last night, perhaps.
Well, they had one, yeah. Bamba came in and opened, but don't quite know why. That means Eskenazi's so low down the order. But anyhow, he's knocked the score past Northamptonshire's first innings effort. Somerset at 461 for 9, with Rue on the verge of a double ton in the game. What a season the 19-year-old wicketkeeper batter is having, as this one is flashed past slip and down towards third man for 4. Robbie Yates moves to 175. Actually, 420 for 6. The lead a run away from 250 now.
Quinn put on a bit of a spurt going for that. I think he realised fairly quickly that it wasn't going to be worth risking his hamstrings for.
4 wickets for Dawson, 4 for Abbott. Somerset's other arrested bowlers entering not the way the batters are playing, seemingly. A rain delay at the Oval. Back goes Yates to that delivery from Leaning. Yorkshire 309 for 4 at tea against Worcestershire. Still no further play. Glamorgan none without loss against Leicestershire. Derbyshire 96 for 2 at Sussex, who made 402 all out. Durham 198 for 4 in reply to 316 all out. Cut away out towards point. It was in the air for a moment. It's going to go to the short boundary for 4. two fielders were interested, and Jack leaning down on his haunches because Robbie Yates has stepped back to cut and got a bit of a top edge to it.
He just sort of landed almost equidistant between, I think it's Quinn and Denley down there.
And raced away in the end for another 4. Shortest boundary on offer at the moment. Yates 179. This new first class best for him, just waiting for this one, and again steering it in that gully backward point area. It's time for a single to keep the strike. Jack leaning, looking particularly frustrated.
Yeah, it's a difficult job that Leaning has got. Stand-in skipper, of course, Sam Billings is the club captain, but he's not being considered for Red Ball selection at the moment. And, I think did Matt Walker say last night they're reviewing that?
Yeah, what he sort of suggested that maybe Billings wouldn't be available until post 100, not necessarily until the latter stages of the season in Red Bull cricket. So obviously there's a couple more games to go before the end of the month, so it may well be a wait and see if he's involved in either of those. But the suggestion was, as Yates comes down the pitch and drives and it's stopped by Leaning, that he may not be.
I think the initial press release said he was out for the season, but I would imagine they review that.
Here's Kadri, flicked away leg side. That looked like he tried a leggy there actually, Kadri.
Well, he might well have done to mix it up a bit. I mean, it might be the situation with Billings. You've got Jordan Cox as a wicket keeper. Harry Finch can keep as well, but it only takes one injury or something similar.
As this one is down the ground and beautifully struck by Burgess. That's one bounce and away for 4. Didn't try and overhit it, that was the key. Just a lovely flow of the bat to plant Kadri back over his head for 4. And on to 430 for 6, the Warwickshire score.
The other thing that comes into the equation, Jordan Cox could get an international call-up. It's not out of the question. He did get selected for an England tour last year, didn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
the Pakistan one, yeah.
Without knowing exactly what England's fixtures are, imagine they've got a fairly busy limited overs schedule towards the back end of the summer.
Quinn just moving back towards some of the practice wickets at mid-on. Kadri around the wicket. Burgess quite happy to just drive it to him and take a single.
I think the overall impression that I got is that this is it's a tough game. It always has been a tough game, but it's especially tough when you're not doing well. It's a very frustrating sport.
Kadri around the wicket, tossing this one up, yeah, particularly on a pitch where it's not offering much, neither the ball. And you yourselves have underperformed with the bat and being made to work hard in the field. Kadri tossing this one up, steered away offside once again by Yates. Really good enthusiasm and fitness between the wickets from him. Having faced 364 balls, he's back for the second once more. 433 for 6. So a couple of overs, well in fact 3 overs I think to go until tea.
Yeah, which is actually not going to be that late today, because a significant number of overs have been bowled by the spinners.
Yeah, I think Kent a +2 on the over 8.
Which is very unusual for this season. Denley, Leaning, Kadri have all been bowling, probably about 40 overs between them.
You go back to the game at Edgbaston last season, this one's pulled away for 4. That was absolutely crunched by Burgess past short mid-wicket, where Compton has basically just tried to get his shin out the way there rather than trying to even catch it.
Yeah, and he sort of put his hand up to Leaning to, I think, apologise, or it's difficult to say exactly what's happening here. It looked like he probably avoided a broken ankle by pulling his leg out of the way of that one.
But Jack Leaning didn't look too impressed that there was no effort to stop it from him.
No, he didn't.
Little little bit of a face-off between the two of them, a staring contest as Leaning bowls wider of the off stump, and it's been driven off the back foot by Burgess out towards cover. Yeah, last year in the game at Edgbaston that Kent won, they in the end were running around bowling loads of overs to spin to get their over rate down, so they didn't lose any points before they eventually took the last wicket. So this one's defended away in slightly bizarre fashion in an attempt to avoid any penalties.
Yeah, it was a very surreal thing watching that, and watching Jack in particular smiling ruefully when he took that wicket.
Yeah. Here he comes. I mean, got 2 and 1 over in this innings, but none in his other 10. It's driven out towards long on. And the lead on to 267. Burgess has contributed 35, Yates on 183. It's Yates on the strike. 2 to go in the over. Leaning around the wicket, bowls. Yates on the front foot defending. Nudging it away into the covers. Arafat Bhuyan, Jaden Denley, Jazz Singh, all in green bibs, the sub-fielders, walking around the boundary down below our commentary position as he's nutmegged himself here, Rob Yates. Went back to cut and it wasn't on for the shot. And he's ended up chopping the ball between his own legs for a single.
Yeah, there's an anguished howl from Leaning as if he was just about to appeal, and he realised so Yates must have got something on it, or either that or it wasn't going to hit. But possibly that was the frustration of the day getting to Leaning there. Just sort of going back to that incident with Compton, ball was hit it like a rocket, really, going towards his ankle. He didn't get down to it, and you don't know what's been said out there, do you? Well, I don't think you'd be necessarily happy as a bowler, but when the lead's 268,
yeah,
is it worth risking a serious injury?
Kadri bowls, steered out towards backward point.
Especially
when it's a rubble. Well, it's a short ball that's been pulled away.
I was going to say, especially when you think Compton is probably Kent's best hope of saving this game.
Well, quite. This one's driven away square. It's one of those when, as a bowler, well, from my own perspective, if I bowl a short ball and somebody tries to stop it, you're sort of quite grateful. You, in the back of your mind, think, well, probably deserve to go for 4 anyway. Here's Kadri. Defended away back up the pitch. 3 dot balls in the over so far. He's got through it quickly, Kadri. This one driven by Yates out towards mid-off. 185 for him. So the likelihood is if he's going to get a double ton, he's going to have to do so after tea.
And just the rate that they're scoring here, almost 4 and over.
Pushing back up towards 4 and over.
If they do decide to bat on, if they don't get out, of course, they could be at least 400 ahead by the close of play, if not 450.
Yeah, that would be quite something. Having started the day behind. Kadri in, around the wicket, fires it to Burgess. In flat, and it's clipped to mid-wicket. Dot ball, so just the 1 run off the Kadri over. 31 overs he's got through, 1 for 114.
Matt Quinn just trying to keep it light out there by running around in a slightly ungainly fashion, sort of picking his knees up and almost trotting around. He's grinning towards the sub-fielders who are down there on the boundary, or it may have been somebody in the crowd. Actually, when that 6 went into the bushes earlier and possibly killed the pigeon,
yeah,
Matt Quinn actually sort of came out and was looking for it.
Here comes Jack Leaning, fired in, and Yates defends. I've noticed that a bench has now been put up against where the glass panel broke, and some towels covering the glass panel on the Kent players' balcony that was broken by a 6 from Rob Yates, for 5 Live Sports Extra listeners who are are joining us, that was hit down the ground off the spinner. Yates has been the mainstay of this Warwickshire innings and has helped them put on a lead of 269, thanks to contributions from pretty much all the batters elsewhere, as it's played away for a single out towards the point boundary. Davis 42 yesterday, 25 from Rhodes. Hayne was out early on this morning for 32, a cut shot. We're just about to get some rain.
It is raining, yeah. There are some spots on the glass here. Only got 3 balls left in this session.
Yeah, on the stroke of tea, as Burgess defends. Yeah, Hayne caught behind by Cox off Arshdeep Singh. Jacob Bethel made 31 before he was caught slog sweeping top edge off Leaning, who also got Barnard in the same over for naught. Then Maxwell scored 81. Had a very brisk rate. The Australian, in fairness, it felt like he didn't really go into full overdrive. We could have seen even more from him as this one's batted back. He hit 10 fours and 2 sixes, 67 balls for his 81, and yet you felt like he probably had another gear that he could have gone to, just as he was on the verge of maybe scoring 100 and edged a hook shot behind off Quinn. Burgess has been positive out there as well for his 36 not out as he takes a single into the offside, and as a result we go to tea on day 2 at Canterbury with Warwickshire very much on top in this game. Kent 171 all out yesterday, just that 50 from Grant Stewart, any kind of resistance having been 40 for 4, 78 for 7, and well, certainly the consensus from the two teams, from Hannon Dolby, the bowler for Warwickshire, and Matt Walker, the Kent coach, last night, was that this is a docile pitch. It's slow, it's pretty flat, and that Kent massively underperformed on it yesterday, and Warwickshire are showing that to be the case with the way that they have grafted and gone about things so far on day 2. So Warwickshire 442 for 6 at the tea break here at Canterbury on day 2, leading by 271 runs against Kent.
Just looking to see if the ground staff are going to bring the covers on. There seems to be some sort of negotiation going on with the umpires. We had a few spots of rain just a moment ago. It doesn't seem to have continued. No evidence of umbrellas going up around the ground.
There was a member of the ground staff yesterday who promised Mike Taylor that it was going to rain this afternoon, so...
Well, he wasn't wrong.
I mean, technically he's correct, isn't he, with the odd drop that we've seen, but...
it just wasn't in the volume that Kent will need if they're to get anything out of this game, I'm afraid.
Yeah, quite. The umpires are making their way off, so we will be off air for the next 20 minutes until the players are out after tea to resume. Thanks to Fred Atkins for joining us for this session. Myself and Mike Taylor will be back for the final period of play.
players are making their way out after tea now, and that is a little surprising because as they went off for tea, there was just a few spots of rain flecking the windows. Then the covers were called upon about 5 minutes into the break, and they actually brought out a sheet of tarpaulin. But the umpires rang the bell, the ground staff have taken them off, and it looks as though we're going to start. So, here we go for the moment. This is Mike Taylor. Freddie Young's with me at the moment, and I don't know quite how long we're going to play for, but this is really the first disturbance Warwickshire have had all day.
Yes, hi Mike. Bit of drizzle before the end of the last session, but we're back on now.
I think Warwickshire should be quite happy to carry on playing no matter what.
Absolutely.
For the time being. If anything, it's just brightening up all of a sudden. Here's Arshdeep, who's running away from us to start the final session. And Burgess, who's 36 not out, he's through a pull a bit early. And there's a yell from behind the stumps from Jordan Cox. But there's no run. 4:42 for 6, so that's a lead of 271. And we're at one of those stages of the game where Kent will be quite happy to take any excuse to get off at the moment, and quite understandably. And Warwickshire should be quite happy to stay out there. I don't know if it's monsooning, they'll stay out there at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's the state of play at the moment. We've got 31 overs to go in the day.
Yeah. Off goes Arshdeep, running away from us. And this is the first time he bowled from this end. He bowls another bouncer, and Burgess sets as if he's going to hook it, and then he doesn't. This is his 23rd over. All of them have been from the Nackington Road end so far. Does he tend to favour one end here? Because
yeah, bowlers do tend to. He's obviously bowled all his overs from the other end. But with the score as it is, you want to mix it up and try something else.
Ben's appeared in a hurry. I think he needs to come in here, so I'll let him.
So Arshdeep Singh, third ball of the over. I'm now joined by Ben. Singh to Burgess. It's another bouncer. Burgess makes contact this time and hits it on the floor to Miei, deep backward square leg. Hello, Ben.
Hello, hello. Got slightly caught by surprise that they were coming out just after 4 o'clock. Still a little bit of rain in the air. Ground staff are kind of loitering. Should it get any heavier? Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Well, we're up and running after the tea break, although ground staff currently loitering because there's just a little bit of moisture in the air. We've had a few light drops of rain over the tea interval, but Warwickshire continuing to try and build their lead. 272 runs over Kent, 443 rather, for 6 on the board, with Rob Yates on 186, his best first class score. Burgess there with him on 37. The wickets today, a couple for Leaning, one for Arshdeep, as Kent have somewhat toiled, as well as that one for Quinn, getting rid of Maxwell, the last man to go, caught behind by Cox from the bouncer. But Kent looking for more wickets in this final session of the day, and they're going to have to bat very well in this game in order to avoid a defeat. So a little bit of time out of the game in terms of a rain delay wouldn't be the worst thing from a Kent point of view, but at the moment it looks like the skies are passing over pretty quickly. It's been pretty windy all day, so it would have to be a significant bit of weather. I don't think we're going to get that for the moment. Just looks like it's starting to brighten up, in fact. So commentary continuing online. Warwickshire 443 for 6. So Arshdeep, 1 ball left in the over, only 1 off it so far. Yeah, it just looks like slightly brighter where the weather is coming from, although maybe more grey cloud to come. Slower ball from Arshdeep, which has just been angled down towards third man for a single. Ground staff are still loitering over on the far side, aren't they? So it is now 4 for 6. Freddie Young alongside me.
We've got Matthew Quinn, again bowling from the Nackington Road end, having a chat with Captain Jack Leaning. Little bit of drizzle about. We can see some very light drops on our window here in the commentary box, but not enough, I don't think, to take us off.
No, it's one of those. I was surprised they even bothered to bring the sort of full covers out over tea time, because the ground's so dry. A bit of light rain wouldn't hurt it at all.
No, but we can see Adrian Long and his colleagues stood by the wheel on covers. They've moved the advertising boards for some easy access. We've got Matt Quinn at the top of his run-up with Rob Yates, 187 not out on strike. Warwickshire, of course, now lead by 273. Matt Quinn, this will be his 21st over. Quite an effort for the tall seamer.
He's done well to keep it as tight as he has.
Yeah, 2.8 overs, a good record for 20 overs, especially on this kind of pitch. Quinn into Yates. It's short and it's hit on the floor for a single down to Mieye at backward square leg. So one from the over. Quinn's bowled 7 maidens, which brings Burgess on strike, who's 37 off 52. Will perhaps look to up the ante this session, especially if there's a bit of rain about. I think Warwickshire are quite happy with their position at the moment, aren't they, Ben?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It struck me as I was doing an update half an hour or so ago that it's kind of the flip side of what happened to Kent at Northamptonshire the other day, when Bud Drummond and Mieye obviously scored the big runs and Kent won by an innings. And for listeners that are with us on 5 Live Sports Extra, it's very much that kind of vibe. Warwickshire are going to look to bat once and go big and give themselves a nice healthy advantage, and then to try and bowl Kent out again, as they did cheaply in the first innings yesterday for just 171. Warwickshire with 445 for 6 on the board. The Kent field right now is somewhat bizarre. They've got
interesting, isn't it?
2 fielders on the leg side, one at deep mid-wicket, one's at kind of wide mid-on, and then they've just got others kind of scattered around on the offside. I'll try and describe it in a moment as Quinn is in and bowling. Burgess lets it go. Leaning is at slip, but it's basically a 3rd or 4th slip. There's a very wide gully and a sort of shortish third man, because he's not all the way back on the rope. There's a deep point again who's in from the rope, because it's a long boundary to the hospital side at the moment. There's 2 fairly close-ish catchers at cover and extra cover, mid-on as well for Quinn.
Quinn is in. Burgess on strike, tried to scoop it. Has he got bat on that?
I thought he might have missed it.
Wait and see. No, it's buys. So Quinn has bowled a wide-ish Yorker. Burgess had tried to scoop it. He was trying to go leg side, but it was to his offside. Tried to scoop it between slip and wicketkeeper. Got no bat on it, and Cox just missed it. So it's 4 buys. And that brings up the 100 partnership between Yates and Burgess. 131 balls.
Yeah, rather bizarre sequence of events, really, the way it played out. Going for the ramp shot and playing and missing Burgess.
I think Burgess's intentions are clear based after that shot. There's a very tempting gap on the leg side, which will be why he played that shot. What's he going to do this ball? Quinn is in. He steps over to the offside. It's a short ball, and he hook pulls it for 4. Jazz Arshdeep Singh, the fielder out there, can't get to it. So that's Warwickshire 450 runs now.
I mean, there doesn't appear to be a great deal of goodwill between some of the Kent fielders at the moment. There was a bit of a stare-off between Jack Leaning and Ben Compton before tea, when a pull shot was crashed into the onside and Compton didn't even move. And Arshdeep hasn't exactly made a great effort to try and stop that one, which has been hauled away into the leg side. I mean, I'm not quite sure I get what Kent are trying to do at the moment, because Burgess is stepping right across.
He's up the wicket now for this one. It's very short, and it's dropped. It's dropped by Leaning at 4th slip. That was a difficult chance. Quinn saw Burgess coming up the wicket, pounded it in short. Burgess tried to scoop it.
I'm not sure if he hit it anyway.
And it hit something.
He's saying that it hit in the lid.
So if the physio comes on and checks the lid, then it definitely hit the lid. It might have hit glove or bat or something, but the catch wasn't caught, so it all doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I think Burgess is suggesting that it hit him in the helmet rather than any sort of glove or bat. Leaning's still lying on the floor, suggesting he thought there was something. The camera on the live stream is behind the batter, so it's hard for us to tell whether it did indeed hit anything on the way through. But
either way, a bit of theatre at the Spitfire Ground the last over or so.
well, I mean, it's rare to see Jack Leaning drop anything, to be honest. So the fact that he did get in a slightly awkward position and then end up in a heap on the floor.
Yeah, so there's a concussion check going on now, so
I don't think it will last long.
no.
So they've resolved that particular
But after all that, it's a dot ball.
situation. Yeah, like you say, a very eventful dot ball.
So 1 ball to come of this Quinn over. Chance for a wicket here for Quinn, just because Burgess is trying to do something. But that gap backward of square on the leg side looks very enticing, as Hamidullah Kadri has come into a kind of quite deep fly slip.
A very fine third man, if you will.
Quinn's in. Burgess. Not quite sure what Cox was appealing for there. Burgess steps back, tries to cut/guide it, hits it into the floor, and Cox picks it up.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he could have possibly been appealing for was one hand, one bounce, which I think is probably just an attempt to try and lift the spirits off the floor, because Kent have obviously been toiling in the field. Elsewhere, Tom Wesley, 125 for Essex against Lancashire at Blackpool, 247 for 5, the visitors in that one. Obviously a big game between Middlesex and Northamptonshire in the context of this bottom of the table battle in Division 1. Ryan Higgins currently 60 not out, with Middlesex leading by 43 runs, couple of wickets remaining in the first innings. Middlesex win in that one would certainly put pressure on Kent after they went out of the bottom two with a win at Northants last time around. Arshdeep Singh from the pavilion end is cut away by Yates for an easy single out towards deep point. Somerset 500 all out at tea at Taunton, 221 in the end for James Rue, who eventually was LBW to James Vince's medium pace. Bashir 44 not out, hit 3 4s and 3 6s, but yeah, James Rue, the 19-year-old wicketkeeper batter, continuing to have a mightily impressive county championship season. In Division 2, Glamorgan remain none without loss, having had 5 balls in just almost 2 days of action against Leicestershire. As the sun is back out at Canterbury, we sort of feel like this one is an attempted hook shot from Burgess. Feels like we're sort of surrounded by dark cloud and rain, but at the moment over the ground there is sunshine. That was a little bit of a forehand smash type attempted strop from Burgess.
A little bit quicker by Arshdeep, that one.
Dug it in hard, didn't he? As Yorkshire are 3-3-2 for 7 at Worcester. Finley Bean 100. Derbyshire 129 for 2, replying to Sussex 402 all out. And then Durham 2-4-2 for 4, replying to Gloucestershire's 316 all out. In fact, it does feel like there are some spots of rain on our windows of the commentary box again, which is slightly bizarre, as it looks like there's sunshine bathing the field of play itself. So one more run to Burgess, moves to 42, 455 for 6. Must be a rainbow behind us somewhere. There's sunshine and rain, seagulls flying around the perimeter as well, or other types of gull. As Arshdeep is in and bowling to Yates. Already his best first class score, is cutting away hard out towards the deep point boundary, but Harry Finch is scampering to deny him the boundary, so just 2 runs taken. And he's on 191 now, Robbie Yates. It was an audible cheer and sound of joy from his Warwickshire teammates on the balcony when he went past his first class score of 141 earlier on, but he's just kept on going. 379 balls he's been out there for. He gets a short ball from Arshdeep that he bobs underneath. I can't quite work out where that music is coming from.
No, neither can I.
It's being picked up on our effects mic, but I don't quite know where it's coming from.
Where is the effects mic?
On the sort of balcony out in front of us of the lower pavilion. But anyhow, Arshdeep coming in once more. Yates 9 away from a double century. Onto the pads. It was down the leg side from Arshdeep. There was half an appeal from, I think, Jack Leaning, who has been appealing pretty well from sort of third slip gully area, in just some kind of attempt to create some noise out there. He's had a tough day at the office, the skipper. Yeah, Kent have struggled really to make an impact on the day's play in the same way that they struggled yesterday. They have at least managed to pick up a couple of bonus points with the 6 wickets taken. Warwickshire have 7 now in the match though, and are looking good to go and get the lot really, as Quinn is ready to bowl to Burgess. Got that funky field again on the leg, on the offside.
There's Quinn into Burgess. Burgess up the wicket. He's hit it aerially out to cover on the boundary, and Finch takes the catch. Burgess is gone. Caught Finch, bowled Quinn. Burgess walked up the wicket, tried to play an aggressive curl drive over cover, perhaps didn't get enough of it, and sliced it out to Harry Finch, who was waiting eagerly on the offside boundary. So that's 457 for 7. Now Burgess goes for 42 off 59, and that is Matt Quinn's second wicket. I told you a couple of overs ago, Ben, that there were chances for wickets here for Quinny, and he's picked up another one.
Yeah, he has indeed.
Deservedly so, because he's been plugging away for the last, well, pretty much a day now.
Yeah, it does feel like Matt Quinn has been toiling away without much reward, so getting it there, like you say, you could see what Burgess was trying to do. There was all those fielders kind of dotted in random places within the circle, if you will. Obviously there's no circle, and he was trying to go up and over the top of them, and then he's managed to pick out the one man who was outside of this imaginary circle again that you would have in limited overs cricket. The deep point fielder, or deep sort of cover point, Harry Finch, who I think didn't pick it up at first, but then eventually settled underneath it. So yeah, it was sliced out in his direction. Had definitely been trying to go more over the top of extra cover, Burgess. So yep, he's replaced now by Henry Brooks, and comes in at number 9 for Warwickshire, and the first of the bowlers really, although he's not a bad bat in first class cricket.
It'll be interesting to see how Brooks and the remaining batters play the next. We've got 28 overs left in the day, 28.5 overs left in the day. It'll be interesting to see how they play and whether they want to get the Kent openers, Compton and Miyeye, batting for a few overs at the end of today.
Yeah, certainly in these gloomy conditions. Brooks averages 19 in first class cricket, played 30 games and hit 80 boundaries, so I think he'll look to score, look to be positive out there.
That's Quinn. Wicket first ball of the over. What's the second one going to bring? Quinn to Brooks, slower ball, quite wide, but not given a wide.
Yeah, it was wide outside the off stump, in fairness.
I think that was far too wide to do any potential damage. All Brooks had to do was just watch it past. But perhaps we are going to see some one-day style cricket from Quinn, as I think he thinks that Brooks is going to come after him. Quinn, third ball of the over. Brooks on strike. It's short and it's wide-ish, and it's quite well played by Brooks between the point and cover out to Harry Finch, and he gets off strike with a single.
Crucially, of course, brings Yates back onto strike. So what is he? Still that 9 runs away.
191 of 381 balls for Yates. A few field changes, obviously, because he's a left-handed batter. Got some cover on the offside. Deep mid-wicket. A couple fielders back on the leg side behind square. got a feeling there might be some short pitch bowling coming to Yates. We'll see as Quinn is running in for the 4th ball of the over. And that is full and guided down to 3rd man for a single. Fielded by Joe Denley.
That brief bit of sunshine we had has disappeared now. It's very gloomy.
Quite overcast and gloomy. But the drops of rain on our window seem to have stopped. As Adrian Long and the ground staff are still hanging around by the covers. Quinn orchestrating some field changes, moving Joey Everson from cover to looks like a mid wicket, and moving deep mid wicket round a deep backward square leg.
Leaning's gone wide again.
More of a
into
gully now.
Yeah, Kadri going to that sort of deep fly slip for a slash very fine 3rd man.
Quinn around the wicket to the right-handed Brooks. It's full and it's outside off, and Brooks crunches it out to Finch on the boundary. They're coming back for a 2 and they get back safely.
It was a good throw actually from Finch. It wasn't far away from a run out. Fired into the keeper's end, but good running. Brooks moves on to 3.
So 4 runs and a wicket from this over. 1 ball to come. Can see our venue operations executive Tom Pepiat walking around the outfield, just making sure to stop by the sight screen so he doesn't obstruct Brooks's view.
He's taken a couple of backward steps. I think he was in danger of just carrying on walking there.
Quinn, last ball of the over. Brooks on strike. It's short and Brooks leaves it, taken by Coxey. Warwickshire 461 for 7. 28 overs left in the day and a lead of 290 runs.
So Yates still 8 away from a double 100. Here at Canterbury, BBC Sport Online, 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Action still going on at Wimbledon. Those quarter-finals and the women's singles today on centre and number 1 court. Likewise, some men's quarter-finals to come. Well, in fact, certainly Djokovic to come on centre later on. Action over on 5 Live. Highlights BBC 1, action on BBC 2 this evening too, as Arshdeep bowling, defended away into the onside by Yates, who's happy at the moment just to deal in singles. Moves on to 193. Quite content to give Henry Brooks the strike and say, go on then Henry, you fill your boots, play a few shots if you like.
Yeah, Brooks 3 or 4 has been batting with only faced 4 balls, but clearly looking to be proactive rather than reactive.
First ball of the Hampshire innings after Somerset put 500 on the board. Jack Brooks cleaning up Joe Weatherly. So 0 for 1. Off stump, rooted out the ground. Apparently Brooks sprinted off around the outfield and was chased by his teammates, according to the guys that are on the live text on the BBC Sport website and on the app. Arshdeep Singh bowls a short ball which Brooks ducks underneath. Shout out to Alex Hode, Ben Feasy, Paul Grunill, who are doing that job today. Always a fantastic way to follow everything that's going on, and particularly the sort of the latest goings on in the matches up and down the country in county championship cricket. But yeah, still gloomy here at Canterbury, and a few of the ground staff still loitering by the covers, but at the moment no sign of further rain or significant rain. This one's pushed away by Brooks into the covers for an easy single. Arshdeep changing that angle of attack, coming around the wicket to him, but it was just calmly played away by Brooks. He moves on to 4 now, and Yates on 193, the mainstay of this Warwickshire innings. 383 balls he's been out there. His only other century this season in first class cricket came in the reverse fixture at Edgbaston. Arshdeep Singh, the young India fast bowler, T20 star, but playing some red ball cricket in this stint in July for Kent. Pushed away out towards backward point. Is he here for the rest of the month, Arshdeep?
Yes, he's here for the Essex and Nottinghamshire matches.
And of course we're into the 100 in August. Kent have got a bit of a tour of the country we were discussing earlier on today.
We do. We're going to Hertfordshire, Scarborough, Blackpool, Isle of Wight, and I think our other matches at Chelmsford, with 2 50-over games at Beckenham as well.
Yeah, Beckenham and Canterbury for the home games. Freddie Young alongside me, Ben Watts. Freddie from Kent Cricket, and myself from BBC Radio Kent. Mike Taylor is here for BBC WM, BBC Commentary in Warwickshire. We'll get him back on the mic in a moment after I've just done a brief radio update, which will be coming in a moment or two. Short ball from Arshdeep was so short that it just ballooned over Yates's head and then scuttled through to the wicketkeeper. I think the square leg umpire, who is at point umpire Blackwell, was suggesting that by the time it came down, it wasn't particularly high by the time it passed the batter, because it was on its way down, the short ball, when judging if that's the one over shoulder height for the over, etc. Here he comes again, Arshdeep. Fuller delivery, which has been defended into a tightly packed cover region. We've just squeezed in to try and keep Yates off strike, so he remains in the 190s. 193 for him, 292 the lead. Warwickshire have 463 for 7 on the board here at Canterbury. And still 27 overs remaining in the day's play. I guess at the moment, bad light pending as much as anything, with the slightly gloomy conditions here at the moment. Quinn's going to continue into his 23rd over. Can hear Mike doing an update in the commentary box next door. The news in our headphones as well, so we'll have a change in the commentary box fairly shortly. But the field just being tweaked for Brooks. Kadri stretching off as well down at third man, the spinner.
Quinn from the Nackington Road end. Brooks on strike again. It's full outside off, and Brooks pushes it to Harry Finch, who is on the offside boundary for a single.
Kadri looks like he's going through his action, so probably
He does just below us.
replacing Arshdeep at this end, you would think in a moment.
He has bowled mostly from this end this match, hasn't he?
Which is interesting in the sense that he's kind of trying to turn it up the slope, Kadri. Field spreads once again for Yates.
Quinn, top of his mark, running in. It's short-ish into Yates's ribs, and he punches it out for a single. Who's that on the boundary? Joey Everson collects it and throws it into Jordan Cox. But yes, Kadri trying to spin it up the hill could work in our favour. If he doesn't spin it up the hill and the batter plays for spin,
Goes straight on.
that could be the thinking.
Here comes that update. Here's still Warwickshire's game, and they lead by 294 runs now, but they do have a new batter to the crease because of a wicket for Matt Quinn, with Michael Burgess, who was all of a sudden trying to play a few funky shots, having moved into the 40s, just trying to up the tempo and the run rate of this Warwickshire innings. But Kent put a trap out on the offside for him, one man in the deep at deep point. Harry Finch, who was at hand as he sliced and attempted a lofted drive, which very much landed just in the palms of Harry Finch out in the boundary position. So a wicket for Quinn, who also removed Maxwell this afternoon with a short ball. He's continuing to bowl at the moment to Brooks, the new batter, who's there on 5. But Rob Yates, the main man for Warwickshire, still there, the opener, on 194. He's faced 387 balls. It's been watchful at times. He's cut the ball away well. He's just had a really good tempo and rhythm about his innings, and has basically just looked completely calm and serene with everything that's gone on around him, and has helped Warwickshire build this lead, as I say, up to 294. Commentary continues online and on the moment at 5 Live Sports Extra. Warwickshire 400 rather, and 65 for 7, with 26 overs to go in the day's play. That was a rather interesting shot from Brooks, a short ball from Quinn that he tried to hook away into the leg side and seemed to get a bit of a snooker cue toe end on the ball as it squirted out to point.
He did, so 2 from this over. So far from Quinn, got 1 ball remaining. Kadri, I think, will definitely come on to bowl at some point soon. Quinn running in. Brooks on strike. Short. Brooks goes for it, hits it straight down, and it trickles out to deep mid wicket. That's the end of the over. Got a couple updates for you from the women's games going on around and about. We've got Sarah Bryce, who is 52 from 62 balls for the Blaze against the Vipers in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. And Grace Scrivens, Kent born and bred, has just reached 50 from 87 balls for the Sunrisers against the Stars, which is at the County Ground in Beckenham, again in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. So good to see some Kent representation doing well in the women's game. And I am joined by Mike again. Hello, Mike.
Hello. Yes, sadly the Central Sparks game today was a rain-off completely. They were meant to play. I was mentioning earlier. It's listed on the cricketing score website. It's a Solihull, but it was Moseley Cricket Club, which is on the way into Solihull, rather than in Moseley, which is confusing the first time you go and look for it if you don't know. But it was their big day, and some heavy showers this morning meant that the whole thing was a rain-off, and I think there's more heavy rain coming in that part of the world. I think there has been in about the last hour or so, so that's very rough luck for them.
That is frustrating. We're going to see a change of bowling, though, as Ami Kadri replaces Arshdeep Singh at the pavilion end.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's that eager at the moment, understandably. But Kent have kept plugging away. We've had 123 overs of this Warwickshire first innings for a score that now feels probably slightly above par, but a lot more representative of the conditions, I'm afraid, than Kent's 171 yesterday.
The lead is basically 300 now.
Yes. They can go on as long as they want, really. Kadri comes round the wicket and bowls to Brooks, who hits the ball into a huge gap. So he has 1 out to backward point. I mean, they've batted as if to suggest they might put them in tonight. I'd overlooked earlier, and Daniel, thank you for your tweet, which pointed out, he said they might have been going for bonus points, which is a good point, why Rob Yates took up the cudgels after Maxwell was out. And they did get to 411 for 6 was the score at the bonus point mark. So Kent picked up 2 bowling points and Warwickshire 4 batting points to go with their 3 bowling points yesterday. So they got 4 out of 5. Kadri bowls and Yates comes forward and defends. So that was handy, but the bigger picture, if that was the intention, to pick up an extra point or so, was it just got them to where they were going, but slightly quicker. Because nobody has played with taking crazy risks, really. There's been 1 or 2 funky shots to try and neutralise the unusual bowling tactics from time to time. But Maxwell didn't exactly go wild. Yates defends the next one. And now Kadri's in again, and Yates has to adjust late here. He goes back in the crease and ends up with the bat straight, but he's in a slightly ungainly position. But it wasn't like it was all, you know, the last over of 2020 or anything like that. No stage. Sun's come back out. Kadri bowls outside the line of leg stump, and Yates is pushing forward in defence. He'll be doing that in his sleep tonight. And now he is just batting with a bit more caution again, and who can blame him? You don't get to this position too many times in a young career, and he's never been there before. And he's going to get 4 runs here towards the 6 he needs for 200, or possibly, or it might be chased down by Quinn. Has given a game chase down towards the rope, and he has pulled it back, and they're back for 3. That was, well, that's a good tone to set when the team's been in the field now since mid-afternoon yesterday, and on the wrong end of a big lead, and still chasing hard just to save 1 run. Well done.
Matt Quinn does have a good work ethic, and he does things in the right way. So I'm sure Hamidullah Kadri will be pleased that 1 run has been saved. So Hami has bowled 32 overs, 1 for 118. Pretty good effort considering the score for 170 for 7. Matt Quinn is going to be bowling another over after that sprint from backward point to the boundary to save that run off Kadri's bowling, with Yates on strike. Yates 197 not out.
This sort of light rain keeps sort of coming and going, but I think looking at some radar, that might be how it is for the next hour or so. It doesn't look as though there's anything really substantial coming. It might do.
No, it's overcast. It looks like it could bucket it down, but so far it isn't. So number 64, Matt Quinn, another over, his 24th over. Yates on strike. Quinn is in, and Yates defends it. Gets a quite a thick inside edge, but it's all on the floor to Jack leaning at square leg. Matt Quinn wears number 64 because he couldn't think of what squad number to wear, so he asked his mum, and she said, well, you're 6'4", so why don't you wear number 64?
Very good. It's a good job he's not 5'11", really.
No, that is helpful. So Quinn has 2 for 68. I'm sure he would love to pick up a couple more, especially quickly. He's in again. It's full, and Yates pushes it to mid-on. Thought about a quick single, but quickly changed his mind.
Do they have, for the blast games here, occasionally some of the clubs have had things like walk-on music for the batters, haven't they? Do they play When I'm 64 from Matt Quinn?
No, but I will now suggest...
Good, I think you should. I'm glad to be of service. It's about time. I can hear something tuneful coming from somewhere. It's not coming down the line from Radio Kent. I don't know where I can hear it
Ben and I could hear it as well. Quinn is in again. It's short. It's hit very hard by Yates, but there's a man at deep mid-wicket, and he only gets a single. 198 now.
Can you hear it at home, listeners?
Sounds eerie, kind of.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit like we're in a spa.
Well, I'll take your word for that. Far too getting in touch with my inner self for that.
So Brooks is 7 off 12. 3 balls left of this Quinn over. We've got 2 catching covers, one of which is subfielder Jaden Denley, Twanda Mieye backward point, Grant Stewart mid-off, and Hamid Kadri third man. It's short, it's hit downwards to Mieye at backward point, who gathers it cleanly and flings it in at the bowling end, attempting to get a run out, but Yates was safely in.
Kent have not, at no point have they just been phoning it in this afternoon. Somebody has been trying something throughout, whether it's unusual field placings or this idea of you bang the ball into the pitch so hard that all the pace comes out of it and it sort of, the ball goes through as if it's deflating.
Well, it's good to see, I think, because you've got to try something. Try opposition at 470 for 7, and there's an opener on 198. Yeah. Quinn again. It's short again. It's top edged, and it has gone over Jordan Cox. Hamid Kadri is running around to collect it. Will he? Yes, he will. They will come back for 2. So that just about sums up Kent's luck, really, as Brooks goes. He follows the short ball, goes for it, and he gets a top edge, which is what Kent wanted, but it goes arrow straight backwards over Jordan Cox, and they pick up 2 more runs.
Yes, that was a bit wild. There was one stage, I can't remember, it was last night or early this morning, where they did very briefly, for a couple of balls, have a long stop-in for precisely that purpose, standing almost directly behind the wicket-keeper.
Well, quite a lot of other counties have been doing that for when Miye's batting, because he likes a little uppercut as Quinn is in. It's short again, and it's more of a toe end than a top edge, and it trickles to Kadri at a third man. That's the end of the over, but Brooks is definitely trying to accelerate the pace now as Jack Leading goes up and gives Matt Quinn a slap on the back.
The way he played those 3 short deliveries, though, I think suggests he's going to be getting some more in the next over.
Which means we're in for a bit of theatre, which is what we're here for.
Everybody is in with a chance.
And if you like a bit of theatre, there are 2 concerts here actually on July the 21st and 22nd. So head on over to the Kent Cricket website. We have a night of ABBA and a night of Queen. So I'm sure they will be wonderful evenings, and get your tickets, bring your friends, bring your families, and enjoy an evening at concerts.
They're separate nights, are they?
Ground, yes. So July the 21st and July the 22nd.
Could have half and half. I hope the weather's kind for that.
Yes, so do we.
Yeah, I'll bet. Kadri's going to bowl. I can't imagine what this ground looks like lit up like that, but it would look rather picturesque. press. Here's Kadri, he's going to bowl from the pavilion end, up 474 for 7, and back in the crease goes Brooks. And pushes this away into the covers. And there's no run. Brooks is 10. Yates is fidgeting at the non-striker's end. As I imagine, I don't have much personal evidence to go on, but I imagine a fella on 198 would fidget at the non-striker's end. Down the pitch comes Brooks and tries to hit this hard. It's a skimmer. Never goes more than about 4 feet off the ground, and it skips into something solid out of our view at the pavilion end, and it's 4 runs. So Brooks is up to 14. And he looks happier in this over. Taking on Kadri. Still plugging away in his 33rd over, and Brooks is after this. It's full and wide, and he's driven it not quite wide enough of the long off fielder, Arshdeep, who stops it near the boundary and gets 1. Fell in a bit of a heat there, Arshdeep, but I think he's alright. He's rubbing his knee. He's alright. Brooks to 16, 480 for 7 now. He got 2, he got back for 2, so now he pushes a single down to long on to give Yates the strike. Rob Yates' highest first-class score before today was 141.
Will it be 200 plus?
Gone well past that. Well, you're rarely going to get a better chance than this.
No.
Starting today, 53, and that caution that he batted with last night to make sure he'd be back today for the big chance has paid off in spades. He goes back and cuts, but he doesn't beat the backward point fielder, who is down quickly, Grant Stewart. I can hear it again. Somebody's singing along to something, aren't they? I can hear that. Oh, it's getting louder. It's not me. Kadri's going to bowl, 1 to come in this over. Yates opens his stance up and drives, but straight to Evison at mid-off. So it's the end of the over. 481 for 7. Here on two-way family favourites. Kent 171 means that Warwickshire lead by 310. Brooks 17 and Yates 198. And I'm quite looking forward to... Well, I was looking forward to battle being rejoined here between Quinn and Brooks, but one, it doesn't look as though it's going to because Everson's going to bowl, and 2, I see ground staff on the move in the distance. Now, whether the umpires are signalling to them or they're signalling to the umpires on the team's behalf, as if to say, it's raining a bit down here, don't you know? But they've kind of moved a gap in the advertising boards.
They've made the gaps smaller. So
oh, have they? Oh, right.
That LV advertising board was much more to the right.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure what they've achieved by doing that. Maybe I'll ask Adrian next time I see
Saw them on the move. I thought
they could be wandering to the covers that are over on the offside boundary.
Right, okay.
But we've got Joey Everson coming on to bowl. Brooks on strike.
I wondered if they were giving the ground staff the hint. Giving the umpires the nudge, really, and saying, look, come on.
Can't see any rain as Everson is in. First ball of this spell. Short and wide-ish. Cut out to Finch, and there will get a single, which brings Yates on strike. It's 198, as Mike's just said.
Okay, that's definitely not coming from down to Radio Kent that I can hear that from.
No, so I've got a source on the ground, and he says he thinks it's coming from the local girls' school.
Is it?
Potentially.
I suppose they might be rehearsing for something, mightn't they?
Potentially, yes. I can't think of where it would be coming from below us.
No, but I wonder if it's coming, if it's like one of those where like the taxi firms on the same radio frequency as the PA in the ground or something. It's a bit different. You get that some grounds, don't you? It's car 39. Where are you? But here, they're that'll be the summer production. You might not be the only ones with the theatre show to block from the sound of it. Well, they're giving it plenty. Look, they're trying to give Yates something to think about here, so he's got nowhere. The fielder's going in all directions.
Nice aggressive field. What have we got here?
Yeah.
Jack leaning's at like a 4th slip, a backward point, a catching cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. No one out on the leg side that I can see, and a Matthew Quinn at fine leg. Sorry, 3rd man.
Well, so you would have to infer that he's going to have to bowl it miles wide of off stump, otherwise Yates will be hit it wherever he like.
Exactly that. We'll see what comes now with Everson running in. Second ball of the over. Let Yates on strike. It is wide. Yates pushes it to Arshdeep Singh at mid-off and scampers through for a quick single. So after all that discussion, the field is now going to change because Brooks is back on strike. Yates, though, 199 of 398 balls, a strike rate of exactly 50.
Well, it's waved. There've been different moods in this innings, haven't there? Times when he started, he was careful. Then he went properly watchful. He went half an hour without scoring after reaching 50 last night. Evison's next ball to Brooks is jabbed away on the offside. Then he was quite happy to just play his own game this morning while others came and went. But all Warwickshire wanted was one player to bat through, and then everybody else could chip in on the way. That's precisely what's happened.
Everson into Yates for the fourth ball. Sorry, Brooks. Not convincingly, he tries to punch it through the covers, but kind of slices it / edges it out to Finch, who's been quite busy out there on that boundary. Collects it and they run through for a single. So Yates is on strike. 2 balls left of this Everson over. Joey Everson, this is his 11th over, 2 maidens, 55 runs and 1 wicket. With a runs per over of 5.2.
He hasn't bowled for quite a long time. He had only a couple of overs just after lunch. We've got a big ring field here on the offside.
Yates on strike. Oh, he fishes that one. Everson is full and outside off, and Yates not quite sure what he was trying to achieve. There were so many fielders on the offside, perhaps trying to find a gap, but he went fishing, and annoyingly for Kent, there was no bite.
Well, he could get completely stymied if he doesn't do something. That's what they're trying for. They're clearly going to bowl well wide of off stump because there's a ring of fielders, and they're going to end up in the same fielding positions, but everybody in a different one here is to try and bother Yates' concentration.
Yates on strike, and he's tried again to get it through the army of offside fielders, and he tries to cut it and edges it straight down into the grounds. It ended the over.
And it's peculiar. This is the most difficulty he's been in for quite some time, but I suppose you can hardly blame him for wanting to take some additional caution at this point. He's 199, having anchored Warwickshire's first innings of 484 for 7. They're 313 runs in front, and I'm sure that Rob will be the first later on to say that it's all about the team, but for now his objective is personal. He's 199 not out, but he's at the non-striker's end as Kadri starts a new over, and Brooks is forward and pushing into a gap at extra cover, taking a single. He goes to 13, and now they'll no doubt have a plan for Yates with the spinner bowling as well. 199. What's the here they are? They're all coming in close, as if it was one to win. It's understandable. So at the moment there are 4 on the leg side. Kadri's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander here. He's been coming round most of the day. There's a man going in at short, fine leg. Slip and a extra cover and mid-wicket, the closest. Kadri bowls, pushes it through, and Yates has miscued and it falls safe. And he's had very few slices of luck in this innings, but he's had one there, and Kadri trying to scramble across at the end of his follow-through, can't believe it. But, well, Yates perhaps feels he's earned that. The first signs of nerves at 199 not out. Brooks just takes a bit of time at the non-striker's end, holds things up for a moment. Now Kadri's in again to Yates, and he drives, and he's found the gap, and it's running away towards the practice pitches. It's going away for 4, and Rob Yates, a day of capital achievement for the Warwickshire opener, reaches 200 for the first time, batting throughout this now very substantial Warwickshire first innings, building a giant lead, and the man it's been built around is Rob Yates, 203 not out, and he's warmly applauded by the spectators, both the home supporters and the travelling Bears fans. 203 not out. Been there since 10 to 3 yesterday afternoon, and a tremendous contribution. He's building Warwickshire to a position of enormous strength on this second afternoon. And now he settles back, and his next, in keeping with the hallmark of this innings, the next thing that he does is prop forward to defend the next ball from Kadri. And that, more than any of the attacking strokes he's played, has been the stamp of this innings. Patient, without offering a chance. He's going to get 4 of something here down the leg side as Kadri pushed that one through a bit quicker. He may not have touched it, but it's just stopped before the rope and chased back by Quinn, and they run 3 byes. So that further inflates the total, 492.47. But he's played the adhesive role that ultimately nobody managed for Kent, and that's the big difference.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing from our batting innings. No one could just hang around, and we had a bit of the tail wagged a bit, got some quick runs, but sadly not enough. It's Kadri in again.
He's driven firmly down the ground by Brooks, and they have won 493 for 7 at the end of the over. So now we might get the idea of what further ambitions Warwickshire have got for this first innings. Whether they would like to see Kent bat tonight. They might be mindful that the weather might close in, or the light might fade, which may affect the calculation. They might as well keep batting if there's any doubt about that. But for the moment, the rain seems to be holding off, and they might as well figure they'll just keep grinding on for a bit. There are still 21 overs left in today's allocation, so...
And 2 days after that, if the weather holds up. So a lead of 322, 21 overs left. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do in 10, 12, 14 overs time.
They might factor into that a team made 500 in the 4th innings here the other week.
That is true.
Which suggests there are runs to be had in the second half of games.
Everson in. Oh, that one just died off the pitch a bit to Brooks, but he got an under edge on it in his off strike. Single down to Matt Quinn at deep backward square leg. Just walked up the wicket, and Everson maybe skidded one in. But Brooks got some bat on it and got a single. It
wasn't really the stroke of a man who's thinking he's going to keep grinding the innings on for a bit.
Absolutely not. So let's see what Yates does now. He's got his 200. We're back to that aggressive field. A ring from catching cover all the way around to the wicketkeeper. Everson bowling, Yates on strike. And again, Yates is trying to manipulate it through the offside fielders, but he can't quite get enough bat on it, and has got an under edge that's gone through to Coxey. Not on the full, of course, otherwise you would have heard a loud appeal and celebration. 2 balls gone on this over.
I should say that Rob Yates' 200 came from 402 balls. With his 19th 4, there's been 1-6.
Everson into Yates, he steps across and he nicks it through where first or second slip would have been for 4 more runs. Again, sums up Kent's day, and arguably Yates deserves that because he has played quite a very good innings. There was that one top edge off Kadri in the last over, and that would have been snaffled up by first or second slip. Don't have the best angle of the slips from over here, but he's still there. 4 more runs, 207 now.
Miayo stepped across now from his wider position to slip to bolt the stable door.
Yates on strike, it's full. I think Everson's gone for a Yorker, slightly missed it, and Yates has smacked that over mid-on, and it's bounced 2 or 3 times for 4 into the covers, and Jane Denley has to go and retrieve it. That is Warwickshire's 500 runs off 128.4 overs.
So in the end, having started quickly, the overall run rate of the innings simmered down quite a bit last night, and they're now back up to more or less 4 and over.
So 1.44, 2 to go off this Everson over. Yates again on strike, and that is a hockey shot kind of pull shot off a ball that was on 5th or 6th stump. Gets it through mid wicket, and they come back for 3 runs. Some good fielding by Hamadullah Kadri and Grant Stewart at the cow corner boundary. That was an interesting shot, very wristy, more hockey than cricket.
Yeah, it was a bit like a short corner, wasn't it? Sort of sweeping it in. What do they call it? A penalty corner.
12 off this over so far of Everson. His economy rate is now closer to 6 than 5. Field changes again. Brooks on strike. 1 ball to go. Is he going to go for it? Everson in. Yes, he is going to go for it. That has gone up. Is it 6? Is it 6? Yes, that is 6 runs towards the lime tree as Ben Compton climbs over the advertising boards to collect the balls. So a bit back of a length from Everson, and Brooks leans back and quite comfortably middles it for 6. It sounded good off the bat. I think the ball's gone into the gardens of the retirement house.
Yeah, new balls, please. Somebody might go and fetch the black box with the codes in. All the spare kookaburras. Here he comes, Jazz Singh. Ken 12th man. Yeah, I think the guess about where the female vocalist led music is coming from must be the Simon Langton Girls Grammar School. That's kind of the other side of the hospital side of the ground.
It's the best bet that I can think of, unless someone's playing music out of their speakers, but I think they would have been asked to turn it off.
Yeah.
It won't be coming from the shop, won't be coming from hospitality, not from one of the gazebos, not from the Ames.
The fact that it's quite windy and it's coming from the weather, sort of coming from that direction, suggests that the sound could be travelling that way or that far. But yeah, it's got a bit of an eerie. I think that was the word you used earlier. It's got a bit of an eerie feel to it. It's a little bit kind of Curse of the Black Pearl vibes, isn't it? It's a
bit of an
Pirates of the Caribbean
apocalyptic
movie.
Vibe.
Yeah.
Someone's left a radio station on.
So Kadri bowling to Yates, driven away out towards Everson on the cover boundary. The lead stretching to 341, bearing in mind Warwickshire were behind at the start of the day's play. Still got 20 overs to go before stumps. Kent's over rate has been good. +4 up on the scoreboard due to the amount of overs of spin they bowled. Kadri into his 35th over of the innings now. Field being spread for Brooks to potentially try and go hard. But he's quite happy to just work it instead all along the ground out towards mid-wicket. Get a single. Jack leaning. Might come back into the attack himself in a moment. But Mike's off to update BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. I'll have a BBC Ready Can update in a moment as well. Kadri once more to Yates, skips down the pitch, manages to bunt the ball back past the bowler without much timing in truth, but singles the order of the day so far from this over. Harry Finch wandering down below us, up to long on. Is summer likely to just be getting started with this promotion into the first team, and then the One Day Cup to come as this one's driven away through cover. Backing away Brooks to the leg side, and then got a slightly low full toss from Kadri. And there's no men out at deep cover. So Brooks moves to 33, joins a list of contributors to this Warwickshire score, including of course the main man Rob Yates.
Only Ed Barnard so far has not scored more than 20. Trouble the scorers.
Indeed, and yeah, Henry Brooks sort of fairly characteristic of, well, well above his average in first-class cricket, but just the sort of knock that he can kind of play. Looking to play some shots, he gets the reverse out here and picks out the fielder. Quinn, the fielder, at backward point. Captain sends Quinn out to the boundary rope and says if he wants to play that shot and have a single, keep himself on strike, he's very welcome. Instead he tries to smash it down the ground, and he's got hold of this one hard over the top and all the way for 6. So Brooks moves to 39 and Warwickshire to 524 for 7. The lead is 353, and the sub fielder was down there at long off, but it cleared him all the way to the rope.
Yeah, Hamadullah Kadri looks a bit dejected after that over. Trudging back to short third man. Jack Leaning's going to come back on at the Nackerton Road end. 2 wickets for Leaning so far.
Here comes that update then. Warwickshire 524 for 7, and the main man of their innings, Rob Yates, scoring his first double century in first class cricket. He had a couple of nervy moments on 199, including spooning up a potential catching opportunity into the onside, but it evaded the fielder and also Hamadullah Kadri, the bowler, as he moved away to his left. So he's since moved on to 216. Brooks joining in the fun now, the number 9, with a 6 down the ground off Kadri, and Yates has just hit another boundary into the offside as he's just looking to open up now, having gone through to the double century. 220 not out for him, 39 Brooks, 357 the lead for Warwickshire here over Kent, and it's been another difficult and pretty miserable day for the Kent supporters inside the ground and for the home team that are continuing to be the second best in the match so far. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. 18.4 overs remaining in the day. Warwickshire very much in control. So the 4 takes Yates on to 220. Leaning swept away out towards the boundary. No one down there at long leg, so that's going to be 4 more for Rob Yates. Moves on to 224. Sounds like we've got a piano accompaniment now to the vocal.
I'll try and find out where the music was coming from when my stint's over, but Leaning is in again. 2 4s in a row, not 3 4s in a row. Darts 1 in, and Yates pushes it back to Leaning for a dot ball. So dot 4, 4 dots. Wonder what's going through Jack Leaning's mind at the moment.
I mean, I can imagine it's a number of things.
Mealing again. Yates on strike, goes down to sweep it. Cox moves agilely to the right, takes it. Dot ball. So 2 boundaries from that over. Warwickshire 532 for 7 and a lead of 361 with 18 overs left in the day's play.
Feel free to take a break when you need to. Freddie, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
That's okay, Ben.
And this morning, of course.
Always lovely to join you on comms. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Freddie Young from Kent Cricket. Joining myself, Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent, and Mike Taylor from BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Here at Canterbury this week. 18 overs to go then on day 2. And it's been a grind for Kent today, but it's been all about Warwickshire and Rob Yates. 224 to his name. Brooks on strike and ready to go once again. We have Kadri, the bowler. And field set back. As Kadri around the wicket is turned away into the onside by Brooks for a single. 1 run taken. They'll bring Yates back onto strike. Field swaps over again for the left-hander. Still gloomy and cloudy overhead here at Canterbury, but we managed to avoid any interruptions to play with the weather. So Yates, 224. Just starting to see him open up a little bit, go into T20 mode in the last couple of overs with some aggressive shots, but takes a single here into the offside. 225 for him, 534 for 7 for Warwickshire. And Brooks on 40. Leaning, waving at the dressing room. It's a sub-fielder to come out. So Brooks facing up to Kadri, backing away and smacks him straight back past the bowler, directly over his head. Finch and substitute fielder converge. They only actually get 1 run for that. Some good fielding.
I think Henry Brooks might start to take a few liberties now. I think he has been already.
Yes, quite. A couple of 4s, a couple of 6s. It's been Rob Yates aside, pretty good effort from the Warwickshire batters. 42, 25, 32, 31. obviously the duck, but then 81, 42, 40. Nobody's failed, apart from Barnard, who had a rather bizarre sort of 4-ball stint at the crease. Is that the one's pushed away into the onside? He almost nicked his first ball, survived an LBW shout, and then did nick his 4th one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he's a great team man, but there'd be a little bit of you that'd be looking at the scorecard to think, oh. But I suppose it happened to all batters sometime.
Turned away to the onside by Brooks, but at the same time, when your team's in such a good position, that'll take the edge off it.
It's rather more important, and he'll know that. But yeah, there'll be a bit thinking, oh dear. Mind you, quite a few Kent players will be looking at there and saying, how many of these runs are mine?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I'm sure Ed Barnard will be getting some friendly banter off his teammates.
There'll be worse days.
Kadri over the wicket. Oh, he fires it in down the leg side. Brooks didn't even move. Cox didn't take it cleanly either. That's the end to the over. And we've got 17 more to go in the day, so around about an hour's play. Might finish just after 6 o'clock. Looks like Arshdeep's coming back on the field. Everson going off, so Jaden Denley's going to have to move position. Yeah, it has got a bit of a sort of eerie kind of ship lost at sea vibe to the proceedings at the moment.
Yes. I don't want you to think that Kent are getting the violins out about the state of their position in the game, but somebody here is 226 to Yates, who's back on strike now, and well and truly dipping his bread in the gravy here while he's got the chance. Now Leaning comes round to bowl another over, or to start another over, and back goes Yates and helps himself to another run, and there are now runs all over the place. Kent are they're still trying. Kent, you can't knock the way they've tried to do different things, put fielders in unusual places. Leaning's had bowlers coming on and off and coming round the wicket and over the wicket, all over the place. But Brooks now takes the long handle to him and whacks this 2 or 3 bounces down the ground for 4. Goes to 45, Henry Brooks.
So that's sensible hitting though, because as much as he's trying to smash it out of the ground, he's hit it dead straight.
Yep.
Which is the way to go. By the way, earlier on, Middlesex 277 all out. Northants 15 without loss, trailing by 43 in reply. In a big game at the bottom end of the division.
Tight game there. Northants lose if they're looking real peril. Now Brooks reaches for one that's well wide of off stump, coming from round the wicket, slanted across the right-hander, and he slaps it through the offside for 1.
You would think their biggest hope is the fact that Middlesex got about last. If Northants can build some kind of lead to, some kind of substantial lead to have a bowl at, they might be able to get the job done.
Round the wicket comes Leaning, pushes that through a bit, and Yates defends. That will be the thing for the Kent bowlers will sort of wake up in the night and see Robbie Yates defending. For all the other shots that he's played, you don't make 227 unless you can play some shots, and there's another run here pushed into the leg side gap. The thing that's really sort of been the big stamp on this innings is the number of times he's just propped forward, especially every time he's hit a boundary, almost, it seems. Then I reckon if you watch back over the video, the next ball has been bat and pad together.
Followed it up with a defensive shot.
Really rubbed in. Oh, full toss, whack. Look out in the flats. Where's that gone? Henry Brooks has raised his half-century with a lusty heave of that Leaning full toss. A half-century, only 37 balls, and that's enough. Warwickshire have said that's plenty. Henry Brooks is running off. I doubt if Rob Yates has quite got the energy to run off, but Hamid Kadri's first to get to him to shake his hand. Walking. There won't be too many moments like this, Rob Yates, so you might as well enjoy this. And the Kent fielders are all coming across to congratulate him. He'll get the warmest hand when he comes back towards the dressing room. 228 not out, remaining undefeated throughout. Tremendous hand for Rob Yates. It's a big day for a young player who made something of a breakthrough a couple of years ago, and then there was a step back last year in his form. And he's been in and out so far this season. He got 100 in the championship game in April between these teams, and then a little bit fallow in the championship at least. But some recent form in the Blast in the last few group games, and now making the most of his advantage here with a great canvas to start on, with Kent rolled over for a low score on the first day and no time pressure in the game. And he's batted for more or less 4 sessions. I reckon when we add it up, it's going to be something like 8.5 hours for 228. So that's a big and important day for a young cricketer.
Yeah, it's been a marvellous day for him, or over a day, hasn't it, at the crease. And he's just played the perfect innings that you'd want from your opener. Just you go out and bat and everyone else can do their thing around you. Yeah. And he's just been rock solid.
So he finishes 228 not out, and Henry Brooks unbeaten with 52, and Warwickshire declared at 549 for 7. So that is a first innings lead of 378, and it means that Kent are going to have to bat, assuming we don't lose time in the game, but they're going to have to bat probably until Thursday morning just to get level again. And that seems like a long time. There were 17 overs left on the board when they went off, so that's going to be more or less an hour's cricket to come out and bat tonight, with very little to gain in terms of trying to chip a little bit off that deficit, but a great deal that you could lose in that time for a top order that proved to be brittle in the first innings.
This is a tricky little period that Kent will have to negotiate before stump snout, in this gloomy weather as well, with Rushworth and Hannon Dolby, brand new Kookaburra in their hands. Yeah, not a lot to gain before stumps tonight, and everything for Warwickshire to start as they mean to go on in terms of finishing off this game.
The bowling figures just disappeared off the screen, but they weren't very pretty. Leaning with 2 for 70 in the end from 14 overs. Got a bit of stick, having taken 2 wickets in the same over earlier today, but a wicket for Arshdeep, a wicket for Evison, 2 for Quinn, 1 in 36 overs of effort for Hamid Kadri, although he never went for too many runs. But nobody really ever got on top of the Warwickshire batting.
No, just looking at the economy rates, Hamid Kadri's was the best for quite a long time in the innings, and then maybe took a little bit of tap towards the end of it in his 36 overs, 1 for 148, 3 an over for Quinn, 2 for 72 from 24. Arshdeep just a little bit more, 1 for 83 from his 25 overs, 5 maidens. Grant Stewart wicketless, then he only got a few overs. Everson was expensive, 1 for 73 from just 12. So yeah, leaning, going at 5 and over, but got his 2 wickets in that 1 over, didn't he? So yeah, it's a pretty tough sort of outcome really for the bowlers who gave everything, and there was plenty of endeavour at times in the field, but also some sloppy work too, that perhaps as a result of fatigue and just being out there for a long time and being on the back foot, and I don't know, sometimes perhaps a lack of belief. And you know, once you're 78 for 7 batting first, you know, from that point it's always going to be tricky to go and win a game of cricket. So yeah, Hannon Dolby and Rushworth getting ready to try and replicate their first innings efforts, but Kent are going to have to bat an awful lot better second time around. In fact, they're going to have to bat out of their skins to get any kind of result from this game now, with that massive lead for Warwickshire.
If it is more difficult when if there aren't early wickets. We see, I mean, Ollie Hannadol was talking last night, you know, the ball is, they do think goes soft quick, and when Kent didn't seem to derive any advantage from taking the second new ball at all. I know the bowlers had some miles in their legs by that point, but didn't seem to make the slightest bit of difference. So it isn't necessarily going to be easy for Warwickshire to work their way through Kent. It might be that they're setting themselves up for, you know, a day and a half of some pretty hard work, but they'll be doing it from the position of strength, and that's very different, isn't it? Just that psychological feeling of you're dictating terms.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And for Rushworth and Hannon Dalby, they'll have had their feet up, watching their batters.
Works the other way as well. I mean, you can look at it from Kent and say, well, we're a good team. There's no reason why we couldn't go and score 378 on that. I think, well, we've got to do that just to get level again.
Yeah.
Just to get level again.
Yeah, and there'll be some tired minds as well as bodies that have been out there in the field.
So that's the test.
It's getting louder, isn't it?
It's not me, is it?
The concert that's taking place at the girls' school next door, which is pretty much what we're assuming now. That the weather's been coming from that direction, and therefore the sound is travelling towards us from over there as well. I bet they're unaware of the fact that they've got a few hundred more listeners than they really are inside the grounds of the school itself. But yeah, it's giving a soundtrack to this second day here at Canterbury, which is about to resume very shortly. Looks like 15 overs will be left in the day's play. I don't know if that's been updated on the manual scoreboard.
Yeah, I think it has. It was 17 when they went off, so I assume that's right. So that's with Warwickshire with everything to gain at this point, and Kent will be looking and hoping the sky where the weather's coming from might suggest there's some assistance coming. That maybe would have been the only reason that Warwickshire might have held off a declaration. He's saying, look, are we going to get to a point where the light is a problem? You know, where the umpires might say, well, you know, it's a new ball and the light's not great. I don't think we're at that point yet, or very near it. It's not too bad. It's never really gone particularly dark today.
No, we can use the floodlights if we need to.
Yeah.
They've been elevated as well, so
I don't think we're very close to that. Might also be argued Warwickshire haven't necessarily got the quickest bowlers, but I don't think that particularly comes into it. If you are just switching on at the end of the working day, Warwickshire's declared at 549 for 7, the lead of 378, through which Rob Yates was the maypole, through which they all gathered round. 228 not out. He's by a long way his highest first-class score. Remember, he was only 53 at the start today, so he really has stepped up the pace as the day has gone on. Faced 421 deliveries in the end, hitting hitting 2 sixes and 23 fours. Davies 42, Rhodes 25. Were out yesterday, and then today Hayne caught by Cox off Arshdeep for 32. Jacob Bethel was caught by Arshdeep off leaning for 31, miscuing a sweep. Ed Barnard was caught by Cox trying to force leaning off the back foot in the same over for naught. Then Glenn Maxwell joined Yates, making the lion's share of a stand of 124. Maxwell hit 2 sixes in 81 from 67 balls before trying to hook a high bouncer from Matt Quinn and edging it through to Jordan Cox. Michael Burgess made 42 in a stand of 108 when he was another wicket for Matt Quinn, caught by Harry Finch, and then Henry Brooks joining in another stand of 92, made an unbeaten half-century with 3 sixes off just 37 balls. He was 52 not out at the end. There were 16 extras, 7 byes, 3 leg byes, 2 wides and 4 no balls. Jack Leaning 2 for 70 and Matt Quinn 2 for 72 were the most successful bowlers. That's the right word. But Kent going in again with 15 overs to bat today and a deficit of 378.
So Mayeye and Compton are out there, ready to go again, second time around. Mayeye on strike, 38 for him. Compton made 9. Rushworth ready. from the Nackington Road end. 3 slips in play, very close, and a short leg. Miyeye gets him behind the first ball to play it in front of square on the onside.
It's chiming through the public address, is it? Is it on the same radio wavelength?
No, I think
or is it just the actual noise coming from?
I mean, our effects mic is a big boom effects mic, so it does pick up the noise pretty well.
Yeah, but it's hard to tell taking the headphones off. But
I don't think it's quite as loud when you take it.
No, okay. Because I know the words.
Here comes Rushworth. Miyeye, beaten by this delivery. Hangs his bat between his legs as if he's been beaten all ends up.
Well, Chris Rushworth only bowled 1 spell yesterday, those 7 overs in the morning, when they thought they were in for some pretty hard work, until he struck in his last 2 overs of that spell and then took a break and wasn't needed again.
Apparently there's an arts festival going on at the girls' school today. Somebody looked on their sort of diary, so to speak. This one's off the back foot from Miyeye into the covers, so well, that would explain, thank you Karen, where the noise is coming from.
Well, I wish they'd turn it up a bit. I'm sorry if you can hear it. I don't know whether you can hear it at home or wherever you're listening to this quite as loudly as we can here, but it slightly feels like we're competing with it now.
I'll try and turn the effects mic down slightly, but then you can't hear the bat on
No,
ball,
I don't think it'd make any difference.
Well, defended away by Miyeye. I've been told that it's Chris Rushworth's birthday today. 37 years old.
Well, he looks well on it, and cricketing terms anyway. There are 14 overs in this session, by the way. I noticed that the board is corrected, so including this one, 14 overs, and the floodlights are just starting to come on.
They are. So yeah, the birthday boy with ball in hand. 2 balls away from completing the opening over, and he's bowled him. Miyeye lets it go, and it hits the top of off. Wicket for Rushworth, and Kent having a miserable day with Miyeye castled without scoring their 0 for 1.
Well, the test yesterday that Rushworth set was choosing which balls to play and which not to play. And we saw several batters yesterday getting the opposite tangle, which was that they played at balls that they didn't need to. And who knows, perhaps with that in mind, Miyeye's come out there and not played at a ball that he manifestly did.
I think he might have just come back down the slope a little bit, seeing the replay.
Yep. Should he stay or should he go?
Well, he's definitely on his way with that one. And Denley out to bat at 3, having looked all at sea in the first innings and trying to improve that wretched county championship average that he's got this season. Well, Miyeye had a tough LBW call in the first innings, no doubt about that one. And well, I mean, any Kent fans still here, you might as well go home, because there's only one outcome in this game, and Warwickshire are going to win this game at Canter, surely, unless the remainder of the Kent innings, the remainder of the Kent batters can muster up something that will be quite improbable from this point. Feels like Warwickshire have declared at a really good time.
Well, they're dictating terms. We're in that slightly sort of milky light now that you get when the floodlights are, they're on, but they're not really taking effect, I don't think.
Rushworth to Denley, down the leg side, end of the over. Applause for Chris Rushworth. Mike's going to update BBC WN, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, because news of that wicket. We told to the local listeners. And Miyeye playing no stroke. The opening over of Kent's second innings. enjoying the music. Feels more joyful than the Kent display so far in the 2 days that we've seen. Really eerie cloud though. And now the light likewise with the floodlights that have been added. It's almost like a movie set type vibe. As I said, other films are available, but it's, for me, sort of Pirates of the Caribbean type vibes. I think it was 20 years ago the first of those movie series came out. I was reading the other day actually. So again, 0 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 549 for 7 declared, and Hannon Dalby bowling to Compton, left alone outside the off stump. .30 news in our headphones at the moment. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kim very shortly. Hannon Dalby hurrying in. Compton steps forward with a pronounced movement down the pitch. Once again lets the ball go. Of course, as they say, only 2 types of leave, good ones like that and the one like Miyeye's, which clipped the top of off stump. Elina Svitolina through to the semi-finals at Wimbledon, beating Iga Swiatek. Vondrasova beating Jessica Pegula earlier on as well. Here's that update. Yeah, well, unfortunately, from a Kent point of view, things go from bad to worse. They're 0 for 1, now 1 for 1 in their second innings after Warwickshire declared 549 for 7. Their score in the end with a double century for Rob Yates. Henry Brooks came in at number 9 and enjoyed himself as well. 3 4s and 3 6s in his half century. And it was at that point when he went through to 50 that the declaration came, and Kent left with 14 overs to bat before stumps here on day 2. They've lost Miyeye, leaving alone a delivery from Rushworth, the birthday boy, 37 years of age. It nipped back down the slope and clipped the top of off stump, and so the Kent opener on his way. Denley out there now joining Compton, and Kent 1 for 1, trailing by 377 runs as commentary continues online, the final 12 overs of the day. So Denley yet to score. And tapping his bat, waiting for Hannon Dalby, the tall bowler. With the sweatbands on both wrists, flash of orange on the boots. Shaven-headed opening duo for Warwickshire. Hannon Dalby and Chris Rushworth. Just taking his cap off and handing it to umpire Newell, who's swapped the Nackington Road end for the second innings. The Sunrisers needing 50 off 25 balls to beat the South East Stars at Beckenham. The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Elsewhere, Essex 277 for 8 at Blackpool. 135 Tom Wesley. Northants 28 for 1. And Merchant Taylor scored as that one goes through to the keeper. Rushworth actually on no ball. So the man to go in that one is Vasconcelos, bowled by Ryan Higgins. So Middlesex leading by 30 runs. Hampshire rain delay at Taunton, 46 for 2 in reply to 500 all out. Brooks and Aldridge with their breakthroughs so far. Notts 184 for 2. 170 runs behind Surrey, but 75 not out for Young. Back goes Compton and leaves alone. Hamid made 67. Durham almost at parity with Gloucestershire and only 4 wickets down. 172 not out for Alex Lees. Excellent knock from him at Chester Street. Finally some more play at Cardiff, and in fact the first wicket of the game, Glamorgan are 10 for 1 in the second over of action. Just the second over of action, and we're late in the day on day 2. This game's almost done in comparison to that one. It's barely started. Back goes Compton, plays defensively into the onside. Derbyshire 199 for 3. In fact 203 for 3, they've just hit a boundary. Brooke Guest is on to 80. Sussex having 96 from Clark and 86 from Haynes. Half centuries for Carter and Hudson Prentice, and they're 402 all out. Yorkshire 407 all out. 50 for Hill, 135. Finley Bean, 79. Adam Lyth. Rushworth bowls on the pads of Compton. He's shuffled across his stumps. Match abandoned Sparks and Western Storm in the Rachel Heffley Trophy. Thunder beating Diamonds, chasing down 168 to win pretty comfortably in the end. Blaze winning by 4 wickets, chasing 260 to beat the Vipers. Runs for Sarah Bryce in that one. And Marie Kelly. And then looks like South East Stars might be going to get over the line at Beckenham against the Sunrisers, as back goes Compton, and again choosing to leave. Through the ball goes to the wicketkeeper. So there's the scores from elsewhere, up to date. Cricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch, or at Mike Taylor Sport, at Ben Watts Sport, at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter. Cole will be here for day 3. Going to take an effort from the Kent batters to get us to day 4, to be honest. Here at Canterbury, floodlights are on. Compton just not happy that there's a couple of spectators just poking around the edge of the sight screen at the Nackington Road end. So he's invited them to move on from their positions. Rushworth's only bowled 4 balls in this over because of the no ball, in fact, at the start of the over. Back goes Compton, plays off the back foot through cover point. Some very energetic fielding from Ed Barnard to chase that down the slope and keep it down to 1 actually. So still 1 ball to go in this over. Compton on to 2, Denley yet to score.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be wanting to face too much of the bowling if you could tonight. But they'll have to adopt the same policy as it worked for Yates yesterday, which was at about this time of day he got to a half century and then just shut up shop to make sure he'd be back tomorrow.
Denley drives and gets off the mark with a boundary out towards mid-off. End of the over, Kent. 8 without loss.
It's a good stroke. Rushworth not quite pitching it up for once, and Denley went back and a back foot drive threw mid-off, but he hit it firmly and needs a few of those, Joe Denley, the run he's been having. He's got an opportunity here. Kent are looking for somebody to do what Yates did and bat for as long as they want. Got as long as you like in this game now, but the first thing that they've got to do to have the chance of doing that is to make sure they get through safely tonight, and that will be difficult. But Yates showed the way last night.
Absolutely. Like you say, it's a chance for someone to have an extended net out in the middle. You know, the likelihood is it's going to take a number of players to bat time for Kent to get anything out of the game. But from an individual mindset, you've just got to just see if you can get out there and survive and bat as long as you can and score as many runs as you can, I guess.
About time. Hannon Dobby's going to bowl with the keeper up to the stumps, Michael Burgess, and Compton is turning this into the leg side. So there are 2 slips, and then Rhodes at 3rd slip has also come a bit closer. So this is already a different tactic from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who is not quick, and he wouldn't claim that he was, but he does get awkward bounce, and he does bowl a very testing line. He bowls with great skill, if not pace, but with skill. And he is 6'7", so he can get the ball to bounce up sharply. And forward comes Compton, defends out into the offside.
Yeah, it's bowlers that like that with the height that they have. It's harder to pick up length, isn't it, and movement as a batter.
Yeah. And so he will set a test here. We saw yesterday that there might not have been a great deal happening in terms of swing and seam movement, but Warwickshire did set a proper examination with their persistence. They didn't offer free things to hit. That brought the pressure that caused Kent's problems. This takes Compton up on the thigh pad. Might even have gone past him and hit the wicketkeeper's gloves. Hard to tell. It was a solid noise, but either way, it drops down on the leg side. Kent 8 for 1. The light just changes a little bit by degrees every now and then. It just seems to have got slightly lighter in the last couple of minutes. 370 behind, 10 overs to come after this one. That's perhaps the most important number on the scoreboard tonight for Kent. Back goes Compton, guides this into a gap just between cover and extra, and he gets 1 run. The runs are handy, you don't want to get completely stuck, but there aren't too many opportunities batters have where there really is nothing to think about other than to occupy the crease. Scoring runs, yeah, great, because you've got to try and chip some off the deficit. You don't want to be completely stuck. But there's no pressure to score runs at pace here. For any Kent batter who wants to bat a full day, here's your chance. Off goes Hannon-Dolby. Starts his approach. Hurries in, runs through the crease, and this is guided down by Denley, and he's going to get more runs, down to 3rd man. Barnard is giving chase, loses his hat in the process, and 2 runs for Denley, who's looked in control so far. 11 for 1. Certainly had more luck with the weather here than most of the games around the country today. Warwickshire will be grateful for that. They've made the most of it, with Rob Yates at the heart of it. 3 slips waiting as Hannon-Dolby fires one just down the leg side, and Denley hangs the bat there but doesn't really play at it. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. Seagulls on the prowl, 11 for 1.
Yeah, Compton dropped his bat there at the non-striker's end, picked it up and gave it a little brush, as if to knock any sort of muck or dust off him.
We're not going to have quite as much overtime tonight as we did last. With, what is it, coming up towards 5:45. There are 10 overs to bowl.
Yeah, the change of innings has slowed things down, of course, but still shouldn't be too bad in terms of finish time. Rushworth around the wicket. Compton, slightly jabby defensive stroke into the onside towards mid-wicket. 11 for 1, Kent, in closing stages of day 2 under the floodlights at Canterbury. Rushworth being vocally cheered on by Alex Davis under the helmet at a very close gully position. 3 slips next to Burgess, the keeper. Compton jumps back in defence. Just getting a replay of the previous ball, I think, actually, where he was just kind of playing a little bit all round the front pad. It wasn't necessarily lined up particularly well by Compton. If he'd have missed it, then the LBW shout would have ensued, that's for sure.
Yates has been on the field for the entire game so far. He's at first slip, Haney's second, Rhodes third, and then Golly has come really close in.
He has. Back goes Compton, clips well and times this through square leg. And Dolby setting off after it from long leg. Long boundary. There's something quite fitting about Oliver Hannon-Dolby fielding down at long leg. There's 2 runs are taken.
The longest legs in the business at the moment.
Indeed.
Right?
It's a 13 for 1 Kent with 9.5 overs remaining in the day's play.
Davis has come, he's no more than, what, 6 yards from the bat, the most.
Brooks has come in tighter as well at square leg. There's a shout for LBW. The ball went to Hayne at second slip and didn't quite carry, I don't think.
No, I think that was off the pad as well. It sort of drooped through to second slip.
It was back thigh pad, perhaps.
Yeah. It was tricky. It was rather cramped for room, Compton, not for the first time in this over.
Rushworth, of course, got him out the first innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, he sort of squared him up a bit. Compton's bat is coming through very sort of at an angle at the moment. It's looking sort of awkward out there. It's off the outside edge of the bat, but soft hands. Barnard again very lively in the field.
No ball.
Compton's ended up on the floor there. Yeah, he's slipped over at the bowler's end. So he has 6. Denley has 6. Kent have 16 for 1. Second time around, Mieye left the delivery alone from Rushworth. That nipped back down the slope and castled his off stump. So he was out for naught. Rushworth searching for more wickets. Has now Burgess up to the stumps for Denley. Defended away by the experienced Kent number 3.
I don't think there are many pairs of opening bowlers in the championship, and I mean, I hear all that about, you know, well, you don't get that much quick bowling in the championship. You know, just when England was struggling in one of the test matches, it was the championship's fault again, because they never face any fast bowlers.
Honestly.
Well, okay, but and maybe there aren't too many pairs of opening bowlers in the championship where you'd have the keeper standing potentially up to the stumps for both of them. But it's a pretty stern test at the moment.
Here comes Rushworth bowls. Oh, that one's gone straight through Denley, has it? It's dropped around the onside. They're going to come through for a leg bye? A bye. So it hasn't hit Denley at all. Michael Burgess has turned around to Gully and gone, what? Surely that must have hit something.
Well, that's even worse for the batters, because now Denley might be going down the pitch looking for what it did hit, because it just looked as though it must have jagged a bit, and so few deliveries have.
Yeah, it did jag.
Oh dear.
That's got to have hit somebody. I think it brushed Burgess. I don't know. Who knows?
It might have done.
Bye's given.
Okay.
17 for 1. Yeah, I mean, we've got guys like Matt Henry and Hassan Ali as overseas players this season. Some of the Notts boys, there's enough quick bowling, I'd say, in the championship.
Of course there is. Here's Hannon-Dolby to start a new over, and that one looked as though it went down the leg side, scuttled a bit as well. It was well played by Denley, nudged it away down to fine leg for 4 runs, but they all liked it behind the stumps for a moment because it looked as though it darted a bit, and I don't think we were expecting that.
No.
Because even in the first innings, when Kent was struggling, it wasn't as if the ball was jumping all over the place. It was just nagging line and length, bringing the pressure that caused the mistakes.
No, you'd expect Hannon-Dolby to get more bounce than that with his height.
Dear. 21 for 1. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and forward comes Denley, defends with a straight bat up to mid-on. The last thing Kent need now is to see the ball start doing a bit. The sun's coming back out. In fact, there's even just a hint of blue in the sky. So the floodlights are on, but it's probably the best light conditions we've had since tea. And every reason to think now we will get all the remaining overs in tonight. Off goes Hannon Dolby to bowl to Denley, who's back and defends firmly out on the offside. He looks a bit more confident here, but Denley, than he did in his first innings, and I know he's been on a rough trot. He was only there for a few balls, but he didn't look very certain at all. But he's come out looking better this time so far.
I mean, he's doubled his average already for this innings for the season.
Maybe, I mean, he's a player obviously of plenty of ability. His record tells us that. So sometimes you just need one innings, get you back in, and there's no more important moment for him to produce it for Kent than this one, and he thumps that through the covers for 4. Standing up straight and hit it firmly away to the boundary. 4 good runs for Joe Denley, but there's a very different character about the way he's come out here. He's 14 and it's 25 for 1. Kent do need somebody, a senior player, to take charge here.
Yeah, I mean, he's hit 3 boundaries so far. He's got 14 off 12 balls. It's a positive knock as much as anything so far.
I mean, there are going to be some boundaries for the attacking fields. There's bound to be with so many runs that Warwickshire have got in the bank. But he just looks sure, and he's right in behind the next one and turns it firmly to mid-on. It's a good start for Denley. Compton is not quite settled as well.
No, he's looking a bit more fidgety out there of the two. Both have been short of runs in the last few games. Denley all season in County Championship, but Compton just in the last couple of games after the disruption of the blast. And obviously him not being a white ball short format in terms of the T20 player for Kent, hasn't been playing at top level cricket.
Hannon Dolby runs in and bowls, and Denley just reaching away from his body a little bit. He's guiding this wide of the 2 short extra cover fielders that have come in, and takes 1 square on the offside. So 9 from the over, and Kent are 24 for 1, with Denley now 15 and Compton 6, having lost Muyeye, bowled by Rushworth in the first over without scoring, and the deficit now 352. And just to mention, Warwickshire will be aware of this because it's in a very small number on the scoreboard, but they are at the moment 2 behind on over rate, so they'll want to bear that in mind over the rest of this innings.
It's actually Denley's top score in County Championship cricket this season. The previous best was 14. Shows what a lean trot he's had. He's facing up to Rushworth here with the keeper up to the stumps, 2 slips. Off the back foot, punching this through point. It's a long boundary and a long chase on for Barnard. He's scampering after it. The ball will just stop. He's flicked it back just inside the rope. And Denley will jog through for the 3rd run. Let's go on to 18, so misses out on another boundary. But Kent on to 29 for 1.
Maybe they're just not quite full enough at the moment, because Denley's made quite a few of these early runs by hitting it off the back foot through the offside, and he's looked quite confident doing that. Just searching for exactly the right length, and maybe they haven't quite got it yet. Now more pressure in this field. The 3 slips are really close together, and there's a fine gully as well.
Rushworth to Compton. Again, it's kind of thigh guard height, and just nudged away or hits the body and drops away.
He's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. You would think with the way he's got, the number of field he's got on the cordon, he might try and angle it across, but he's coming round the wicket to Compton, who looks cramped for room. But Yates, Hayne and Rhodes, perhaps it's the angle we're at, but they look really close together at the 3 slips.
I think they do, as Compton defends. Yeah, they are visibly tight together and also quite close.
Yeah, well, maybe that's one of the reasons for it. They're not actually very far back.
So they're thinking that if they have to react quickly and maybe somebody gets a hand on something and their mate next door can grab it. Or
and Davies is closer still, close enough for him to want to have a helmet on, and he's at gully, but he's no more than 5 or 6 yards from the bat.
Yeah, I guess if a cut shot came in his direction, it could be interesting. Want to get out the way. This one's a full delivery on leg stump, which Compton just knocks away on the onside.
There's a backward point. It's about maybe about a third of the way back to that shortish boundary. Henry Brooks is at backward square leg, and Rhodes is coming out of third slip. Where's he going? He's going to, oh, he's going to stand in front of the non-striker, I think. Yeah. So Denley will just about have a running lane between him and the pitch, but where Rhodes is standing, Rushworth bowls. And
that was kind of where Compton hit the last one, wasn't it? Where that fielder's gone in. This time he's defended it, went into the offside. One ball to go in the over. Sounds like a rendition of Miley Cyrus's song Flowers being sung at the moment on the Simon Langton Girls Arts Festival that's going on, that we can hear downwind at the cricket ground. It used to be that the girls' school was often used for extra parking for T20 games. I think they've got some renovation works there this summer, which has meant everyone's down the park and ride as this one's defended away into the covers by Compton, or on the public transport. 29 for 1, Kent, in reply to Warwickshire's 549 for 7, and 7 overs gone in this second innings for Kent. 7 overs remaining in the day's play. Warwickshire have got 7 bonus points so far, with Kent just a couple, having made 171 in their first innings. And that's enough 7s for now, but yeah, Robbie Yates, the man of the day. 528 minutes at the crease, 23 fours, 1 6, 421 deliveries for his 228 not out. And at the end, when the declaration came, Henry Brooks was there with him on 52 not out, 3 4s, 3 6s, just 37 balls. He enjoyed himself, little red inker, and now he's going to get a go with the ball.
He is, to start the 8th over of the 14 that they'll get tonight, and Denley meets him by driving a full delivery to extra cover, where it's parried by Davis. Left the helmet behind for a moment. There's no run. A more orthodox field for Brooks to start. 2 slips and a gully is all for the close catches. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg quite wide in front of the floodlight pylon. Brooks bowls and Denley adjusts. They like that in the slips. But Denley hit it firmly enough wide of mid-on. Hannon Dolby made a good stop, and there's no run. Rob Yates himself is just doing a bit of warming up at slip. Maybe. Well, sometimes if it's a fella's big day, then that's all the reason you need, just to give him an over before the close, I suppose. Don't think we're there yet. So go on, Rob. Everything's running your way. Just have a little tweak. Brooks bowls onto the leg stump, and there's runs here. Might be 4. There's a long chase around from long leg, and it does go for 4. It's well timed again by Denley, who has made a much better start here. He's 22, and although you'd expect there to be some boundaries on offer with attacking fields, he's punched the ball into gaps with much more of an air of confidence than in his brief innings yesterday. So maybe today is the day, or tomorrow particularly is the day for him to find some form at last for Kent. He turns this one off his hip as well. There's going to be more runs here, another long chase, and herring out to the boundary goes the field. I think that's Ethan Brooks who's out on the field again, and they get 2 runs. So I'm not quite sure why he's there, the sub. Who we're missing? Who's not there? Sam Hain I can't spot at the moment. Has had injury problems this season. Can't immediately see him. I think he may be off the field just at the moment. Turned away. Oh, it might be. No, it is Timot's second slip. It's turned away into the leg side, and Rhodes can't stop it at mid-wicket, so they'll have 1. So 7 more runs to Denley in this over, taking him to 25. So while maybe didn't seem like there was too much to gain from Kent in this short session tonight, Denley at least, he's going to be able to go off with something, certainly if he's not out at the end. Because he's got a start for the first time this season. So that, if he can see it through to the close, and it's just clicked to 6 o'clock now with 6 overs still to be bowled, then that would be something for Kent to take from this session. Round the wicket comes Henry Brooks and bowls outside the off stump of the left-hander Compton. He doesn't play. It's the end of the over. 34 for 1. Kent in 8 overs of their second innings, 25 of them to Denley, and we have 6 more overs to come. I wonder if we are going to see something different. No Rushworth for the time being, or should just nip next door.
Thanks, Mike. I think online listeners have lost us just briefly, but for those of you watching on the stream, you'll be hearing us loud and clear. Always good having two methods of being able to listen. On the BBC Sport app and website, hopefully back again very shortly, but through the county's video stream on the various platforms. Myself, Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent, Mike Taylor, BBC W and BBC Commentary in Warwickshire. There's going to be overthrows here for Kent. Denley turned it away into the onside. There was a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. It hit the stumps and deflected away into a gap. So Denley says, OK, cheers, I'll take the run. Moves to 25. And Compton's still there on 6. And an email from Mark in Basingstoke listening in, who's an unhappy Kent fan. Says yet another abject performance in every department. No proper investment to replace quality players who we've let go. Complete rubbish in capital letters. The words rubbish with some exclamation marks. So Mark, an unhappy Kent fan listening in. I don't think Matt Walker would have disagreed with you in terms of his assessment of yesterday's performance. He was pretty brutal and honest how poor it was, as this one's pulled away by Compton. So Denley back on strike then. 2 slips, keeper up to the stumps, defends into the offside. Floodlight still on, but actually it's a lot brighter. The cloud has just passed us by and there's just little hints of blue sky overhead now. So much nicer in terms of the visibility. Less eerie around the ground. So Rushworth is defended away by Denley up towards mid-on. One more ball to go. Hopefully listeners online are hearing us once again via the BBC Sport app and website. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent after the news very shortly. Mike is updating WM and Coventry and Warwickshire listeners. Certainly they'll be the happier of the two, I'm sure. Rushworth defended away by Denley into the onside. No ball bowled actually. So it won't quite be the end of the over. 2 more runs will be added. South East Stars have won by the Duckworth-Lewis method at Beckenham by 19 runs. Sunrisers' chase was looking good with Scrivens making 59, Griffith 92 and Van Niekerk 44, but some late wickets and that rain interruption helping out the Stars seemingly. Yeah, unfortunately it's been Warwickshire's day. They are the leaders in this game by 338 runs thanks to a double century from Rob Yates, their opener, who batted through the innings and certainly well supported by the likes of Glenn Maxwell making 81, 51 for Harry Brooks as well in quick time, 42 also for Michael Burgess, and Kent had to toil away. Matt Quinn taking a couple of wickets, likewise Jack leaning, but it's a pretty flat and docile wicket out there, and Kent weren't able to take advantage of that yesterday. They're having to try and do so second time around, but from a position of 0 for 1 because Mayeye left the delivery alone that nipped back down the slope and clipped the top of his off stump, and he was out without scoring. But Denley, who's had a lean season in County Championship cricket, is currently out there on 26, and Ben Compton up the other end on 7 not out. That's a delivery that has just missed the outside edge and gone through to the wicketkeeper. So Kent are 40 for 1 in reply in their second innings. 5 overs to go in the day's play, 338 runs behind. Commentary online by the BBC Sport app and website. Mike back with me.
I mean, they have had a little taste of what could be a just as hard a day tomorrow, Warwickshire, as Kent have had today, because the pitch still favours the batters.
Scoreboard pressure, though, is obviously
well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Big difference.
Yeah, and every time they do get a wicket, it's going to feel like a step towards victory, is that?
Yeah.
But Kent haven't fallen over behind that early wicket of Mayeye, that felt like a desperate moment for him. Made some runs in the first innings, but bad errors. Brooks bowls a short delivery, and Compton eases it around the corner for 1 run.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good season all in all, Twana Mayeye, to be honest. And
yes. Yeah, he's been averaging over 50, hasn't he? But
yeah, he scored buckets of runs in second 11 cricket to earn his place in the first team in the initial instance. So yeah, he's not had many low points like today. But again, it goes back to that concentration thing and the energy sapping, being out there in the field. As Brooks firing this one down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, look, it happens, you know. It happens, and Mayeye, as you say, it's been a very positive season for him on the whole. But he was doing all right yesterday, and then the run out with his captain, was obviously a problem. It was never quite the same after that.
Yeah, there was further bad calling and communication. I think that one word that Matt Walker used was contagious. There sort of seemed to be this nervous contagion around the group.
It does happen.
This one left alone by Denley as it scuttles through a little bit outside the off stump, and then one poor shot selection led to another one. And
tell you what, Kent don't want to be seeing. That's not a couple now have just gone through quite low.
It's slightly bizarre because I don't feel like we've seen this kind of variable bounce much at all from Kent's bowling. Occasionally there was a bit of joy for the spinner, but Denley goes back, thigh pad height, again was back of length, but hasn't particularly jumped up.
Looked far too high though. Well, maybe it wasn't only the length, maybe it was closer than it seemed. But,
just had a couple of tweets as Brooks is bowling to Denley. It's defended. So I tweeted about the Mayeye dismissal, and somebody's put trickiest, but hang on, did I read that right? Warwickshire got 549 for 7 declared. Last time I heard the score, it was 250 for 5, and Leading it got 2 in and over.
yeah, well, that's right.
David's replied, well, yeah, they got loads of runs and loads more runs after that. Glenn Maxwell helping.
Yeah.
Neil says that's not ideal about the departure of Mayeye.
One way of putting it.
This one's outside the off stump, left alone by Denley. Yeah. Funny that, yeah, cricket keeps on going and stuff happens.
Well, it was a moment where the game could have been different. Yeah, 225 for 5. At that point, the lead was only 54. So, yeah, the game could have taken a different turn. But
Glenn Maxwell coming in at number 7.
Yeah, it gave some
that.
momentum. and then Yates picked up on that. Because remember, I mean, Maxwell fell at 349, so another 200 runs were scored after the dismissal of Maxwell.
Again, Burgess came out and batted positive, did positive lead in the, and Yates really did kick on after Maxwell got out. He sort of became the authority in the partnerships. Having
bonus points to go for probably helped them in reflection, because he might have just carried on, but at that point he took up the cause. He was outscored Burgess in that partnership, and you'd normally think it'd be the other way around. Certainly to start with, and maybe having the bonus points to go for might have actually helped in a strange sort of way, although it wasn't the main objective. Hannon Dolby starts a new over from the Nackington Road end. He only bowled 3 in his first spell, and so have given him a chance from the far end from our commentary position. Chris Rushworth did get the wicket, but he never quite seemed to have the same rhythm, because 3 no balls just didn't look quite in the same slot.
I do like the bonus point system in that regard, because it creates that little game within a game, leading up to the 110 over cut-off point.
Sometimes it's a distraction, but I wonder if it might perversely have helped Rob Yates without even realising it. Forward comes Compton to defend out into the offside, because it meant there was something to, rather than just to keep going. He was doing fine, but it just gave him a reason to step up the pace, and suddenly that added another, after the fall of Maxwell's wicket, that added another 50 runs in no time. And then it really did freewheel. Say 200 runs after the dismissal of Maxwell. And that's made the difference between Warwickshire being in a powerful position and a dominant position. Hannon Dolby bowls and Compton defends. You know, a lead of 150 is terrific, but had they been batting an hour before, you know, if things had gone well, they could have erased quite a bit of that. As it is, they're going to go to the close tonight at something like 50, and it's barely made a scratch in the deficit.
I mean, there was a sort of air of resignation about things a little bit from Kent, but they didn't have a lot of luck either. No.
Towards the end, they could have had Yates 3 or 4 times towards the end, but not only in the last sort of few. Hannon Dolby coming round the wicket. Compton doesn't play at that. He wasn't very far away from the off stump.
Even Maxwell, though, had a couple of inside edges.
Yes, he did.
Went safe. And
so things could have worked out differently, but Warwickshire made the most of their opportunities. Now Hannon Dolby's trying to set that test again for Compton, isn't he? In the first innings, he ended up playing at one that he should have left, but they've seen what's happened to Miei. Here's Hannon Dolby running in from the Nackington Road end, and it's turned for a run by Compton between mid-on and mid-wicket. So he goes to 9. It's 40 for 1. Hannon Dolby, I think, bowled most of his overs in the first innings from the Pavilion end. He did switch to the Nackington Road end toward the end when Grant Stewart was having a bit of a thrash. Ended with 4 wickets, taking him to 25 for the season in the First Division. Rushworth has 39. He's the top wicket taker. Hannon Dolby in with a fair chance of getting to 50 wickets for a second successive season if he stays fit throughout. Forward comes Denley and defends, and it's the end of the over. There's an assistant come running onto the outfield, but it doesn't seem to be running over towards any of the Warwickshire players. I think he's just taking a shortcut to the far side. Who's that over there? Oh, he's gone to see... Oh, it's the physio. He's gone to see Alex Davis. As if he's got a cut on his finger or something.
Just brought some tape or something. A couple of spectators appear to have packed up and headed to the exit.
Not sure it is Gerhard Moss at the physio. It must be one of the other support staff.
Probably doesn't take the physio just to put some, bring him some tape or something.
It's a bit more menial.
So Brooks around the wicket, changing his angle of attack to Compton, who's faced 33 balls now for his 9, defends into the onside. Yeah, certainly not as big a crowd on day 2 here today. A few others that have made their way in.
Well, the weather forecast was a bit sort of neither in or there, was it? As it's turned out, we're going to have got a full day's playing, which has not been common to many other games today.
Quite. Here comes Brooks around the wicket once more. Compton once more on the back foot, just softly defending into the offside, into the third but last over of the day. Get on 42 for 1. As I mentioned a moment ago, more blue sky overhead, the visibility is good. As we draw towards stumps. Matt Cole will be back tomorrow with Mike Taylor for day 3 of the action. Here comes Brooks, bowls. Flicked away past short leg. I don't think was ever in serious catching contention. But a run for Compton, who moves to 10. A bunch of talented singers at this school.
Well, I would say it's been going a while now. So if you've gone to the school concert, you've had your money's worth.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been a couple of hours now. So
I wasn't sure if we heard some warm-ups beforehand and then the actual show itself, but yeah, it's been ongoing.
Good value.
Quite the festival, as it's themed. Turned away into the onside by Denley. A few oohs and ahs, but he just chose to play that quite late and into the onside, really. I don't think there was too much wrong with the stroke. It was a fuller delivery from Brooks, straighter delivery than he's generally been bowling, kind of length or back of. Hurrying in once more. Denley defends again, moving forward in the crease. We've got 13 balls left in the day.
And it's probably the best. Oh, look at the big patch of blue skies now, suddenly it appeared. So we'd probably have been good for another hour were there enough overs in the day, but Kent will be quite happy for them to knock it on the head in a couple of overs' time.
Flicked away by Denley, leg side. Fielder out deep square, hurries around and makes the throw in.
No ball.
Is that the other Brooks sub-fielder on?
Yes, it was Ethan on.
So 2 for the no ball, 1 for the run. Denley to 27, Kent to 46 for 1. Deficit 332 runs.
There's been a few of those. Rushworth bowled 3, and now Brooks has overstepped as well in the third over of his spell.
Yeah, the Rushworth ones were a bit surprising, considering he only bowled from that top end, Lackington Road end in the first innings, and been fine on the front foot. So here comes Brooks, wide on the crease. That one just slightly awkward bounce. Compton angles it down into the gully and comes back for 2 runs, which are wide of any fielders. So 2 overs to go before stumps on day 2. 330 runs the deficit now after Warwickshire's brilliant 549 for 7 declared. Kent 48 for 1 in reply, having been 0 for 1, with Mayeye leaving alone a delivery that whacked into the top of off.
Almost at the end, and having lost Mayeye in the first over, to get in 1 down won't feel too bad. Nearly there. Denley, who started confidently, is hit on the pad by Hannon Dolby, and umpire Newell moves his right hand, but just to put maybe a pebble in his pocket. But that might have been a slightly nervous moment. That looks a better shout than the few that we've had up to this point.
I think it was still probably high. Just gonna get another look. Yeah, it was high.
27 to Denley. 2 slips now and a short mid-wicket. Hannah Dolby bowls, and Denley's well forward to this. bat and pad together and defending back up the pitch. Warwickshire extending their 155 for 2 overnight to 549 for 7 when they decided they'd had enough. So they added nearly 400 today, gosh. Rob Yates 228 not out, Maxwell 81, Brooks 52 not out, and Burgess 42. 2 wickets for Quinn and for Leaning, but fair cost. In comes Hannon Dolby, and Denley, who's batted well this evening, defends back up the pitch.
Bethel scored quickly as well, didn't he? Coming in at number 5.
Yes, made 31, batted positively. But there was just a moment at 225 for 5 when Barnard was out. 2 wickets and an over for Leaning. Warwickshire were only 54 runs ahead at that point.
Yeah, at that point, the hope would have been that Kent could have maybe skittled Warwickshire out and give themselves a chance in the game.
Well, I think when the new ball was taken, the lead was only about 80. Here's Hannon Dolby bowls, and Denley turns this into the leg side, and it's well stopped by Davis at short mid-wicket, diving down, so they don't get a run. When they took the new ball, because I remember saying, you know, if you really had a good burst with it, took say 5 for 40, you could limit the lead to 120. Gosh, it went away at a rate after that, didn't it? Thinking of that,
they just
from that point on, they scored nearly another 300 runs.
Well, they didn't create any pressure with that second new ball really at all. Deep Singh with a bit of an off day. Only got the 1 wicket.
Hannon Dolby bowls and Denley defends back up the pitch. Just back in my notes here.
Admittedly, that Arshdeep Singh wicket was short and wide really, and should have been cut for 4, but Hay nicked it.
The new ball was 258 for 5. That was in 80 overs. So from that point, they've scored 291. 291 in 53 overs with the new ball. That's getting on for 6 and over. So yeah, for the listener who missed some of the day and wondered what happened, that's once Warwickshire got motoring with Maxwell joining Yates, that really set the tone, and from that point on, we'll say another 200 runs scored after Maxwell was out, but continued that pace. Here's Hannon Dolby bowling with a man very close in at silly mid-on now. Haynes gone to there, but it's defended by Denley to Sam Hain in just that position. And maiden, Hannon Dolby's done for the day. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14, and there's 1 more over to bowl, and I think they are going to give it to Rob Yates. It's been his day. Well, there's a certain poetry in this, isn't there?
The man of the day.
Yeah, it's been your day.
Give him the ball.
Well, stranger things have happened.
See what he can do to close out proceedings.
Well, that would be a thing, wouldn't it, Rob Yates? He's probably shattered. But on the other hand, mate, you know, I suppose I literally can't imagine what it must be like. But if you've had an innings like that, then maybe you think, yeah, okay, I'll take on all comers. It's my day. Today's the day. What are we? July the 11th. Always going to remember that. Extended his overnight 53 to 228. And a nothing to lose over here, because the batters just want to get off. It's a good move, actually, isn't it? Compton really is, you know, if he scores 10 runs in this over, if he scores 20 runs in this over, it doesn't make a great deal of difference to the. They're still going to be over 300 behind tomorrow, so, and he's hardly likely to take any risks. So you can surround him. Yates is going to bowl. He's off. It's pretty gentle off spin. But, someone's just shouted, "Make it your day, Rob."
Oh, there you go.
Caught that in the effects point.
Compton fiddling this around the corner, down towards the fine leg boundary. Alex Davis has chucked his helmet off to go and chase after it without the lid. He slipped as he went to throw it in, and the bat has come back for 3. It's a good chase. 50 comes up for the Kent openers. 51 for 1. Compton 15, 27 Denley. But yeah, with men at silly point and short leg and slip and leg gully, it was Quite funny to see Alex Davis chase after that and knock his helmet off. Got it back now. Probably need the somebody to come on and check that his helmet hasn't dented itself on the ground, but he's put it back on and is now going in at leg gully. Leg gully and short leg, no silly point for Denley. Yates bowls and it's punched off the back foot by Denley out towards Brooks, who's the subfielder fielding on the boundary with the lid on. So he didn't even bother to take his lid off, he just kept it on and went and fielded on the rope. I think that's the furthest I've ever seen anyone fielding away from the bat with a lid on.
You can't be too careful.
So Denley 28, 4 balls to go in the day's play. Compton taps his bat and waits. Always flicked it down towards short leg and it's just, I think, dropped short of Davis and burst through his legs and hands for 1. That would have been a crazy catch if he'd have took it, but it was risky from Compton, you know, just turning it into the onside, trying to play down, but wasn't far away from the leg slip fielder. Yates bowls, tosses this one up to Denley. He's on the front foot. They've got men quite deep on the offside, almost inviting the single. They'd rather Yates bowled at Compton, I think, here.
I think they would, yeah, for the left-hander. See if he can turn the ball away from him.
So, last ball of the day.
2 to come.
2 to come, in fact. 3 and a 1, and a 1 through the hands. Denley's 2 singles in the over have been more convincing. So 2 to come. 54 for 1. Yates with all those men crowding around the bat. Ball's a flat ball. Compton skips down the pitch, turns it into the onside. There's a misfield from Rushworth, and Compton's like, get me out of here, I'm at the non-striker's end. And Denley will face the last ball of the day. Oh, that was a potentially risky run on a misfield, but Compton was desperate to get down the non-striker's end. He was out of there. So maybe they won't offer Denley this single in quite the same fashion. Cover's coming up, as is mid-wicket. Robbie Yates, man of the day, final ball of the day to Denley. Pushes it away firmly out towards mid-on. Kent will be 55 for 1 again in the morning. And Warwickshire will be requiring 9 more wickets to win the game on day 3 with a buffer of 323 runs. Thanks to certainly some all-round contributors. Only Ed Barnard didn't really offer in terms of the scoring, but the main man at the top of the order, Robbie Yates, 228 not out. Saw Sam Hain depart this morning for 32. Jacob Bethel made 31. 81 for Glenn Maxwell. Entertaining stuff from him. Burgess 42 and Henry Brooks rather making 52 not out before the declaration came. Miyeye out in the opening over of the reply, bowled by Rushworth on his 37th birthday. But Denley threw at stumps, 29 not out, Compton 17 not out. Kent 55 for 1 then at the close on day 2, and another satisfying day for Warwickshire.
Very profitable day. When whoever it was who shouted, "Make it your day, Rob," he might have been justified to say, "Well, they have just scored 228."
I think it probably already is my day.
It probably already is, but I take your point. It was worth a try, and it nearly worked in a way. The Compton knocking that one round the corner.
Quite.
So they'd have loved another one. But look, Kent have batted for an hour after the fall of Miyeye's wicket. They've chipped 55 off the target, and they're still going to come back tomorrow miles behind, and that's the value of running up such a giant lead that Warwickshire have earned, because nobody sleeps easy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Mike will be back in the morning. Hope you sleep well. And Matt Cole will be back with him from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Join us then on the BBC Sport app and website. And I'm about to do one final radio update for the day's proceedings for BBC Radio Kent listeners. But for those of you that have joined us on the live stream and on the website, thank you very much for tuning in. You'll hear from us again very soon.